CD 1.
A Child's Game by John Connor. Read by Maggie Mash. Friday, the 31st of December, 1999. Stein could feel the man shivering. After they had poured the petrol over him, the look in his eyes had changed. He had known then that there was no point in trying to shout or struggle. Shouting just meant the gag would be tightened until he choked, and Stein doubted he had strength left to struggle. Akhtar, the Kaffir he had been told to use as local help, the man now cursing and swearing from the far corner of the apartment, had beaten the man so badly he might die anyway. Akhtar had used a broken chair leg, lashing out at the man's head and face before Stein could get it off him. Stein had asked him if he could handle violence before they set off. Akhtar had smirked, as if insulted by the question. That was 3 or 4 hours before they got here. But within seconds of its starting, Stein had known he had made a mistake. He doubted Akhtar had hit anyone in his life. His movements were too full of fright, thrashing around without aiming, anxious to get it over with. Stein had told him not to cause injuries that would bleed. Yet he had picked up the chair leg and struck the man's head, retching as he did it. There was a lot of blood coming from a gash at the crest of the man's skull. Some of it was running over Stein's hand, irritating him. The man was going into shock. His breathing was rapid and shallow, his pulse slowing. Shock alone would kill him if they left him to it. But that wasn't what he had been told to do. So now everything reeked of petrol fumes, and he would have to discard all his clothing, scrub down and bathe to eliminate the odour and the evidence. It was a typical Kaffir thing, he thought, to want the man burned. In this case there was good reason, but he had heard they went for it anyway, regardless of reasons. In Pakistan, the favoured form of political violence was pulling people off trains and setting fire to them. He didn't like burning people. The odours were unpleasant. But in South Africa, he had smelled worse things in common jails. As a child, he had watched roebuck in the veld, caught in metal snares, struggling for hours on end, dislocating their bones, tearing apart sinew and muscle as they tried to escape. But when the time came to take them out and kill them, they would just lie there, a helplessness in their eyes, completely calm, partly because they were exhausted, partly because they were just animals. Because they had no real conception of death, they could reach a point where there was no longer any fear, just the waiting. That was where this man was now. Waiting. He had been an animal when they had first bound him, something mad, without any capacity for reason or ability to control his fear. It had sickened Stein to witness the loss of dignity, the pleading and begging, the whimpering as they struck him, calling out someone's name. Susie. Maybe she was his wife or his mother. He had read that dying people shouted for their mothers, though he had never seen it before and couldn't imagine doing it himself. But he had hardly known his own mother. The petrol fumes had put things in perspective. Now the man was just shivering. He knew what was going to happen. To fight was pointless. Stein had his hand on the back of his neck, a hand so large he could practically close it around the throat. The man had been overpowered even before Akhtar had botched it with the chair leg. Stein looked down at him. He was small, perhaps half his size and weight, with the same soft, helpless eyes he had seen on the roebuck. It made Stein uneasy. Perhaps he should say something to the man, to help him out. But that was impossible. The man was alone now. No one could help him. Besides, it might start him struggling again. Sympathy weakened people. The man stank of sweat, fear, piss, of blood and desperation, of petrol. He needed putting out of his misery. "You should have paid your debts," Stein said to him, regretting it immediately. The bastard probably couldn't even hear him. He was slumped on a high-backed chair, legs bound tightly at the ankles, hands tied behind his back. The gag was a dishcloth of some sort. Where it was pulled into his mouth, there was blood bubbling over it, a bright, frothy blood that must have been coming from his lungs. Akhtar had stamped on his chest with both feet, long after he had been capable of doing anything to protect himself. Stein looked over to Akhtar, angry with him. He was at the sink, panicking, trying to stop his hand from bleeding. Somehow or other he had cut himself as he struck the man. It would need stitches. Stein had already told him that, expecting him to just wrap a rag around it and leave it at that. But Akhtar was running water on it, looking for medicines or bandages in the cabinet above the kitchen sinks. He had already pulled the bathroom apart to no avail. Stein checked his watch. It was 3:57 a.m. "We have to go," he said quietly. "You've messed around for long enough." Akhtar looked over to him, fear in his eyes. "I'm leaving my blood all over this place." "It's too late to worry about that. We will burn it as we leave. Write the note, like I told you to." "Burn the place? But what about him?" Akhtar pointed at the man. "Write the note," Stein said. He had told Akhtar the bare minimum, but the Kaffir was afraid of him. He would do as he was told. When the note was in the metal safe in the bedroom closet, Stein told Akhtar to watch the man. Then he walked through the main room of the apartment and opened the sliding doors leading to the narrow balcony. He stood for a moment in the freezing night air, looking out at the city. Intermittent traffic noises mingled with the sounds of drunken youths. It was a penthouse apartment, and they were 9 floors up. Below him, the place called Leeds lay in an asymmetrical pattern of light. To the north, low wedges of darkness cut into it. He guessed they were hills, but the night was too black to be sure. The sky was thick with low cloud, obscuring the moon. The building he was in was one of the highest in the city centre. He walked to the parapet, about 2 feet wide, and looked over the edge, feeling the tingling in the backs of his knees, which had once signalled a fear of heights. The drop was straight into a narrow alleyway filled with garbage containers. Not high enough to guarantee death, as he knew from the mistakes of others. People had lived and spoken of it after dropping from almost double this height. There was a short ladder fixed to the wall beside the sliding doors, leading up onto the flat roof. He climbed it and looked over the top, just to make sure no one was there. Then he went back in. "Take one," he said to Akhtar, pointing at the 3 plastic petrol containers standing by the door. "You do the office downstairs. I'll do up here. Douse the desks and paperwork. Don't bother with the walls. Lead a line up the back stairwell into the bedroom through there." "Is it safe to do this?" Akhtar's voice was high-pitched. Stein knew he wanted to ask about the man again, but didn't dare. "Don't light it yet. Just spread it. And be quick. The fumes are noxious." He watched until he had disappeared through a doorway leading to a short stairwell. Then checked the man. His eyes were closed now, the breathing irregular. He left him, unscrewed a cap from a container, and began to lay thick lines of petrol from all the combustible objects in the room back towards the doorway. The floor was expensive parquet, and the liquid spread quickly across the varnished surface. The flat was in a development which Stein guessed would count for prestigious in this part of the world. In the heart of the city centre, the single tower overlooked a relatively new shopping complex with a glass atrium, through which he could see crowds of young people still busy with alcohol, even at this early hour. The top floors of the block were office space for the financial and legal sectors in the city. He knew, because he had checked the place carefully. The flat they were in was connected to one such office on the floor below, but was the only residential letting in the building. It would have come at a price. Yet there were few items of furniture for Stein to set alight. An austere leather sofa, a widescreen TV, the chair he had sat the man on, another he had broken during the struggle, a couple of tables, a wooden double bed in the bedroom, without sheets or quilt, a set of wardrobes containing only the empty safe and some old newspapers. On the walls there was just one picture. Ironically, a view of Cape Town and Table Mountain at dawn. In the bathroom, no toilet roll, soap, or toothpaste. There weren't even pot plants or bookshelves. He finished before Akhtar, and took hold of the man by the legs, pulling him off the chair and onto the floor. The back of the head banged sharply off the ground. Stein dragged him by the feet to the sliding doors, then bent down and took out his clasp knife. He pressed the point gently against the man's throat, getting no response at all. Quickly, he cut the plastic ties binding the hands and feet, then sawed through the gag and pulled it from the mouth. He carefully pocketed all 3 items. The man began to gasp a little, but his eyes were closed now. Stein took hold of his feet again and dragged him onto the balcony. The outside air already felt fresh by contrast. As a precaution against the fumes, Stein pulled the sliding door shut behind them. Then he hoisted the man by the shoulders until he was leaning forwards over the parapet, bent at the waist. He thought he could hear him saying something, but the mouth was too damaged for it to make sense. His arms dangled over the side. Stein stepped back, took out his Zippo, and lit it. Without pausing, he held it to the jacket the man had on, waiting a second for it to catch. It ignited with a percussive rush, like a gas ring lit after being left on, the blue flames flashing momentarily into his face before blazing yellow and orange, so hot Stein felt his eyebrows singe. He stepped back and watched, fascinated. The flames spread quickly. They had caught the layers of clothing beneath the jacket and were wriggling through the man's hair before he began to react. As he tried to move, Stein quickly picked up his legs and heaved him forwards. The torso caught on the parapet, and Stein saw the head twist towards him, eyes open. The expression was one of confusion, not pain. Stein could see him trying to focus, even as the flames raced around his head. He opened his mouth, gasping at the air like a goldfish. The flames had caught in his trousers now. Within seconds he would be completely engulfed. His arms came to life, flailing at the air around his head. Stein stepped back and kicked him. The body jerked backwards, tilting over the edge. The hands were still slapping at his burning hair as he went over. There was no attempt to stop the fall, no noise, no screaming. Just one moment he was there, the next he was gone. Where he had been leaning against the parapet, he left a small cloud of acrid smoke and a whiff of burnt skin. Stein didn't look over the side to check. Ducking quickly back through the doors, he ran into Akhtar coming in the other direction, terror on his face. He was shouting at him. "What have you done?" Stein walked past him towards the door. "You started this," he said. "These are your consequences." Akhtar looked paralyzed, torn between wanting to go out onto the balcony to verify what he had seen and the urge to run from Stein. "We have to get out of here fast," Stein said. He checked that the door back down to the office was pulled open, checked the line of petrol that Akhtar had trailed through it. It would be better to set the fire on both floors, but he had no time now. He opened the main door to the room, the one leading to the fire exit and lifts, then took out the Zippo again. In the room, the petrol fumes were suffocating. He stepped out into the hallway and called back to Akhtar. "It's going to get uncomfortable in here. You coming?" When Akhtar was past him, he slid the burning lighter across the floor. The alarm clock beside her bed said 4:35 a.m. It took Liz Hodges a few moments to work out why she was looking at it. The knocking sound she could hear wasn't in her dream. Someone was at her front door. She pulled on a dressing gown and walked to the bedroom window. She lived in a cul-de-sac on the outskirts of Gargrave, just west of Skipton. Gargrave itself had less than 2,000 inhabitants, and there were only 5 other houses on her street. It was hard for people to make a mistake about what house they were looking for. She felt nervous as she peered carefully around the side of the heavy felt curtains she had brought with her from London 3 years ago. There were 2 cars parked up on her driveway. One of them wasn't hers. From her position, she couldn't see below the porch to her front door, so had no idea who was standing there, or how many there were. But the car pulled up behind her own, blocking it in, contained 2 rear-seat passengers. They looked male, though the nearest street lamp was 2 houses away. She reached for her phone and listened again to the knocking. A gentle, polite tap. Nothing urgent or alarming about it, except the time. She watched lights go on and curtains twitch in the houses of the Armstrongs directly opposite and the Byfields next door but one. She felt slightly reassured. She had suffered no problems since she had moved to Yorkshire, but she had left a lot of problems behind. It was always possible that one of them would catch up with her one day. The phone was a cordless model with a memory. She skipped down through the numbers until she had the emergency number they had given her when she had first arrived. Below her, on her front path, she saw a male step out of the darkness of her porch and look up to her windows. She kept still. He appeared to be looking directly at her, though she doubted he could see anything other than a dark gap between the curtain and the wall. Liz thought he looked very definitely official. She exhaled a little. He was wearing a smart trench coat, the collar not turned up, and beneath that, a suit and tie. His shoes looked polished. His face was young, hard. Suddenly, the phone in her hand began to ring. She started slightly, then looked down for the number. It was withheld. She stepped back into the shadows and answered it. "Miss Hodges?" A quiet male voice. "Yes? Who is that?" "Francis Doyle. Do you remember me?" She tried to think. The name rang bells. She stepped up to the window and peered out again. The first man had been joined by a second. He had his back to her and was speaking into a mobile phone. "I don't think I do," she said. "I brought you up here 3 years ago." She recalled now. She smiled slightly, relieved. Of all the people whose hands she had been passed through, he had been the most sympathetic. She had needed sympathy. "Yes," she said. "I'm standing outside your house. Are you in?" She had a moment of relief, quickly replaced by confusion. What were they doing here? "I'll let you in," she said. Doyle had aged. She watched him scrutinizing her from the doorstep. His stockier colleague hung back in the shadows. "What's the matter?" she asked. "We're looking for Karen Sharp." She frowned. "At this time of night?" "Yes. Is she with you?" "No. Why would she be?" "You're a friend of hers?" "I was. I haven't seen her for over a year. Why are you—"
Can I come in?
"Of course."
She let him walk past her and waited for the other to follow. "He will stay there," Doyle said. "Just shut the door on him. It's okay." She led him through to her sitting room. He looked around, listening, as if he might find Sharp behind one of the sofas. "When did you last see her?" he asked.
"I don't recall. Has something happened to her?"
He turned to face her. "I hope not. But she may be in danger. Can I look upstairs?" She felt herself becoming annoyed.
"Why? Don't you believe me?"
He held his hands up, shrugging. "I just have to do my job. You know how it is."
"Well, maybe I should see some ID," she said. "It's very late."
He smiled at her, reaching into his jacket pocket. "But you know me. You know who I am."
"I know who you said you were 3 years ago. I don't know who you are now. I don't even know who you work for."
He held a strip of plastic in front of her face. "I still work for the police. For witness protection." She looked at the ID. It was an ordinary Metropolitan Police warrant card. She nodded.
"Okay, look upstairs, if you have to."
It didn't take him long. She sat down on the sofa and waited. She had been about to offer him a tea before he had asked to search the place. She heard him opening cupboards and doors, pulling down the ladder to the loft and climbing up. "It's a nice place you have here," he said, when he returned. He brushed dust off his coat, a cheap-looking anorak, not like the more expensive thing the man outside was wearing. "Is everything okay with you?"
"Everything's fine," she said. "Is Karen a witness, then? A witness you've lost?"
"Not a witness, no." He dug around in his wallet and produced a business card. She took it and read, "Sergeant Francis Doyle, Diplomatic Protection Service." She didn't think it worth querying the 2 different IDs. She had learnt that 3 years ago. He was never going to say who he really worked for. "If you hear from her, give me a call."
"I already have your number."
"You have Sutherland's number. Call the one I've given you. It's quicker."
"So she is lost?"
"Lost?" He frowned, as if he didn't understand the word. "We need to find her, quickly. That's all."
"I thought she was with you lot. I thought that's why she disappeared."
"Did she disappear?" She scowled and stood up.
"You know she did. You should have been watching her. She has a child with her. She's your responsibility."
He looked uncomfortable for a moment. "I'm just doing what I'm told to do," he said. "If she contacts you, call me, even if she asks you not to. She probably doesn't realize how much danger she's in." From the front door, she watched the car pull off the driveway and turn around. She waved at Fred Armstrong, still at his upstairs window, watching out for her, letting him know everything was all right. Then she went back in to think about it. DC Karen Sharp had been her local police contact when she had first arrived here. Karen wasn't from North Yorkshire Police, who covered Gargrave, but from the larger West Yorkshire force just to the south.
North Yorkshire police had been told nothing about Liz. Karen had befriended her, looked after her, not as part of her job, but because someone had asked her to, someone from a world she had once been part of. Someone Francis Doyle would know. Karen had understood what Liz had been through, because she had endured a similar situation herself. By happy coincidence, her daughter Mairead had also been in Liz's class at the local school. Or maybe not such a coincidence, since the people Doyle worked for had virtually set up the teaching job in the first place. In those days, Karen had lived only 5 minutes' drive from Gargrave. Through that and other things, Liz had got to know Karen well, but not as well as she had thought. She walked up the stairs to the room she used as a study and sifted through an envelope full of photos. She was wide awake now. She found one of Karen, Mairead, Pete Baines and herself, and checked the date on the back. January 1998. Time had passed quicker than she thought. It was, in fact, nearly 2 years since she had last seen Karen Sharp. Just over 21 months since Karen had so suddenly left them. She looked at the image of them all smiling, together. Karen was bending over slightly, face in profile, saying something to Mairead. She looked worn, but still happy. A tall figure, with 2 thin limbs and shoulder-length dark hair, almost as tall as Liz herself. She had a pair of jeans on, so her legs were covered, but Liz could remember clearly the still-healing gunshot wound to her right thigh. The photo had been taken 6 months after the shooting, but the injury had still given her trouble. Pete had one arm over Karen's shoulder, the other holding Mairead's hand. Liz was standing a little to the side. She had placed the camera on a rock and taken the picture on a timer. She selected Pete Baines's mobile number and called it. He answered almost at once. "Pete?" "Liz, what's wrong?" She paused. Things had moved on a little since January 1998. Something was developing between Pete and herself. Something intimate and relatively new. She wasn't clear what it should be called, wasn't comfortable with the idea that they were together, but there was definitely something starting. She had met him through Karen, though, and neither of them could forget that. Around the same time the photo had been taken, Karen had sold her house and moved into Pete's place in Bradford. When Karen had walked out on them, Liz had lost a friend, but Pete had lost much more than that. Even if he were over Karen, Mairead had been like a daughter to him. Liz had to be sensitive. "Have you had a visit?" she asked. "A visit?" Baines sounded confused. She remembered the time. "Sorry, it's early. Were you asleep?" "No. I'm at the Bridewell, still on duty. I've been trying to get away all night." "A visit from who?" "Witness protection. They just left me. They were asking for Karen." "Witness protection?" "That's what they said. But they're never who they say they are." She listened to the silence on the other end. "They thought I might be hiding her." Still silence. What would she feel if Karen were with him, if he were to tell her that? "So, I thought maybe—" "I haven't seen her," he said, reading her thoughts. "Have you?" Despite herself, for a moment she felt relieved. "No, I'm calling to warn you. They will come to you next, I think." "Then I'll tell them the truth. She walked out 21 months ago, and I've heard nothing from her since. You know that." Liz paused, thinking about it. He thought she had called to accuse him. Maybe she had. "I'm worried about her," she said finally. "They say she's in danger. She made choices, Liz. She took her daughter with her. She's not our problem." "I know, but—" "No buts about it. She made a choice. We can't help. We've moved on." They both listened to their thoughts for a while. She heard someone calling for Baines. "I have to go, Liz," he said. "I've got a death in. Someone jumped from a fire in a 9-story block in the city centre. They say he was burning as he fell. I'll try to ring you later." She nodded silently, trying to ignore the chewed-up morsel of his working world he had innocently dropped into her mind. "Okay?" "Okay," she said. "Remember, she's not our problem." Anna Hart dreamed she was floating. She had this kind of dream often. Tonight she was submerged beneath a deep stretch of profound blue ocean. She had no difficulty breathing. She was on her back, skimming through the water, moving without effort, weightless. She wore no clothes, but the water was warm, moving gently around her skin, supporting her. She could hear whale noises in the distance, and far, far above her, she could see waves rippling the surface. As she turned to slide upwards, the water was fractured by bright shafts of sunlight slanting down towards her. She felt ecstatic. Something kept pulling at her, though. A voice, a noise. Still half asleep, she turned away from it and pulled the quilt above her ears. Too late. She had registered the sound. A telephone was ringing, and someone was shaking her shoulders. She opened her eyes. Her 11-year-old daughter was standing by the side of the bed, holding the phone. She groaned. Rachel's brow was creased with worry. "That was the alarm call. It's 5 o'clock. "Alarm call? For what?" Then she remembered. She sat up. They were in a hotel just west of Leeds Bradford Airport. They had arrived the night before in order to make an early start. She had booked an alarm call for 5 a.m, and the taxi would be here in half an hour. She pushed herself to the side of the bed, waiting for the sleep to clear from her eyes. Rachel had that intense look that schedules of any sort provoked in her. "It's all right," Anna said. "I'm awake. Stop worrying." Her daughter was already dressed. "Did you wash?" "I showered." "And I didn't hear." Anna rubbed her hands through her own cropped blonde hair. She felt she needed another 4 hours. "I don't know whether I could be bothered." "Mum, we have to get going now." Anna stood up. "I'm joking, Rachel. Why do you get so panicky?" "I'm not panicky. I'm excited. I don't want to miss the plane." "It's a charter plane. It can't leave without us." "Not that one. The one at the other end." The other end. The references to their unknown destination had long ago become tiresome. Her daughter had been obsessed with this trip ever since Nick had announced it 2 weeks ago. Anna herself had shared the excitement originally, at least in some small way. Rachel had been so keen, it was difficult not to get excited. And she could understand why Nick would want to increase Rachel's interest by keeping their final destination secret. But she had long ago ceased to understand why he couldn't tell her. She was 39 years old. As a surprise gift, he had specially chartered a Lear jet to fly them direct to Paris. from where they were to board a scheduled flight to a destination he would not disclose, to see in the new millennium. Anna guessed they would be flying east to get closer to time zones where the millennium would first arrive. But it was difficult, from what he had given them of the itinerary, to work out where. They had to leave early in order to fly a long distance, she supposed. But it couldn't be too far, otherwise they would miss midnight altogether. Not to the South Sea Islands, for instance. She wouldn't have chosen this trip for herself. Not at her age. Perhaps not even when she had been younger. Nick knew that, of course. He was 10 years older than her, and it wasn't something he would have chosen either. There was something excessive, yet cheap about it. Flying thousands of miles just to see in a new year. Last year, they had opted to join a small group of friends at Tiny Chadwick's place in Argyll, a low-key and relaxing affair. But this was a case of putting Rachel first, and both Anna and Nick having to make the best of it. The destination would at least be comfortable and tasteful. She consoled herself with the knowledge that other parents had to endure trips to places like Disneyland. At least that sort of thing had never interested Rachel. Originally, Nick should have been with them, and they should have flown out a week earlier. Anna had an opening at her gallery in York on the 4th of January 2000, so the trip couldn't be prolonged into the new year. But the week before, including Christmas Day, had been clear. 2 key estate sales in Northumberland had messed things up. Because of them, Nick couldn't get away at all. Wherever they were going, he was set to arrive separately, flying by different routes, once he had closed the deals in the north. As she stepped out of the shower, Rachel presented her with an ugly-looking cup of instant coffee, made from the facilities left in the room. She could see it was instant, because there were small lumps of the stuff floating on top of the puddle of UHT milk muddying the surface. "You're a star, Rach," she said, appreciating it nevertheless. She sat down on the edge of the bed and sipped at it. "Your mobile bleeped as well." Rachel handed her the phone. "It's the same message you had 6 times yesterday." Anna took it off her and read the text message on the screen. "Time to change your mobile. Change your mobile urgently." "The mobile company again," she said. "The number wasn't orange. It was withheld." "So? So why would they do that if they were just trying to sell you something?" "You think it's not someone trying to sell me something?" "I don't know, Mum. I just think you should think about it." Anna frowned at her, still half asleep. "Shall I go to the foyer and wait for the cab?" Rachel said. "What good would that do?" "In case he arrives and we're not there." The cab had been booked at the last minute, something which had also preoccupied Rachel. She had developed a view that last-minute things were all unreliable. They had driven to the hotel in Anna's Range Rover the afternoon before, in order to avoid driving in the dark on roads that might well have been icy in the early hours of the morning. Their home, Black Car Hall, on the outskirts of Reeth in Swaledale, was no more than 40 miles from Leeds Bradford Airport as the crow flies, but the road through Swaledale was poor and treacherous in winter conditions. So much so that they would normally use the airport in Cleveland if they needed to fly anywhere. Nick had insisted Rachel and Anna stay in a hotel near the airport and travel down during daylight hours. Then he had called near to midnight from Newcastle, worried about them driving even the short distance to the airport during the early hours, and urging them instead to hire a minicab. "The hotel might be locked, and he might not be able to find us," Rachel insisted. "There's someone on reception all night. I checked." "If we're not ready, he might go." "He wouldn't earn much money like that, would he?" Anna said. "Can't you drink the coffee and get dressed at the same time, Mum? We've only got 10 minutes." Anna looked at her daughter. The twitchiness over deadlines and schedules was a relatively new development in her life, and usually nothing more than curious. She would run ahead to call the lift in Harvey Nichols, for instance, then be visibly agitated at the prospect of the doors closing before her mother had caught up, or be ready to meet the man they employed to drive her to school at least 15 minutes ahead of time each and every morning, but only by omitting to eat breakfast. But under conditions such as these, the fear of missing something, of not quite being on time, could threaten to upset her so much it would spoil everything. Just last week, Nick had managed to wind her up so much about being late for a school concert that she had begun to cry. "We will make it, Rachel. We've an hour in hand once we get to Paris." "But we have to check in. We're in business class. It will be quick. Come over here." She waited until Rachel was standing in front of her. Anna was tall, just over 6 feet, without heels. If anything, her daughter was going to be taller. She was easily the tallest member of her class at school. Her facial structure was impressive, high cheekbones and thin features that would tend to the bony if she ever lost her appetite. "Are you excited about this trip?" Anna asked her. "Of course. I just don't want to." "So am I. So trust me and relax. Think about it. Think about what you're worrying about. Will I get you there or not?" She watched her consider it. She looked intelligent, Anna thought, though the impression might have been triggered by no more than the crease in the centre of her forehead. Nick liked it. He had one too. But Anna thought she frowned too much, and had even had her sight tested just in case. Her eyesight was perfect, the cause being nothing more than concentration. At least she did try to concentrate, Anna told herself. She ran a hand through Rachel's hair. It was thick, and at the moment jet black. She had dyed it 3 weeks before, without telling Anna she was going to. This morning it was hanging loose and long, pushed back over her ears, and reaching almost to the middle of her shoulders. "Will I get you there?" Anna asked again. "Well, we missed the train in Amsterdam in June because you slept in longer than—" Anna smiled. "I've learned from that mistake, though. You gave me so much shit, it could never happen again." Rachel frowned at her. "You need to get ready." "A kiss?" Rachel gave her a quick hug and pecked her cheek. As Anna let go of her, she could tell her daughter wasn't in the slightest bit reassured. She dressed quickly in stretchy black swain moleskins, soft calfskin tods, a plain white T-shirt under a buttermilk suede jacket, and a pale cashmere throw. She folded her big mohair winter coat unceremoniously into the tote. If it were cold in the cab, she could put it on. Aside from the coat, her clothing wasn't too practical for UK winter conditions, but one of the few things she had managed to get out of Nick was that it would be warmer where they were going. In the end, they arrived at the foyer on time, and exactly as the taxi was pulling in to the turning circle outside. The driver looked tired. Anna stood in the freezing earth.
This audiobook is free for you to enjoy. If you'd like to support me, please take just 1 minute to listen to this relaxing music. Thank you so much.
Can't bleed, can't show the fight. Don't cry, keep high. Don't let them see the pain inside your eyes. Wear the disguise. A perfect man can't bleed, can't show the fight. I try to hold my breath, stay strong, but every moment feels so wrong. The silence screams, I can't escape, but still I'm trapped inside this shape. Every tear I hold within feels like I'm drowning deep in sin. If I could speak, I'd say I'm sorry, but I'm afraid of what they see. Don't cry, keep your head high. Don't let them see
trying to wake herself up as Rachel fussed around with the baggage. The hotel was built on a chalet model, with low buildings hidden in a newly planted birch forest. It was practical, clean, and close to the airport. They had only had to put up with it for one night. The entrance was surrounded by the more mature woodland, which led up to the Otley Shevin, about a mile away. She looked at the trees flanking the driveway, dark lines obscuring the view to the country road beyond. Her car would remain parked here until they returned. Anna shivered and listened uneasily to the night's silence. She didn't like darkness. What she craved was light, bright, bruising Mediterranean light and heat, afternoons full of dust and silence, drenched in sunlight. Her taste in art was the same. Though most of the works she exhibited were modern, the styles she really liked were those that fed on the heritage of Corot or Pissarro. Everything came down to light. They had a house in Provence where the light was just as she wanted it to be, but getting to it was a hassle, requiring a good 2-week break. She couldn't afford the luxury of that much time off. Through the branches of the trees, the sky was black, filled with low cloud, not a star in sight. The ground was covered with a crisp frost, but so far there was no snow. It was still too early for the birds, and when the taxi driver switched off the engine of his Mercedes, the silence was almost total. Almost. Anna's breath puffed out in front of her face, as her eyes followed the driveway back into the trees, and she picked out the source of the noise spoiling the quiet. A faint red glow deep within the trees. Probably the brake lights of a parked car on the country road. Evidently they were not the only ones leaving early. She fished around in her pocket for her cigarettes. "Let's go, Mum. You haven't got time for those filthy things." She sighed and put them away. Her daughter would never let her smoke within the confines of the taxi. The car was too warm inside, the heating on full blast, the windows steamed up. She sat in the back beside Rachel. "Sorry to get you up so early," she said to the driver as he started the engine. "No problem. I work nights. This my last trip now." His English was heavily accented. There was a pennant of some sort hanging from the rear-view mirror, with swirls of Arabic script in gold on a green background. He looked about 50 years old, and was dressed in white traditional clothing, with a tight round head cap. His skin was a leathery colour, the beard on his cheeks neatly clipped. "Where you want to go?" he asked. "Just to the airport." "Manchester Airport?" "No, Leeds Bradford. I told them that when I booked you. It's only 5 minutes away." She watched his eyes scrutinising her in the mirror. "We have an early flight," she said. He shrugged and started off. She rubbed her hand across the window to her right, clearing it. As they drove up the driveway, she looked for the car she had seen parked up, but it had gone. "What time is your flight?" he asked her, as they turned onto the country road. "They don't have flights this early." "It's a specially chartered flight," she said. He shrugged again. "Don't matter. They're not allowed to take off for another hour at least." She looked at her wristwatch. 5:34. The flight was chartered for 6. "This one will," she said. "I don't think the airport will be open," he persisted. "My daddy has booked the flight specially," Rachel said. "The airport will have to be open." Anna saw the pride in her expression give way to confusion. She reached out a hand and patted her leg, mouthing, "Don't worry," then glanced behind. "What are you looking for?" Rachel asked. "I saw a car," she said. "I was just Headlights came into view on the road behind. She looked forward and saw that the driver had seen them too. A dry stone wall and trees slipped past them. In the narrow headlight beams of the taxi, the air looked as if it were full of tiny particles of glinting frost. She could see a junction coming up. She turned back to look at the headlights again. They were catching up too quickly. She could even hear the car's engine now. She was about to make a comment when the driver began to swear. She twisted in her seat again. There was no doubt about it. The car behind was travelling too fast. Either it would have to brake sharply, or run into them. The single-lane road was too narrow for it to pass. As it closed, Anna turned away from the headlights, now too dazzling to look at. Facing forwards, she felt a surge of adrenaline in her neck. "It's going to hit us," she said to herself, then shouted it out loud. "It's going to hit us!" She saw Rachel staring up at her, saw that she was wearing her seatbelt, and yelled the words again. "It's going to hit us!" Panic flashed in Rachel's eyes. Anna was reaching out a hand to her when the vehicle struck. The noise was tremendous, a massive clash of metal on metal. She saw Rachel snapped forwards against her seatbelt, 1,000 tiny pieces of glass erupting overhead. She felt the car beginning to spin. The driver was shouting from the front. Rachel began to scream. Behind them she could hear the squealing of brakes, an engine bigger and louder than their own at full revs. The initial impact turned into a grinding sound. The two cars were jammed together, skidding across the road. She felt herself flung to the side, her head banging off the window. She could see the dry stone wall hurtling towards them. The taxi hit the wall rear end on, spun through 360 degrees, then stopped dead in the middle of the road. Anna's body sprang back against the seat, jerking her head backwards. As she fell forward in the seat, she caught a rush of freezing air through the shattered back window. Then, silence. She couldn't even hear Rachel breathing. Francis Doyle sat in the warm interior of the Volvo and felt the dread filling his gut. Everything was moving too slowly. No one was taking this seriously enough, not even Sutherland, who had told him Karen Sharp was AWOL. He thought she was probably back with Pete Baines. But Doyle kept people alive by assuming the worst. They had put out numerous Priority 1 recalls and she had failed to respond. That should have meant immediate recovery, using all the manpower they had spare. But Sutherland wouldn't do it. Doyle had argued with him, but got nowhere. Either Sutherland was allowing Sharp's volatility to cloud his judgment, or something else was going on. He had given Doyle only 3 men, each of them so clumsy that Doyle couldn't risk letting them loose alone. Outside the car, one of them, Brian White, was in front of Baines's house, hunched over the locks to the front door. He had been struggling for over 10 minutes. Luckily, the place was a detached house, well back from the road and screened by trees, with enough room on the gravel driveway to conceal both the cars from neighbours. Doyle had already knocked on both rear and front entrances and decided that Baines wasn't home. "Why doesn't he just fucking kick it?" Kirk asked, sitting beside him in the driver's seat. Doyle extracted a cigarette from a battered pack, lit it, took a tentative mouthful of fumes, and looked at Kirk. Until recently, Kirk had been someone he had known only from the carpool at Marylebone, a driver. Sutherland had seen fit to elevate him a little, though only a little, and the move had gone to his head. Kirk's new job entailed, amongst other things, telling Sutherland everything Doyle was doing. Kirk thought that gave him authority. Doyle was thoroughly sick of it. "Because I told him not to," Doyle said. "If she's got any sense, she'll hear him and be out the back door." Doyle wound his window down and blew smoke into the darkness. "Robbins is round the back," he said wearily, And Sharp isn't in there. We don't know that, and even if she isn't, Baines might know where she is. Doyle rubbed his hand across his forehead. He could feel the creases there deepening. It was like being with a 5-year-old. Kirk wanted to chatter all the time. Doyle ignored him, took another drag on the cigarette, and felt the smoke catch in his throat. "He could be hiding her somewhere else," Kirk said. "They could both know where she is, Liz Hodges and Pete Baines. I reckon there's something going on between the three of them." Doyle coughed, then cleared his chest and spat out of the window. "Is that what you reckon?" "It's my opinion." "And I value it highly, Kirk." He coughed again, a deeper rasp this time. It wasn't that long since he'd been off work with a chest infection. "You should give up those things. They're filthy," Kirk said, a smug smile on his thin lips. "Just like you did." "That's right, 2 years ago. 40 a day I was." "But you were smart enough to make a choice." Kirk turned to stare at him. White finally signalled that he had the front door open. Doyle opened the car door and began to get out. Kirk did the same. "No, you wait here," Doyle said. "Why? It will be quicker if—" "You wait here. Do as you're told." He shut the door on him. At the front of the house, White was messing around with a collapsible coche. "It took you long enough," Doyle said, pushing the door open in front of him. "Sorry, boss." "Follow me, and put that thing away." "Sharp might be dangerous." "She's in danger, not dangerous. We're here to help her." He stepped into Pete Baines's darkened hallway. They should have seen this coming, he thought. 15 months earlier, in October 1998, he had warned them about Karen Sharp, warned Sutherland specifically when she had failed to call in for 2 weeks. At the time, they had thought she was living in a house in Stainforth, just outside York, along with her then 10-year-old child, Mairead. The placement required her to live there as herself, Karen Sharp, but by day to run an art gallery in one of the more upmarket streets near the centre. Doyle had checked the house in Stainforth and found it empty and up for rent. When he checked the local school for Mairead Sharp, he discovered she had not returned for the new term. The information had triggered a minor panic. He switched the hall lights on now and looked at Pete Baines's home. In the silence, he could tell already that the place was empty. "She's not here," he said, turning back to White. "You go ahead and check. I'll wait here. Don't touch anything." White crept forward, his hand still on the coche in his coat pocket. Doyle stepped back through the open front door into the porch. In the car, Kirk was straining to see what was happening, eager to join in anything that might involve his fists. That was his other specialism. Doyle turned away from him and continued with his cigarette. Sharp had surprised him 15 months before, in more than one way. Sutherland had spoken about her, of course. It was clear he didn't like her, didn't even trust her, perhaps, but he held a grudging respect for what she was capable of. So Doyle had been forewarned. Sutherland had told him all about her past. He had even let him have access to the file. But the changes had still taken him off guard. He had met her maybe 4 times prior to that day in October 1998 to arrange the rental of the art gallery. The owner of the place had been an ailing widower, genuinely keen to give it up. But nothing else about the transaction had been real. Doyle had been called David Morris then, a solicitor from Scotland, friend of the prospective tenant. The funds had come from Her Majesty's government, one way or another. And Karen Sharp, the new manager of the place, had been called Anna Hart.
That was her new name. But he had met her as D.C. Karen Sharp before that. They had even had lunch together in Bradford. So she knew him. Consequently, he had been expecting her to react when she saw him at the gallery. That was his first surprise. She had looked through the top panel of the glass door, squinted at him, unlocked the door and pulled it open. "Hello. Please come in. I'm sorry about the locked door, but we were burgled last night." She had smiled pleasantly and stepped aside for him to enter, not even the faintest glimmer of recognition. He had stood rather awkwardly in the gallery space, a converted Victorian townhouse. Sharp walked past him, towards an ornate mahogany desk at the rear of the long room. He had watched her with unease. "Fortunately, they only took small change," she said, her back to him. She looked completely unlike the woman he had first met 6 months before. The clothing was all different, of course. She was kitted out in expensive designer gear now. A long, loose-fitting skirt by Lauren, a pastel new and Lingwood shirt, Louboutin shoes with a red heel, some kind of diamond necklace at her throat. A far cry from the ordinary jeans and T-shirts she had worn as a police officer. She looked like a wealthy, pampered housewife who ran a little art gallery for fun. Her hair was styled to match. Karen Sharp, Doyle knew, had naturally dark hair, but Anna Hart had short, bleached blonde hair, dyed perfectly to the very roots, with not a millimetre of her own colour showing through, and cut so as to look stylishly ruffled. But the clothing and hair were just the tip of it. Almost every aspect of Sharp had been subtly changed. The woman in front of him had spoken with a different voice, the inflections and accent, the way of trailing off sentences slightly at the end, even the vocabulary. And she had walked with less swing to her hips, more grace and poise in her step. In fact, all her movements were altered, her gestures more gentle, her expressions understated where they had once been emphatic. These were tiny, almost imperceptible differences, but taken together, they built a powerful impression of an entirely new personality. 6 months before, Karen Sharp had been edgy, ill at ease and nervous. They hadn't told him what was going on in her life to make her like that. But everything from the deep crease in the centre of her forehead, how had Hart managed to get rid of that? To the tight-lipped way she had spoken to him, had conveyed an impression of barely restrained anger. Anna Hart, by comparison, looked comfortable, relaxed and calm. It was effective and uncanny. He felt as though he had only just met her, and the look in her eyes was genuine. She was looking at him as owner of the gallery, as Anna Hart. There had followed a ridiculous exchange about whether or not he wanted to buy a painting. He could scarcely believe it at the time, but she had even looked him up and down, noting the cheap Marks & Spencer suit, the shabby green anorak pulled over it, the scuffed shoes, and he was sure she was trying to assess his worth, judge whether he would have enough money to afford a painting from her gallery. "I want something for my wife," he had said. The temptation to play along, to see how far she would go, was overwhelming. "She complains I never buy her flowers. I thought I might get her a painting with flowers in it." "Well, we do have some still life works," she had replied, "but I'm not sure they would be what you had in mind. As you can see," she waved a hand around the walls, "we tend to concentrate on contemporary styles. They're not very literal." Not something he would understand, she had meant. After that he had dropped it and introduced himself. Surprise number 2. His name had meant nothing to her, or at least that was how it had looked. Normally he was good at telling whether people were lying. Mentioning Sutherland's name had produced a more promising reaction. A flicker of fear? But when he had gone ahead,
and explained that Sutherland had arranged the burglary of the night before, precisely in order to sweep the place clean of listening devices, just so that Doyle could speak with her as herself, as Karen Sharp. She had immediately become agitated. Pressing the matter had brought tears to her eyes. She seemed to have forgotten who she was. It was the tip of a psychological iceberg, and he wasn't equipped to cope with it. He had the distinct impression that if he were to push things, she would break down. He was almost relieved to hear the gallery door open behind him. A young girl and a man entered, the girl calling out as she came forward.
"We're here, Mum!"
That was his third and greatest surprise, which he had focused on in his report to Sutherland. Sharp's kid, Mairead, had come in with Hanley. With Nicholas Hanley. Doyle had struggled not to react. Sharp had quickly wiped her eyes and ran to meet her daughter, pushing past Doyle, but both the child and Hanley had already picked up that something was wrong. Doyle had volunteered then that he was from the local police, there in connection with the burglary. That had taken the tension out of it. "Miss Hart got upset thinking about the break-in," he said to Hanley. "It's not surprising, especially considering that so many of your own paintings are hanging here." That was a slip. "Do I know you, officer?" Hanley had asked immediately, shaking his hand with a grip that had hurt. "No, but I know you, sir. I've seen your picture in the local newspaper." It was the best recovery he could muster. Not bad, since he remembered that Hanley's picture had been in a local paper. He'd been showing his paintings at some charity fair. Hanley then bent his ear at length about local thugs, druggies, and hooligans, and all the while Sharp stood behind him, her eyes firmly fixed on Doyle's. He recognized her expression then, the suppressed anger glinting at him, exactly as he had seen it the first time he had met her. Within 10 minutes, Doyle had the picture, and he had spelled it out clearly in his report to Sutherland. History, if Sharp's file was accurate, was repeating itself. Without telling them, she had moved in with Hanley. Worse, her emotions for him seemed genuine. She held his hand in front of Doyle, spoke to him as if he were a lover. Hanley, with some slight embarrassment, had responded in kind. And all the time, standing between them, an arm linked through both of theirs, the kid had looked up at him with a happy, healthy smile. "They looked like a fucking family, for Christ's sake," he had said to Sutherland. "Even the kid has lost sight of it. You have to pull her out of there." But Sutherland had only smirked. "Pull her out. She's doing what she does best. That's why we use her." "I saw her. I don't think she knows who she is. If you leave her in place, she could end up cracking. The same thing will happen as last time." "You're a psychologist now, Doyle." He had turned to leave Sutherland's office, angry and confused. "I know what I'm doing," Sutherland had called after him. "You should trust me." Doyle had turned back. "I've already put the report up to psychiatric services." "Of course. That's sound procedure, Doyle. Well done." But that had changed nothing. He heard Kirk calling to him from the car. Control had come through. Doyle dropped the cigarette outside Baines's door, stubbed it with his foot and left it. From inside the house he could hear White's feet creaking the boards along the first floor. He walked back to the car. "Liz Hodges' phone?" he asked Kirk, once he had the door closed. "Yes, she called Baines as soon as we left. I knew she would do it." They had put in a request to log all traffic to and from Liz Hodges' numbers, mobile and fixed. "Where is he?" "Millgarth Police Station. We should tell Sutherland.
She warned Baines we were coming. That hardly matters. Sutherland should know. There it was again, Sutherland's little spy. I don't think so. He asked me to warn him if... I'll tell you when and who you can warn, Kirk. But she tipped Baines off. So fucking what? Did she know where Sharp was? Kirk shook his head. I thought not. What about Baines? Nothing. Damn. He leaned back in the seat. Kirk was right. He should tell Sutherland now. Why was he reluctant? If she wasn't with Baines, it was serious. He could feel it like a weight. The crushing weight of experience. All his years pulling people out, putting them in, pulling them out again. He bit his lip. Shit, he said. She's in trouble. I know it. She reached over to Rachel, closing her hands either side of her face to examine her. Rachel was dazed, but her eyes were open and she was breathing. There was no blood. Anna brushed pieces of glass from her hair. Are you hurt? She unfastened her seatbelt and undid the catch on Rachel's. She needed to get her out. She could hear nothing of the other vehicle now, but it could not have passed them. She knew what had happened. They had been rammed at speed, deliberately. Turning to look through the broken rear window, she could see that both cars were positioned across the middle of the road, blocking it. Are you okay, Rachel? Tell me if you are okay. Rachel nodded. From the front, Anna could hear the driver cursing in Urdu. She heard the catch on his door click. No! She shouted. Don't get out! Drive on! But already he was stepping out. She began to panic. It wasn't an accident! She shouted. It was deliberate! The driver began to shout at someone in broken English. She caught a glimpse of violent movement through his open door and heard him gasp. Inside her bag, her hand found her mobile and brought it out. She reached to open her door, but it was open from the outside before she had the chance. The shape of a man filled the frame, turning a flashlight into her face, then Rachel's. She shielded her eyes from it, trying to make out the features behind it. Get out now! Both of you! The voice was a deep rasp, like a shouted whisper. In her confusion, she couldn't identify the accent. She saw a hand reaching inside to take hold of her and shrank back, cowering so far into the seat that he had to lean into the vehicle to seize hold of her coat. The mobile slipped from her fingers. She began to shout at him, wriggling from his grasp, and leaning over Rachel to open the door on her side. Go, Rachel, she whispered. Get out and run. The man stepped back and dropped the torch into the road. Then suddenly he was in the vehicle, pushing something against her head. Get out! Now! Get out or I'll kill you here! His mouth was pushed so close to her. She could feel his breath all over her skin. He was holding a gun against her jaw. Okay, I'll do it, she said, still trying to find his face. Beside her, Rachel wasn't moving. Who are you? What do you want? His free hand reached up and closed around her throat. No questions? Get out now! She felt a freezing sensation in the pit of her stomach. It was a carjack or a robbery. She tried to recall how much cash they had with them. I don't have much money. He struck her, holding the gun away and punching at her face in a short, deliberate movement. She saw it coming, but couldn't move quickly enough. Her head snapped back, eyes clouding. For a second she could hear nothing but ringing in her ears. Then he was screaming at her again. Get out! Get out now! Rachel began to cry. I can't get out, Anna shouted. I can't get out with you standing there. He moved backwards, out onto the road again. She looked down at her daughter. Rachel's eyes focused on her nose, where he had hit her. Anna could taste blood in her mouth. I'm
frightened, Mummy."
"Get out of the car! No talking!"
She ignored him, didn't even turn to look at him. "Remember who you are, Rachel. Remember everything we have ever said about this kind of thing. Remember." "Your nose is bleeding." "It doesn't matter. Listen to me. Do not be afraid. Do not cry. Do not show him you care."
"But he has..." "Now! Get out now!"
"I'm coming. I'm coming now." She got out onto the road, her legs weak. The taxi driver was collapsed against the front of the vehicle, gasping for breath. His eyes caught hers as she turned to help Rachel out. What had happened to him? She had heard no gunshot, and she could see no blood. She took Rachel's hand and turned to face the gunman, seeing him properly for the first time in the light thrown up from the taxi's interior. He was short and squat, his face covered with a full balaclava. He looked like a terrorist. Had the accent been Irish? "What do you want?" Her voice was trembling, betraying her. She wanted to appear unafraid.
"You and the kid, get into the car, now! Any fucking around, and I'll kill you here! You get it?"
Liverpool. He had a Merseyside accent. He was waving the gun towards his own car. The gun was an automatic. She could see it now, an automatic with a silencer. She looked past it, to where his car was stalled in the road, driver's door open, headlights off. It was a Range Rover, the old shape, with bull bars on the front. She couldn't see a mark on it from the collision.
"You get into the driver's seat," he said. "I'll be in the back with the kid. Do it now."
She knew if they got into the car they were lost.
"No,"
she said.
"Tell me what you want. I'm not getting into your car."
Her voice was so shaky the words barely came out. She heard him grunt. He was standing about 2 yards in front of her. She held Rachel's hand tightly and glanced along the road. They were about a mile from the hotel. The road was empty, the night sky black, the air freezing. Rachel was shivering. She hoped with cold, not shock. How long before a car drove along here? She didn't even know where the road led to. The taxi driver had taken a left instead of a right as they came out of the hotel, and she only knew the other way to the airport. Presumably it was a shortcut, but all she could see in the surrounding darkness were fields and trees. Her only chance was to delay him for so long that someone drove along and found them. She watched him stepping towards her and waited for it.
"You stupid cow,"
he said, pushing the gun against her chest.
"If I kill you here, it makes no difference to me."
"We're not getting in the car." Her words sounded distant. The noise her heart was making was louder. She watched him pause, his eyes tiny specks of white through the slits in the balaclava. What he wanted was money. She had to remember that and stay calm. There was no reason for it to be anything else. They were wealthy. He had targeted them. It was as simple as that. There was no reason to kill them. "I have money," she said, trying to hold his eyes. "I can give you money." His hand caught hold of Rachel's hair, dragging her back towards him. Anna moved to grab her, to stop him, but he swung sideways and struck her shoulder with the butt of the gun, knocking her back. She staggered against the car, feeling for the first time his strength. He was short but powerful. By the time she recovered, he was holding Rachel by the hair, the gun pointed at her face.
"You want me to kill her? Is that what you fucking want?"
Rachel started to scream, a high-pitched little girl's scream. He yanked on her hair, twisting her head.
"Shut up! Shut the fuck up!"
His voice was fraying. He was worried. He looked up and down the road, then back at her. He knew what she was trying to do. He only had a certain amount of time before someone would come. She began to plead with him. "Please, leave her. Leave her and I'll give you money. I have plenty of cash. We have... This isn't about money. Get in the fucking car." There was movement to the side of him. The taxi driver was getting up. "I can take you to a cash point." "I don't want money. Get in the car."
The taxi driver was standing, trying to say something. The gunman looked towards him.
"Leave the girl alone,"
the taxi driver said. His voice was pained, breathless.
"Shut up! Keep out of this!" "I said, leave the girl alone."
She watched him bend over by the door to the Mercedes, then straighten up. He had a short metal bar in his hand.
"Put that down and step back."
The gunman was nervous. He was losing control. The taxi driver took a step towards him, the bar raised to shoulder height.
"I am not frightened of you," he said. "Let go of that girl."
The gunman moved the gun so that it was pointing straight at him, but already the driver was closing on him. She expected a shot, but instead the gunman stepped away, his hand still tangled in Rachel's hair. This isn't about money. Was that what he had said? Suddenly her mind was teeming with confusion. She had to do something. The taxi driver looked strong, angry, but he was no match for a gun. Unless the gun wasn't even loaded. Maybe everything was a bluff. The whole thing was unfolding in front of her, but she was frozen, helpless. This isn't about money. Those were the words. She saw the taxi driver begin to swing the bar. The tip of it crossed the gunman's face, arcing through the air with a hiss. Rachel ducked. The driver didn't pause. He took another step forwards and swung again, using both hands. This time the gunman wasn't quick enough. It struck him above the elbow, knocking his hand away from Rachel's hair. He cried out, a strange, rasping noise, caught in the back of his throat. Rachel ran towards Anna immediately. Anna caught hold of her as the driver was stepping forward again. The gun went off. The noise was like a whip. The driver doubled up at once, collapsing to his knees in the road, then falling forward onto his chest. A strangled noise started to come out of his mouth. Anna pulled Rachel to her, turning her eyes away from it. The gunman tugged the balaclava from his head, revealing a mess of brown hair and a stunned, pockmarked face. He looked about 40 years old. He stepped forward and stood above the driver, cheeks quivering, lips tight, saying nothing. The driver curled into a fetal position, his face rigid with pain or shock. Beneath him, blood was running onto the road. "You've shot him," Anna said. Her voice sounded stupid. She waited for the gunman to react, but he did nothing. He was clutching his arm where the bar had struck it. As they watched, the driver went into convulsions. The noise coming out of his mouth turned into a retching sound. There was blood coming out of his mouth, choking him. "You have to help him," Anna said. "You have to get an ambulance." She heard the gunman swear softly. In one movement, he stooped, pointed the gun at the driver's head, and pulled the trigger. DS Pete Baines had his mobile phone pressed tightly against his ear. He had walked to the rear of the Fire Service's Command and Control Unit to try to get away from the noise generated by the fire appliances and radio receivers, but he could still barely hear the engaged tone. He had 3 numbers for Detective Chief Superintendent Alan White: his home number, his mobile, and his pager. As Duty Senior Investigating Officer, SIO, White should have been available at all hours on one of the numbers, but Baines had tried them all repeatedly over the last half hour with no success. Baines looked back to where firefighters, burdened with breathing apparatus, were just beginning to emerge from the vestibule of Spencer Tower. The side of the building was alive with blue and red emergency lights, making it look as if there could be a fire behind every window he could see. In fact, the blaze had been confined to the 9th floor. To be sure of containing it, the fire service had brought in 6 appliances. Only 2 proved necessary, and set up an incident control unit. The block was in the heart of central Leeds, overlooking the new entertainment and shopping development called The Light. To fit in the 6 appliances, an ICU van, 5 police vehicles, and 2 ambulances, they had cordoned off both Albion Street and Great George Street at junctions further back. Fortunately, there was little traffic at 6 in the morning. Despite that, small crowds had developed on the Hedgerow and Great George Street, forcing Bill Chambers, who was duty sergeant that night for Leeds City, to use 6 men for security. Chambers had only been able to scratch up 9 men to cover the entire incident. Baines, who was there to cover the body that had fallen from the burning flat, had been able to muster even less. By calling around other divisions, he had managed to get a grand total of 3 detectives. As a precaution, the duty DCI had already called the death as suspicious. But until an SIO, in this case White, confirmed the decision, Baines was unlikely to get more help. He stepped over the lines of hose snaking from the appliances to the tower and made his way towards the incident commander. The sector commander had been briefing him for at least 10 minutes. Meanwhile, no one was allowed into the building. Baines checked his watch. It was 5:56 a.m. He still had no idea what he was dealing with. Was it an accident, murder, or suicide? He had seen and examined the body already. It wouldn't answer his questions until an expert looked at it. The inside of the tower might do better, though. For not the first time that night, he wished bitterly he had not voluntarily changed shifts 2 weeks ago. If he had stuck to his original working pattern, he would have been on leave from the 28th of December through to Millennium Eve, starting his shift at 8 p.m. on the 31st. The entire force was working Millennium Eve, because management had cancelled all leave 10 months before, when the hysteria about the Y2K bug had got going. That didn't bother Baines. He had nothing planned for the last night of the century, and would probably prefer to forget it. But another sergeant had asked him to cover the 28th to the 30th of December 2 weeks ago. Consequently, he had got caught up with an armed robbery from the city centre that had come in just as he was due to go off. That had held him throughout the night, right up to the point where the call for this one came in. The chances now were that he would be working straight through. He walked round to the front of the van and listened as the incident commander gave instructions to his command support officer. Only when he had finished did he speak to Baines. "It's out," he said. "With no serious structural damage. It looks like arson. The office below was doused with some kind of accelerant, probably petrol. But a fire door closed between the floors. Only the flat on floor 9 is damaged. It's the only residential unit in the building. Luckily, no casualties, apart from the one you're dealing with. The top floors were empty. Nothing obvious by way of forensics, except the possible remains of plastic petrol containers and a Zippo lighter. Our forensic team won't get here until day shift. We've left everything in place, but bear in mind the water damage. There are fumes still on the 8th floor, so we can't let you in there for a while." Baines nodded politely. If this turned out to be a murder scene, the fire service forensic team wouldn't get anywhere near it. "Can I go into the flat now?" he asked. "You can." Baines thanked him and walked to where a DC called Jody Hayward was questioning 3 of the firefighters who had just come out of the building. "You can go in, Jody," he said. "No structural damage."
"Good. Thanks, guys."
She turned to Baines.
"Are you coming up?"
"Not yet.
When I'm finished round the back, take a uniform with you and preserve everything the water fairies haven't washed away.
Okay.
Take your time and do it properly. We haven't a clue what this is yet." He saw the 3 firefighters looking askance and turned away from them, staring up to the top of the building where a thick pall of black smoke still hung in the air. Behind the noise of the appliance compressors, he could hear a sound like rainfall, caused by the flood of water spilling from the roof. There would be similar quantities of water making their way through the inside of the building. It would probably be unusable for weeks, if not months. When he had arrived, the top floor had still been on fire, flames licking over the edge. He had gone down the alleyway to the rear of the building, despite the danger of falling debris. He had not been the first on the scene. A security guard from a club on Great George Street had been told about the body there and had run to the scene with a fire extinguisher. He had doused the body, but by that time the man was already dead, probably from the fall rather than the flames. The victim's back, hairline and face were severely burnt, the clothing scorched away, and the skin beneath a raw, suppurating mass of black and red. So much so that Baines had been forced to pause, step back, and cover his mouth for a while. But much of the clothing was relatively intact, and he had managed to find a wallet in an inside pocket, damaged, but not so much as to melt the credit cards. In another pocket he found a scorched British passport. The holder was given as Nicholas Hanley. It hadn't taken long to trace his addresses. He had 4. One of them was the flat he had fallen from. He stepped through the gathering puddles of water now and ducked back under the incident tapes blocking the alleyway. It was damp and cold. An unfamiliar odour hung in the air. The duty sergeant, Bill Chambers, was standing with the detective Baines had brought with him from Millgarth, Paul North. They were both staring at the body. There were no emergency lights in the alley, and the night sky was beginning to grey with the first signs of dawn. Baines stood beside them, feeling again the disgust he always felt when looking at dead bodies. It wasn't the injuries that got to him, at least not only the injuries. He had seen too many mutilated corpses in his 10 years of service. Bad burns still made him retch. The way they looked, not very different in the really bad cases to a joint of well-roasted beef. The particular smell. But these were merely physical impulses. He could control them. What really ate at him were the thoughts they provoked. There was always something absurd about the dead. Bodies never looked like human beings. He recalled only too well the first corpse he had seen, a gangland execution. The killers had stunned the victim, then carefully positioned the head against a curb and backed a car over it. When Baines had reached the scene, the head had been split into 2 quite distinct halves, from the crest of the skull down to the beginning of the neck, a division running right through the middle of the face. Once past the physical revulsion, Baines had been unable to take his eyes from the thing. It looked not like something that had once been living and breathing, but like a prop from a special effects department. It had been the same with virtually every body since then. When you extracted whatever gave life, all that was left was inert matter. The indignity of it shocked him every time. A human being was complex. It struggled with thoughts, desires, opinions, and hatreds. It had the power of speech. But in the space of seconds, it could be reduced to something very simple, a slab of dead meat. It took him by surprise every time. This one was no different. Lying in a space between an empty skip and a collection of garbage bins, the legs and waist were bent beneath the chest, suggesting that the spine had completely severed just above waist height. There were thin wisps of smoke still curling from the charred outer layers of clothing and hair, but apart from that, It looked like some kind of floppy rag doll, collapsed into a heap, bent double, forehead resting on one of the feet. The bouncer had drenched everything, making it difficult to identify injuries, liquids, and marks. But at first examination, it seemed as if there was no blood anywhere except the head.
"I'd say his head struck the skip on the way down," North suggested loudly. "Hence the wound to the head."
"No blood on the skip," Chambers said.
North shrugged. "Maybe the bouncer washed it off when he sprayed everything."
"I think he hit the skip," Chambers offered, "but with his back. That's what snapped it."
And the head wound?" North asked.
"From the ground."
Baines sighed.
"So, what do we say it is?"
His voice was muted. Another thing he couldn't help in the presence of the dead. "What did you say?" North asked. Baines had to stop himself from asking him to speak quieter.
"What do we say it is?" he repeated.
"A suicide? Or something major?"
Chambers shrugged. "We? Until White gets here, that's your call, Pete, not ours. Are the lab on their way?"
"Yes, and a pathologist."
"I would wait. What do the witnesses say?"
Baines pulled out his notebook.
"Nothing helpful. I only have 3 at the moment."
"And the guard," North added.
"He didn't see the fall. The others saw nothing useful. A human torch falling from the building, leaping from the building, falling through space, that kind of thing. They didn't see anyone else on the balcony." "He came from the balcony, though, not the roof."
"So they say.
But none of them actually saw the moment he fell." "Was the guy dead when the bouncer got to him?" Chambers asked. "He thinks so."
They were silent for a while, staring at the mutilated shape. Baines wondered whether Chambers or North were feeling anything. They were older than him by a good 8 years. Maybe he would end up like that.
"The ID on him is for a Nicholas Hanley," he said eventually. "He's a property developer. He has a company which has an office on the 8th floor.
He pointed up the side of Spencer Tower, a meter behind them.
"And a little flat above that. The witnesses say he fell from the flat, and it's the flat that was burning."
"Are we in there yet?" North asked.
"Yes, Jody has gone up. There were signs of arson, according to the water fairies." "Who's doing next of kin?"
Chambers asked the question. Baines smiled grimly.
"We can punt that one. He lives up in Swaledale. I've contacted North Yorks already." "Wife and kids?"
Baines shrugged.
"I've no idea. He lives with someone."
He looked for the details in his notebook.
"How did you find all this out so quickly?" Chambers asked. "I put Chris Greenwood onto it. He's good at that sort of thing."
He found the page.
"Anna Hart," he said. "That's her name. So maybe she's not his wife."
1998. A crisp, clear September day with a cloudless blue sky. They wore their big winter coats and walked up the long lane to the farm, kicking the leaves already fallen from the beech trees. An early frost made the leaves brittle and crunchy, the mud beneath them hard enough not to stick to their boots. Their breath puffed out in front of their faces as they laughed. They were all laughing, but Rachel most of all. Anna could not recall seeing her so happy. Nick told stupid jokes all the way from Swaledale, and she laughed so much she couldn't catch her breath. Part of it was the excitement. Nick had a surprise gift for her, and she thought, correctly, that she knew what it was. As they left the A658, Rachel realised they were heading for Nick's sister's stables at Carverley. That was enough to guess it. The riding bug had bitten Rachel suddenly. Her interest in horses had passed from trivial to obsessive in the space of a few months, taking Anna by surprise. The first time Rachel had met Nick, he had taken them to a neighbour's stud to see a pair of week-old foals. That had been enough to spark it off. She had wanted her own horse ever since. There were already 7 horses in the stables at Black Car Hall, Nick's house. 4 belonged to Kiki Kamitz, the woman Nick had employed to care for his assorted animals. The other 3 were too old to ride, and were usually turned into the upper paddock to pasture. One of them, it had been Nick's favourite 15 years ago, could hardly walk and cost a fortune in vet's bills each month. Nick was too soft to have it shot. After they had moved in, Rachel had thrown herself into helping Kiki look after her mares, getting up every morning at the crack of dawn, mucking out the stables, brushing them down, clipping them, learning to boil up the smelly preparation of linseed she fed them as a treat each week. In return, Kiki let her ride one of them. It was a good horse, mature and well-trained, with exactly the kind of temperament Anna thought safe. In addition, Nick took Rachel to stables on the other side of Reeth every Saturday, sometimes staying with her while she took lessons. But none of this was enough for Rachel. During the school summer holiday, long hours hanging around Kiki gave her other ideas. Kiki had been a professional dressage rider in her youth, before a bad fall had curtailed her ambition. Now she kept less volatile horses, but she could still talk with passion about dressage, and apparently had done just that, hooking Rachel before she had even a clue what the discipline entailed.
Advanced dressage requires a very particular kind of horse, Mum,
Rachel had told her one night.
Nothing in Reeth has enough power.
Advanced dressage?
Yes, not just mucking around on ponies. I want to be a professional.
Like Kiki?
Yes.
Do you have to be that now, at the age of 10?
I'm nearly 11.
There was no getting around it. What Rachel yearned for was something dangerous, young and punchy, something she could learn to train herself. Anna knew the shape of the dream. It was beyond the capabilities of a 10-year-old. She had hoped Nick wouldn't nurture it. She watched him run ahead with Rachel and almost had to pinch herself. They had been together for less than 3 months, and he had known Rachel even less than that. Yet it felt already as if everything had always been like this. She could hardly remember the time before they had met.
Are we going too fast, Nick?
She had asked him that morning, as Rachel was getting dressed.
Aren't you worried?
She had been standing behind him at the time, arms around his waist, hugging herself to his back. It was 1 month to the day since she and Rachel had moved into Black Car Hall. "If we go much slower, I'll be dead," he had replied, joking, then turning to face her. He was 10 years older than her. "Are you worried?" She had nodded, the fear fluttering in her chest like a bird.
I've never been this calm, she said. Something will take it away.
"Don't go over the top," he said, smiling. "You've never been this calm. As an expression of my effect on your life, isn't that a little exaggerated?" She smiled back at him.
You're always calm, Nick. You were born with it. You don't know how important it is.
Stay calm, then. Stop worrying. We're not 19-year-olds. We've spent a long time filtering out the rubbish. Don't you think We know what we want by now.
But the fear wouldn't go away. Something would come along. Something would happen. It would all be taken from her. He had bought Rachel a horse.
To celebrate us living together for 1 month.
It wasn't to curry favour with Rachel or Anna. He didn't need to do that. Rachel had been besotted with him in her childish preteen way since the first time they had met. Perhaps because he had little experience with children, he had, it seemed, known exactly how to handle her. From day one, he had spoken to her as if she were his age, treating her with just the right mixture of interest and distance to make her want him to like her, as if she had been Anna's twin sister rather than a child. There were times when Anna had caught Rachel almost trying to flirt with him. She had seen it before, of course. There had been other men, and Rachel had latched onto some of them in the same way. Thinking about it brought on pangs of guilt and intensified the fear. It wasn't just herself she had to think of. Every time she messed it up, Rachel ended up heartbroken. Her need for a father figure was almost palpable. It didn't take much by way of interest for her to be won over. Responding to generosity wasn't so bad, but worryingly, Anna had noticed that she also responded to being kept distant. If she didn't get that out of her system before her teens, she would end up throwing herself at boyfriends who could do nothing but hurt her. Anna knew it all too well. She had been there herself. One of the most depressing things about being a mother was being helpless to stop the unconscious propagation of every trait that had conspired to ruin her own life. She was to blame for everything. There was no getting away from that. Her lifestyle, her inability to settle, her own tastes and history, somehow, had done this to Rachel. Before long, she would be calling Nick Dad. They reached the farm ahead of her and waited at the gates, shouting for her to hurry up. Although the place belonged to Nick's sister Diana, she wouldn't be there. They had been before 2 or 3 times, and she was never there. Nick didn't get on with her. Anna had pressed him on the exact cause of the problem, but it was something to do with money. Diana spent most of her time in Portugal these days. She had met someone from the polo circuit who lived out there, and had, Nick said, happily abandoned her husband and children after 20 years of marriage. Nick didn't approve. He wouldn't come to Carverley if Diana was there.
"You go on!"
Anna shouted. The day was too pleasant to run. They went to hunt out Lisa Beadle, the woman who ran the place in Diana Hanley's absence. And Anna leaned for a moment on a stretch of fencing next to the gateposts, watching them as they moved around the farmyard together, Rachel chattering continuously. When the dogs appeared, Nick held her by the hand and stood slightly in front of her, protectively. Lisa had organised everything for Nick, from the selection of the horse through to its shipment across the channel. Anna knew already what it was, and how much he had spent. It had come from a specialist dressage horse dealer in Paris, a Danish warm-blood. Rachel had read about them in one of her magazines. Nick had noted the interest. It had set him back nearly £15,000. As she saw them walking towards the stable block, she followed. Then, held back by something she couldn't work out, she waited outside the huge arched doors into the building until she could hear Nick's soft voice talking quietly, and Rachel, for once, in complete silence, mute. Then she walked in. Rachel was crying. Not through being miserable or disappointed, she could tell that at once, but because nothing like this had ever happened to her. They were about halfway down a row of 8 boxes, and Rachel was standing stock straight in front of the horse that Lisa had led out for her, not touching it, not moving, just standing there, with her hands at her side, shoulders shaking quietly. Beside her, Nick looked at a loss for words. Neither of them were aware of Anna behind them. As she watched, Rachel turned to Nick and held her arms out. He bent down slightly, folded his arms around her, and they hugged for a second, parting just as quickly. Then Nick stood back and looked shy, Rachel equally so. It was the first time it had happened. Anna walked up to them and placed a hand on Rachel's head. "A very particular kind of horse, I believe," she said. "She's called Hilson," Lisa Beadle said. The horse was tossing its head now, and she was struggling to hold it. "You won't be able to ride her for a while. You'll have to let Kiki train her first." Rachel was still staring at the animal, as if she could hardly believe it was there. "I will ride her one day," she muttered. She looked up to Anna. "She's called Hilson, Mum," she said. Anna glanced at Nick and winked. He was standing beside Lisa, one arm out and leaning on the open half-gate of the horse's box. His face was flushed with embarrassment. Anna could see he had been surprised by Rachel's reaction. He had grown up with money and gifts, never wanting for anything. That had made him careless with money, but also generous. Until now, he probably hadn't been close enough to anyone who was so capable of appreciating a gift. "Thank you, Nick," Anna said to him. He took the reins off Lisa and, together with Rachel, led the animal outside. Anna sat down on a stoop and watched them. Lisa lit up a fag and called out instructions, warnings, encouragement. "They look good together," Lisa said. "I don't think I've ever seen old Nick so happy." Anna tried to think about it. This was different. Inside her chest, it felt different. She wasn't restless. She was happy to be right here, watching them. Something in her had stopped struggling. How had he done that? He was decent enough to look at. He had most of his hair still, no paunch. A boyish face still full of eagerness despite his age. He was shorter than her, of course. Nearly all her exes were. He dressed well enough, as she would have expected from someone his age and class. Country gear, cords, barber, Guernsey sweater, wellies, or suits. There was nothing, she thought, wrong with him. But was that the best she could come up with? If so, then why did her heart skip like this as she watched him with Rachel? Everything had gone wrong in the past, because she had been different. But she had changed now. She was ready for this, ready to stop. She was just starting to live. Even her relationship with Rachel was better. In the past, they had done nothing but fight. But for the last few months, it had been perfect. Mother and daughter. Exactly the way she imagined it should be. That was why she was so frightened. This wasn't make-believe. She had not planned it like this. But it had come along, and it was real. If there was one thing she knew for certain, that was it. Everything she felt for Nick. Everything Rachel felt for him. Everything that was happening in their lives was real. The fields looked pink in the early morning light, covered with a frost almost thick enough to be snow. Michael Kenny couldn't take his eyes off it. The change was startling. From the first suffusion of orange and pink settling along the rim of the horizon like liquid, to this sudden explosion of light, staining everything, changing white to pink, grey to red, black to purple, hanging in the higher trails of cloud, as if something just out of sight had burst, scattering a spectrum of colours. He had never seen anything like it. Directly above him, the sky was still bruised black, the night lingering on. But the horizon was alive with colour and sound. He could hear birds singing from the line of bare trees at the end of the field. His eyes caught the pattern made by the branches, clawing the air, the blood red of the new sun creeping between them. It looked like something from a painting he had seen as a kid, in an art book. Even the sky looked painted, splashed with crazy random blotches, like something his daughters would have done 3 or 4 years ago and brought home to him from school. He looked down at his hand, resting on the car door frame, the cigarette gripped between his shaking fingers. Why was he noticing things like this? Was it some kind of premonition, suddenly to be noticing the world? He had heard stories about people with brain tumours experiencing things more intensely, all their senses tuned up. He could smell the air, too, the freshness of it, the traces of frost carried within it, the rich black soil odours lurking beneath. Every day now for over 8 months, he had thought he was going to die. The thought didn't come from nowhere. There was a reason for it, something his body, or his mind, was trying to tell him. His GP had told him he was depressed, or hypochondriac, or neurotic. The same way he put every little physical pain down to a virus. But there was more to it than that. There was always something wrong with him. Other people weren't like that, not at 43. Even little physical problems seemed to linger. A cold that lasted 3 weeks, nagging joint pains that wouldn't go away. He couldn't go to the toilet without seeing blood in his shit. They had done tests and told him they weren't sure what it was, but meanwhile it wouldn't kill him. What if they were wrong? Kenny sucked on the cigarette and turned away from the view, filling his lungs, mouth and nasal passages with the foul stink of tobacco. He hated smoking. That would kill him eventually. A long piece of ash dropped from the butt into the lap of his shell suit. He brushed it away impatiently, clumsily. He could still feel his heart pounding. If he thought about it, his head would fill with the images all over again. Everything had gone wrong. And not just today. His whole life had been a fuck-up. He spat bitterly out of the window. How had he ended up here doing this? Out of the corner of his eye, he could see the woman looking at him, watching. He looked down at the angry swelling, developing just above his left elbow. The arm was now so stiff he could barely bend it. He should have shot the cabbie as soon as he picked up the bar. That was the error. But the cabbie wasn't on the ticket. He was just some old Asian duffer in the wrong place at the wrong time. The girl and the kid were all he was interested in, all he was being paid for. He didn't want to kill bystanders. The woman was starting to speak again. "How long are you going—" "Shut up!" he shouted at her, then looked away immediately. Every time she got a reaction like that, she won. That was what she was trying to do. He was fearful of her already. She did nothing he told her without arguing. The kid was just as bad. They were frightened of the gun, but they didn't think he would use it, not on them. He shifted it, so that it was pressing against the kid's leg, where she was sitting beside him on the back seat. Before he had shot the taxi driver, they hadn't thought he would use the gun at all. So the death had served some kind of purpose. It had got them into the car. He could remember the shock on their faces as the body twitched on the ground, the blood puddling around the head. It was so cold there had been steam rising off it. He sucked again on the cigarette and flicked the ash out of the window. "Can I at least smoke now?" she asked, for the 3rd time. "No!" Cigarette butts were DNA traps. He needed to minimize everything that could point back to him. He shouldn't have been smoking himself, or spitting. But spit would wash away or dry out. and he could collect his own butts. There was no reason to run around after her, though. Soon it wouldn't matter to her whether she'd had a last drag or not. As soon as he got the call, he would get them out and do it. There was a small drainage ditch alongside the road. They could lie in that. He would walk up behind them and put one in the back of each head, quick and easy. They wouldn't even know what was happening. Beside him, the girl was starting to cry again. Kenny glanced at her. He didn't want to look at her too much. How old was she? 11? 12? The same age as his Sally. The mother was tall, blonde, attractive. Long legs, short cropped hair that had some kind of tips or highlights. Green eyes that looked right through you. He guessed maybe 33 years old, and healthy, fit. Hands and skin that had known nothing but leisure. It was the sort of thing he would go for in a magazine. But in the flesh she was a bitch, and an upper-class bitch at that. The way she dressed, the way she spoke, even the way she spoke to him, everything stated her background. She would have nothing but contempt for him. She would know just listening to his accent and looking at his cheap shell suit, his hairstyle, the way he walked. Exactly what kind of overrun, working-class, Catholic poverty he had crawled out of. It was stamped all over him, like refinement and wealth were stamped all over her. He couldn't even appreciate the scent of the perfume she was wearing. It smelled like oranges to him. His phone rang. Finally. He placed it against his ear. "Yeah," he said. "Where are you?" Stein's voice. "Where we said?" He looked around. The dirt track was still deserted. There were no houses, no people. Flat, barren fields on all sides. It had taken him 3 days to find this spot. Completely isolated, yet only a couple of miles from the main Harrogate to Skipton road. It was possible people would hear a shot, but they wouldn't get anywhere near the scene until he was well out of it via back roads. He had driven for nearly 30 minutes to get here, to await these instructions. "Success?" Stein asked. He thought about it for a moment. It would be all over the media before long. "Not totally," he said. "I have them, but there was a cock-up. The driver got hurt." Stein was silent. "These things happen, Mr. Stein," he said, trying not to sound afraid. "It couldn't be helped." The woman was still watching him from the front seat. He knew the kind. If she got the chance, she would try to escape. "How badly hurt?" Stein asked. "Bad enough not to worry about. He won't be saying anything." Another pause. "What's that noise?" Stein asked. "The kid crying," he replied. He looked at her again. "What's the instructions?" He needed to get it over with. "Change of plan. I need to see them first." "They're the right ones. I checked the photos against their passports." "I still need to see them." "You don't trust me?" "I'm sure it is them, but things have changed." Kenny felt like screaming at the man. He wasn't a kidnapper, he didn't take hostages. Already he was well out of his depth. But Stein wasn't the kind of person you screamed at. Besides, he was paying. He took a deep breath instead. "Okay, you coming out here?" "No, I need somewhere more private." He waited. "There's a place I know," Stein said eventually, "next to a ruined church called Kirkstall Abbey on the A65 Abbey Road. Do you know it?" "That's almost in the centre of Leeds. I'm not sure." "It's private."
I was there yesterday, meeting people. But that means I'll have to drive her back through Leeds. They might be looking for her by now. The woman reached her hand between the seats and took hold of the girl's hand. She had tried it once before and he had hit her. His hands were full now. He would hit her when he came off the phone. "You will have to find a way," Stein said, so loudly Kenny was sure the woman could hear. "It's an abattoir, down by a canal. It's the only property I know up here that's safe." Kenny gritted his teeth as Stein gave him the exact address in his grating South African accent. "When?" he asked, once he had repeated it to himself. "As soon as you can." Stein cut the line. She moved her hand before he could strike it, anticipating. "You are frightened of that man," she said, before he could speak. He felt the sweat running down his back. How was he to get her through central Leeds? She would try something for certain. "That's right," he said. "Too frightened of him to screw this up. Wipe your face." There was a line of blood running out of her nose, from where he had hit her. She drew the sleeve of her coat across it. "Not with that," he said. "Nothing visible." Too late. There was blood all over the sleeve now. "Use the rag I gave you." "Can I smoke?" she asked again. She was doing it deliberately. He sighed. Beside him, the child had at least stopped whimpering. He looked at his watch. Nearly 6:35. This should have been over and done with by now. "Not while you're driving," he said. "You can have one when we get there." A concession. He could feel his guts bloating and twisting, even as he said it. He wasn't sure he was going to make it to Leeds without needing the toilet. He could feel the meal he had eaten last night swilling around inside him like water. His guts had been messed up for over a year now. Nerves made it worse. What had started as mild diarrhea had quickly turned into something chronic. The doctors had told him he might have something called Crohn's disease, but they were never sure, and always wanted to take more blood, stick more cameras up him, do more tests. Meanwhile, he had tried every medication they would give him, but nothing worked. Nothing except Imodium, and he had been so nervous that morning he had left the house without it. "Get where?" she asked, starting the engine without waiting for him to tell her. It was all a game for her. "You heard," he said. "The A65, Abbey Road." She indicated and pulled out. "Remember what I said," he said, raising his voice. "I can't fuck up." She showed no sign of having heard him. She was driving carefully, without panic, concentrating on the road. She followed the track he had directed her down on the way in, without questions, as if she had already memorized the route. Without hesitating, she turned right onto the 2-lane track which led back down to the A59. "You won't want to go back via the airport road," she said. Not even a question. "The police will be there by now. I'll go over Ilkley Moor instead. Then down into Shipley." Her voice was so calm, it made him nauseous. How could she be doing this to him? "I can't fuck up," he shouted again. "I'm warning you now. You saw what happened back there on the road. I can do that again, right here in the back, right now." Still no reaction. "I have nothing to lose," he added pathetically. "I doubt that's true," she said. Then slightly louder to the child. "Don't be afraid, Rachel. He won't hurt you. Remember everything I've told you." He gritted his teeth. He wanted to lean forward and whack her with the gun, or stop the car, drag her out, and kick her until she couldn't walk. But he needed her to drive. Even the kid was staring at him now. "Is this some kind of blackmail thing?" the woman asked.
She was patronising him. "Who are you taking me to see? The boss?" "Shut up," he muttered. It wasn't worth arguing with her. "We could solve this another way," she said. "Shut up!" His voice sounded desperate. He knew it, but couldn't control it. "I could give you some—" "I said shut the fuck up!" He lunged forward, temper flaring behind his eyes. He was moving the gun to jam it against her head when a car flashed past on the other side of the road. The kid let out a little scream. "Shit!" He pulled back, squirming into his seat, and tried to regulate his breath. He was going to hyperventilate if he wasn't careful. He looked back out of the window, red lights drawing into the distance. Brake lights? Had the driver seen anything? When he turned back, he saw her eyes on him again in the rear-view mirror. No expression on her face, no change in her driving. In his bowels, he felt the first contractions starting. Baines stood at the open balcony doors and watched the dawn sun bleed into the fading night. He took a long breath of air, savouring the icy wind blowing out of the north. Behind him, everything stank of soaked, charred wood, sulphurous artificial fabrics, and petrol. Not 2 yards away from him, he could see a black stain on the ledge from which Nicholas Hanley had apparently thrown himself. He was meant to step forward and look over the edge. That was his job. Not out of idle curiosity, but in case there was evidence to be found. Something remaining from Hanley's fall, fibres stuck to the stonework, blood smeared where it shouldn't have been, that sort of thing. But he didn't want to. He shifted his eyes upwards from the stain and focused into the distance again, watching the new light creep across the grey rooftops of Headingley. At the horizon, faint with haze, he could just see the southernmost ridges of the Dales. That was where he would have liked to have been. There, or the Lake District. He allowed himself a little private moment, remembering himself lounging beside a wide, clear rock pool at the bottom of Hell Gill, buzzing insects and rising skylarks singing above the gurgle of the stream, the high summer sun luxurious on his face and bare chest, the towering mass of Bow Fell beneath him. Then he stepped forward and looked carefully at the ledge. Beside the smoke stain there was nothing this side. He leaned further forward, stepping sideways so as not to touch the stain, then peered over the edge. For a moment his legs trembled. He hated high edges, always had. As a child on a school trip to Clifford's Tower in York, he had once frozen on the top ledge, paralysed with fear. Unable even to stand near the edge, he had sunk first to his knees. Then, when that didn't work, flat on his belly, gripping the narrow ledge as if the whole tower were moving. They had to lead him back down. All his classmates whooping and laughing at him. He had been there since as an adult. The battlements weren't even that high. Not this high, for example, 9 floors up. It wasn't much, but it was enough to set him off. The feeling that he was spinning slightly was unbearable. He stepped back and took a breath. He had read that a fear of heights was a sublimated desire to fly. He often had flight dreams of one sort or another. And it was true that even his fear of this ledge couldn't quite disguise a powerful internal urge to vault it. But was that an urge to fly, or merely a desire to conquer the fear? He stepped forward and looked over again, his feet wide apart. Below him, he picked out the shape of Natasha Atkinson, the pathologist he had left with the body. And beside her, Paul North, notebook in hand. A third person he guessed to be the police photographer was moving around, setting something up. In front of them all was the crumpled shape of Nicholas Hanley.
He heard someone stepping through the flat towards him, and extended his hand backwards to warn them to stop. He could force himself to look over the edge like this, but he couldn't bear someone standing beside or behind him while he was doing it. He brought his eyes up the wall of the building, seeing nothing of interest, until he got to within a few inches of the ledge. There he saw smeared black marks, about on a level with the smoke staining on the other side. He stepped closer, ignoring the feeling in his knees, twisting his head to look. It was a smudged streak of blood. He was almost sure of it. He took a breath and turned round. Just inside the flat, Jody Hayward was watching him with a slight frown.
"You frightened of heights, sir?" she asked.
He nodded. "I am." She smiled slightly. "It's not funny," he said. Then, "Take a look over here. Is this blood? Don't touch anything." He made way for her, stepping back inside the flat and looking at the mess made by the fire and the fire service. Twisted, unrecognizable objects stood in puddles of black ash and debris. The walls and ceiling were almost totally charred. Everything was still awash with dirty, freezing water. He watched it dripping from the ceiling as a chunk of plasterboard gave way and fell to the floor. Hayward came back into the flat.
"Looks like it," she said. "What does it mean?"
"Assuming Hanley left it there, that he was bleeding before he fell."
"Or jumped," she said.
She handed him the evidence bag in her latex-gloved right hand. "What is it?"
"A suicide note from a safe in the bedroom cupboards."
He tried to read it through the clear plastic, but couldn't. Behind him he could hear the last two firefighters still trampling through the place, contaminating everything. "What does it say?"
"Not worth it. None of it is worth it. Tell Rachel it is not her fault."
"That's it?"
"Yes, more or less. It's dated and signed by him. Looks like his name, anyway."
Funny note for someone who set himself on fire and jumped 9 floors. She frowned at him. Hayward had been a detective for about 3 months.
"It reads like a normal suicide note," she said.
"Exactly. Normal suicides. Take tablets. You have to be crazy to set yourself on fire."
"You have to be crazy to kill yourself,"
she said, with too much confidence. "I'll assume you've never been there, if that's what you think," he said. She frowned again. He could see her trying to work him out.
"Maybe catching fire was an accident," she said. "Maybe he just meant to torch the flat."
"And the office," he added. There were enough odd details to make him suspicious, but speculation was pointless. He needed to know what Natasha Atkinson thought about the corpse. "Handy having a fireproof safe," he muttered. Hayward didn't hear. Atkinson had promised him she would look at the body as soon as she got it to Leeds General. She had guessed that would be at about 9. He checked the time. Nearly 7 o'clock.
"Do you know who Rachel is?"
Hayward asked. "His kid, I think. We need to get scenes of crime up here. Let's seal the place and get back to Millgarth. Find out what Chris has. We can come back to look at the office when they open up the floor below."
"Is anyone informing next of kin?"
"North Yorkshire Constabulary, I hope. Did you try to raise Chief Superintendent White again?" She raised her hand to her lips.
"Sorry, boss. I forgot to tell you. The control room told me he was at a scene up near the airport. A shooting."
Chris Greenwood intercepted them in the first-floor corridor at Millgarth. "You have people waiting for you," he said to Baines. In the DI's office.
Baines looked past him, through the open door into the CID room. He could see 2 men pacing about behind the glass partition that served as an office for DI Greg Oxford.
Is Greg in there? He asked.
He already knew who the visitors would be.
No, they wouldn't let me in either. Wouldn't say who they were. I'm guessing they're...
I know who they are. He was grateful now that Liz had warned him.
What have you got for us before I go and deal with them?
Chris Greenwood was someone Baines had worked with before. Short, skinny, bespectacled and bookish, Greenwood looked harmless but had a mixed reputation, the result of a murky disciplinary past involving some kind of sex allegation. The mud had stuck. But Baines's own record sheet was far from pure, and he knew exactly what Greenwood was good at. Painstaking, tedious research tasks, anything involving computers, video, or CCTV.
What are we calling it? Greenwood asked, yawning. Major or minor?
That depends on the PM, Socko, and anything you've got to say now. What have you got to say?
The autopsy is at 9,
Hayward said beside him. She was only half listening, trying to catch a view of the men waiting in the DI's office.
Socko will be there within the hour.
So, what have you got? Baines asked Greenwood again.
Not much, he said. From the height and build, it could be Hanley.
Why wouldn't it be Hanley? Greenwood shrugged.
No idea. I'm just dotting the I's.
At the moment, we don't have ID. Not officially. We should have within the hour, though. I've tracked down his sister. He looked at the A4 pad he was holding, removing a stubby pencil from behind his ear and running it down the list of notes he had made.
She's called Diana Hanley. She was at one of his houses, Black Car it's called, when North Yorkshire called there 20 minutes ago.
No wife?
Anna Hart, you mean?
Is she his wife?
No, not according to the sister. They've been together less than 18 months. She says they had an argument yesterday, and Hart and her kid...
He searched for the name.
Rachel Hart. She's 11. Hart and the kid stormed out. Nicholas Hanley went after them, leaving his sister alone in the place. This was about 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon. She hasn't seen them since.
The sister's coming to ID the body?
Yes, she's coming to the Bridewell first.
Good. Jody, you get in touch with Natasha Atkinson and warn her we're coming over with a relative.
I've also traced his business partner, Imran Akhtar. He works out of the office below the flat that burned. It's a big business with only 2 partners, Hanley and Akhtar. They sell and buy high-value property.
Estate agents, Hayward said.
Posh estate agents, Greenwood corrected her. At least, Hanley is. He handles the wealthy private clients. Akhtar handles the commercial side. They have an office in York as well. Akhtar lives in Heaton. That's near you, isn't it?
He looked at Baines. I don't know him, Baines said, if that's what you mean. There must be 150 Imran Akhtars in Bradford.
That's not what I meant.
Greenwood stared at him. Baines waited for him to continue.
Akhtar should be here within the hour. He can ID him as well if you want, assuming the body is not too burned.
Half a face left, Hayward said. Greenwood glanced at her, frowning. Good, Baines said. See how the sister does first. We may not need Akhtar for ID, but we can talk to him.
What have you got from the scene?
Greenwood asked him. Baines saw the man in the anorak had spotted him and was starting to open the office door "A suicide note that looks false," he said. "Maybe some blood. I'd better go and see these people." "You think it's suspicious?" Greenwood asked. "Maybe, but I'll wait for the autopsy." He moved past Greenwood as the man started to walk through the CID room, heading in his direction. "Pete Baines?" he called out. Baines nodded, then stopped in the middle of the office, waiting for it. "Can we speak, please?" the man asked. "And you are?" The man scowled at him. "You know who I am, Baines. Can we speak in private?" "I'm really busy," Baines said. "Doesn't matter." The man turned and walked back to the office. Baines knew better than to ignore him. "I need a coffee," he said, closing the door behind him and moving over to the coffee machine in the corner. "I've been on all night," he explained. "So have we." The other one spoke. He wore a more expensive coat, and there was a slight sneer to his features. "I'm Francis Doyle," the first one said, voice more pleasant now. "I'm looking for Karen Sharp." "I haven't seen her," Baines said, putting a heaped spoon of Greg Oxford's coffee into his filter machine. "Do you want coffee?" "No, thanks." "When did you last see her?" Baines realized he would have to get water from the kitchen. He turned to face them. "Who are you with? Do you have some ID?" Doyle took out a wallet and passed him a slim strip of plastic, credit card size. "Of course," he said. "We're with SO13. Baines looked at the card. It was an ordinary Metropolitan Police warrant card. The anti-terrorist branch, he guessed, wouldn't necessarily have advertised their department on their cards, so it might have been true. But Liz had said they claimed they were from Witness Protection. He sighed. "I last saw her 21 months ago," he said. "On the 24th of March, 1998. Has she been in contact since then?" He shook his head. "Not a word. Keeping in touch isn't Karen. Why are you looking for her?" "To help her." "Does she need help? We were told she'd gone home to Northern Ireland on a career break to spend quality time with her kid." He gave the official police line with more than a hint of sarcasm. "She's in trouble," Doyle said. "We have to find her, quickly." He bit his fingernail, looking nervous. "The kid as well," he added. Baines stared at him, determined to say nothing, to keep his face expressionless. "You're not bothered about the kid?" Doyle asked. "She might get hurt." "I haven't heard from either of them." "You were close to the kid." "I haven't seen them." "Nothing you tell me will change that." Doyle took a breath, staring at Baines, trying to weigh him up. Baines stared back, his eyes blank. "I hope you're telling the truth, Baines." "Why shouldn't I be?" "Because she might have told you she doesn't want help." "She's not my problem. Go look in my house if you don't believe me." "We already have." Baines stepped towards him, angry. "You've been in my house." "You just said we could," the other one said. "That was now. You had no right." "The door was open," Doyle said. The other one stood up. He was much taller than Doyle, thick-set. "We shut it for you," he said, without a trace of a smile. "You should be thanking us." They both stepped towards the door. Doyle held out a business card. "If you care about Karen and Mairead, call me if you hear anything from them. Anything. Understand?" "What does this have to do with terrorism?" Baines asked, restraining himself. Doyle just looked at him, card still held out. Baines took it. He watched them until they had left the CID room, then walked to the window to watch them leave the station. They crossed to an illegally parked Volvo. Baines waited until they had driven off before leaning back against the wall and closing his eyes. In his head, he could see Mairead speaking to him, the day Karen had left, Tuesday, the 24th of March, 1998. He knew the exact date. He could not forget. She had given no warning, left no message. It had been left to Mairead to write him a note, probably without Karen realizing she was doing it.
"I don't want to do this, Pete. I hope you will be okay."
From a 10-year-old. He had hated Karen Sharp then, hated that he had ever set eyes on her. She had done nothing but argue and bicker with her daughter in the entire time they were together. Yet she had removed her from his life without a word of explanation. It was slipping from her. Everything the three of them had together, everything she had become, she could feel it slipping away. Already the scenes in her head, Nick, Rachel, and herself, were like dream images, things that had happened to someone else. What she had feared most was happening again. The past lurching up from inside her, as it always had, threatening to pull to pieces everything she had worked for. She had to fight it. She had to remember who she was. "I am Anna Hart. I am Anna Hart." She repeated it to herself, over and over. Terror. She could feel it in her body, like a static charge. Flooding her with so much adrenaline, her skin was prickling. He had a gun against her daughter's chest. He had shot the taxi driver in the head. Whatever it was he wanted, whatever was going to happen, she had to keep control. Now wasn't the time to leap to conclusions. The voice rising up through her throat had to be held back. She had no idea what was going on here. Find out what he wanted. Find out what was happening, then work out what to do. Meanwhile, she was Anna Hart. But there was someone else inside her. Someone she had spent 18 months trying to forget. That person wanted to take control right now. She wanted to scream at the top of her voice, give in to the fear, thrash out. Above all, thrash out. Get his gun off him, turn it on him, empty the thing into his gut. She had to hold it back. He had the gun on Rachel. He would kill her if she put a foot wrong. Be Anna Hart, she thought. But she was dealing with someone Anna Hart had never encountered before. He wasn't from her world. He wasn't like anyone she had ever mixed, met, or dealt with. He had bent over in the road and fired the gun at the man's head. If he was capable of doing that, he was capable of anything. She had acted parts before. This was no different. She had to observe, note, assess, plan, think. Think! She screamed it silently to herself. Think! A hostage situation. She knew what she was meant to do. Act as if she was not afraid of him. Get him talking, find out about him, tell him about herself. Stop him from thinking of her as a job, an object, something that didn't matter. Humanize herself. Then it would be difficult for him to hurt them. "You look like you're in pain," she said. "Did you get hurt?" She heard him hiss with disgust, or anger, she couldn't tell. There were beads of sweat running out of his hairline, and his hands were shaking.
Maybe the killing had affected him. Perhaps if she just kept quiet for long enough, he would break down, start crying, give in. But he had stepped up to the taxi driver deliberately, as if he had done it before. She had heard the voice on the other end of his phone. Change of plan, that was what he had said. So what had been the original plan? What if this wasn't a robbery or a kidnapping? What if the original plan had been to shoot them? This isn't about money. She bit down on her lip, pushing the thought from her brain. Anna Hart had no enemies. She had done nothing wrong, cruel, or spiteful in her entire 39 years. She ran a tiny art gallery in York, lived in a house with no near neighbours, looked after her child, kept herself to herself. The only thing he could want was her money. It didn't matter what he said. It had to be about money. "You look hurt," she said, trying again. "Do you need help? If you are hurt, we could—"
"Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up!"
He leaned forward between the seats and screamed the words into her ear. She held her breath. She could hear Rachel crying again, more softly this time. The tears were panicking her. "I'm sorry," she said. "I'm only trying to help." They were coming down into Addingham. She slowed, watching the rows of houses slipping past. 7:20, and few signs of life, no one to see them, no one to hear his ranting. She felt a peculiar sense of unreality. How could all this be happening to her? How could a man be threatening to kill her daughter? How could she have seen someone's head split apart by a bullet? His blood and brains were caked around the bottom of her trousers, yet in this village they were still sleeping behind drawn curtains, getting up, dressing for work. "Do you want me to drive through Ilkley, or—"
"I'll tell you what I want. Just drive."
She watched him screwing his face up. He was in pain, she was sure of it. They reached the A65, and he told her to turn right towards Ilkley. To the east, the sky was brightening, the red dawn light passing quickly into Yorkshire grey. A feeling of discomfort rippled up her spine. An alarm bell. She had not been here for nearly 18 months. She could feel the pressure of buried memories, pushing to get out. She needed to anchor herself, to get a sense of reality. She tried to think back to her childhood, to find something there that would strengthen her. But Anna Hart's existence had been cosseted, privileged, trouble-free. Nothing she had ever done could have prepared her for this.
"Turn here! To the right! Now!"
A back lane, leading up to the moor. No witnesses, no traffic, no police. But what would she do if there were any? Stall the car, open the door, scream for help, crash it deliberately? Not this time. He had a gun right on her daughter. So long as that threat existed, nothing was worth the risk. If he had been beside her, sitting in the front seat, pointing the gun at her instead, things would be different. There would be possibilities. But there was nothing she could do while they were in this car. She felt like crying. She had become useless, caught in a fairy tale world of wealth and privilege. Could she even remember what she should be doing in this kind of situation in reality? She moved a hand down to her leg and twisted a lump of her flesh until the pain flashed in her brain. Wake up! She had been living a dream, and all the while, out there, this filth had been waiting for her. She struggled to hold the lump in her throat and forced herself to think it through. She had stood by at the roadside and let the cabbie act alone. Stupid! Useless! That had been the time to move. She couldn't let another chance like that pass. If she did not do something, he would get her to this place. Somewhere more private, she had heard. And that would be the end of her. He could not let her go now. She had seen him. Her daughter had seen him. They could identify him.
He had killed. The first shot had seemed like an accident, the gun just going off as the cabbie had advanced on him, but not the second. He had executed the man because he did not want witnesses. "Stop here! Stop now!" He was shouting at her again. "Where?" She was confused. There was desperation in his voice, but they were nowhere near the A65 and there was nowhere to stop. Why did he want to stop here? The road was a single lane, leading up through beech and sycamore trees, a back lane, which would eventually bring them over to the back of Rumble's Moor and across to Keighley or east to Shipley. She looked for a wider space to park, slowing down. "Stop now!" He was between the seats, gun against her head. "Do as I say!" She floored the brake pedal. He lurched forward slightly, off balance. For an instant she thought to grab at the weapon, but he was back too quickly. "Get out of the car! Follow me! Do exactly what I say!" His face had drained of colour. As he moved back to take hold of Rachel, she could see his free hand was touching his stomach. Had the cabbie managed to hit him there? There was no blood on him, nothing she could see that looked like an injury. She stepped out into the road, watching for cars. Nothing could get past them. The Range Rover was blocking the lane. What was he doing? She saw him pulling Rachel out of the other side and ran to stop him, shouting at the top of her voice, "Leave her! Stop pulling her like that!" He was dragging her into the trees. She felt her heart bolt. One of his hands was twisted through Rachel's clothing, the other was waving the gun in the air. Rachel had fallen to her knees and was crying out in pain. He was dragging her along behind him. "What are you doing?" She was struck suddenly, sickeningly, by the thought that he was a sex offender, that what this was about was sex, not money, that he was going to rape her daughter. She ran after him, eyes searching for a branch or a stone. He turned on her suddenly, holding the gun into Rachel's terrified face. "Shut up and follow! Follow me now, or I swear I will kill this kid!" His face was twisted with pain. "I don't want to do it," he said. "I have a daughter of me own, but I will if I have to. Follow me now." She stopped. His voice had changed tone. He was pleading with her. Something was wrong with him. "I'll follow," she said quickly. "But whatever you're going to do, don't bring her into it. Leave her alone." He bent double suddenly, clutching at his stomach. They were hardly into the tree line. If anyone drove up now, they would see them. "It has to be here," he said. He began to pull at the shell suit he was wearing, undoing zips with one hand, holding Rachel's hair and the gun with the other. His eyes were on Anna. "What are you going to do?" Her voice was trembling, terrified. She took a step forward. To the right of her she could see a stone about the size of a half-brick. "I have to shit," he said. Her thoughts froze. "What?" "I have to shit!" His trousers were around his ankles. Rachel was grimacing, turning away from him. He was leaning against her, trying to squat, hang on to her, and still be able to point the gun all at the same time. "I have a disease," he said. "A problem." His face creased up. He was defecating. She couldn't believe it. She turned her face away, caught between relief and disgust. "I feel sick, Mummy," Rachel said. "Shut up, you little bitch!" Anna turned back to him, forcing herself to watch. "Get me some tissue," he said. She could smell him now. She brought her sleeve up to her face. "There's tissue in the car, in the glove compartment. Bring me it." He tried to point the gun at her, twisting Rachel's head at the same time. She pulled her head away, threatening to unbalance him. "Stand still! Stand still or you'll suffer!" He wrenched at her hair again, making her shout out. "Stay still, Rachel," Anna said. "Get me the tissue!" She turned and hurried back to the car. The tissue turned out to be a toilet roll. She picked it up, left the door open, and began to walk back towards him, her eyes fixed on the stone. As she approached, he was struggling to stand, trousers still around his ankles, looking down at the mess he had made on the ground. His eyes were off her. She dropped the tissue when she was almost in front of him, letting it roll towards him, then stooped quickly to retrieve it. He saw the movement and started to say something. As she came up, her hand closed over the stone instead. She swung it up at him. He saw it coming and flinched, surprise in his eyes. She held it flat in her hand and swung it underarm up into his chin. His head jerked back, and a little grunt came out of his mouth. She stepped forwards and swung it again, sideways. It struck his temple as he toppled backwards, letting go of Rachel. "Run!" Anna yelled at her, but Rachel was off guard, surprised. She took a step, then paused, looking back. In that second of indecision, the gun went off. The report was muted in the woods. She saw the recoil and a puff of dirt and leaf litter near him. He was flat on his back, arm outstretched. Rachel was out of the line of fire. Anna stepped forward and tried to kick the gun from his hand. "Run!" she yelled again. But Rachel was terrified now, rooted to the spot. He rolled through the dirt and came up facing her, eyes burning with rage, face red. The gun pointed directly at her chest. She went rigid. He began to curse and swear, struggling to stand up and keep the gun on her. "You run anywhere, and you are fucking dead!" He dragged at his trousers, pulling them up, face flushed, panting. Anna took a step back, away from him. She had screwed up. A perfect chance. She had hit him, but not hard enough. She had thought he would go down unconscious, be unable to move. She had thought she would be able to get the gun off him. She had expected something more than just knocking him off balance. She felt petrified. He strode over to Rachel and grabbed her arm. "You twat!" he yelled. "You have covered me with shit!" He brought the gun down onto her head, sending her sprawling across the dirt. "It wasn't a good relationship." Baines nodded, trying to focus on Diana Hanley's words. It was difficult. For 4 weeks the division had been undergoing building works at Millgarth. As a consequence, all the cells and most of the interview rooms were closed, forcing the staff to process all prisoners and many witnesses in Leeds City Bridewell, a vast subterranean cell complex beneath the magistrates' court, at the other end of the hedgerow. The Bridewell enjoyed no natural light, low ceilings, narrow corridors, and an air supply that was piped and stale. The place was more like a troop ship than a police station. The ventilation and heating system made a continual low-level background hum, like the reverberations of a ship's engines. Even the doorways were built into walls that looked like bulkheads. The place was such a warren of twisting passages and doglegs that Baines could still get lost after nearly 10 years on the force. He sat in a tiny, airless interview room and considered what Hanley's sister had so far given him. "You told my colleagues from North Yorkshire Constabulary that your brother and Anna Hart argued yesterday?" he asked. She dabbed at her eyes with the box of tissues he had given her. He didn't know why. There were no tears. Diana Hanley was clearly still in the first stage of grief, her brain not yet registering the brutal reality of what she had just seen. Refusing advice, she had driven straight to the scene, before they had a chance to remove her brother's body to LGI and appropriately present him to her. The sight had thrown her into a state similar to shock, a kind of clinical numbness. Baines guessed it would be some time before she started to cry properly. "They always argued," she said. She had a deep voice, with an extravagant public school accent. "Like I told you, it was a terrible relationship.
They should not have been together."
Baines nodded sympathetically. "And you were there when they argued yesterday?"
"Yes, she even threw things at him."
"Could that have injured him?"
"Maybe. I don't know. I tried to keep out of the way. I sat with Rachel while it was going on."
"Rachel? Their child?"
"Her child. I told you already that they were only together for just over a year."
"Her child, then. Was Nick close to Rachel?"
"He was like a father to her. Rachel was closer to Nick than she was to her mother. Anna hated that, of course. It didn't fit in with her plans."
"Her plans?"
"Yes, I think she knew what she was doing."
Baines waited for her to elaborate. She didn't. "You told me he was depressed," he continued. "Was he on any medication for depression?" She shook her head.
"I don't know. I doubt it. I doubt he even told anyone. We weren't very good at talking in my family."
She looked up at him.
"We English aren't very good at asking for help, you know."
She coughed uncomfortably.
"If you see what I mean."
Baines knew what she meant, though she had said slightly more. "We English" was meant to exclude him. He ignored it. "Has he ever tried to commit suicide before?"
"God, no, he was never depressed. She has caused this."
"In less than 18 months?
"Why not? She wanted to make him ill, and she did."
"Why?" Hanley raised her eyebrows.
"Why do you think?"
Baines shook his head.
"I don't know. Tell me." "My brother was a wealthy man, officer. I believe it may have all come down to money in the end."
Baines rubbed his temples. The neon tubes in the bridewell were like emergency lighting from a 1950s naval war movie. They were giving him a headache. "You don't like Anna Hart, then?" he asked, trying to put the question gently. She looked up at him.
"Is it that obvious?"
Sarcasm. 20 minutes after identifying her brother's corpse. But he shouldn't hold it against her. Everyone had to deal with grief in their own way. He knew that from bitter personal experience. Some people just got nasty for a while.
"I believe she has killed my brother, Inspector. She drove him to it. She knew what she was doing. She's not a stupid woman."
He realized he was tired. He had been working for over 15 hours now, without a rest break, almost 20 hours in total. The woman's edginess was bound to get to him.
"She was manipulative, Inspector. You will see that, if you ever have the misfortune to meet her."
"Sergeant," he said, yawning, "I'm not an inspector." She shrugged.
"That hardly matters."
"You're sure it was your brother?" he asked again. She looked away from him.
"I could see enough."
She frowned intensely. She was almost attractive when she frowned. The frown gave some character to a face that, for Baines, was too horsey, too English upper-class jodhpurs and whips brigade. Usually, when he spoke to Hanley's type, they managed to make him seem like a little piece of brown shit stuck to the bottom of their shoe.
"That mole I pointed out,"
she said, sniffling slightly.
"It was very distinctive. It was definitely Nicky."
He made a note of her reference to the mole. That would have to go into the statement. "Did he have a GP?"
"I think so. Someone in Harley Street. I'm not sure who."
"No one local?"
"I doubt it."
She almost sneered the words. No one local would be good enough.
He sat staring at her for a few moments, trying to gather his thoughts. She had given him everything he wanted to close this job now. She had positively identified the body, told a history of possible psychiatric disturbance, and even provided a nice little trigger in the form of a difficult relationship. So why was he still bothered? "Any idea why he would set fire to himself?" he asked, articulating only the most obvious of his doubts. She looked up at him, and for the first time he saw something like real emotion cross her features. What was it, though? Not pity or grief, not shock or even horror. It was fear he could see in the back of her eyes, because she knew as well as he that people like Nick Hanley didn't do that kind of thing. She shook her head. "Okay," he said. "I understand how awful all this is." He folded the sheet of paper on which he had written his notes. "I'll get a short statement typed up, and you can sign it later. I know you'll want to get back to your family now." She had told him she lived with her husband and 2 children in Chelsea and Cornwall. She had been visiting to attend to some business affairs when this had happened. "Will you be staying in Reeth?" he asked. He couldn't recall the name of Hanley's spread up there. "Or going straight back south?" "I don't know," she said. "I have a place in Carverley. We breed Cleveland Bays there." She looked at him to see if he knew what they might be. He looked back at her, face empty. "They're an endangered breed," she explained. "Of course," he said. Pigs, sheep, horses. They could be anything so far as he was concerned. She frowned. "I usually stay there. She, Anna Hart, didn't like me staying at Black Car Hall. Not normally. I don't know. I don't know what I'll do." "Well, if you could let us know where you are," he said, "just in case something else comes up." He stood up. He could just imagine what the place in Carverley was like. Diana Hanley had come to identify the corpse of her brother, dressed in a quilted green sleeveless jacket, a scruffy barber, tight brown riding breeches, and a pair of wellies. She stood up, running her hand through untidy brown shoulder-length hair. She had given her age as 44, but her face was smooth and lightly tanned, her hair showing no signs of grey. "And you have no idea where we can locate Miss Hart?" he asked again. "None whatsoever. But why would you wish to, Inspector? She walked out on him yesterday, and it's not as if she's kin." She drove with tears streaming down her face, trying to control the vehicle, but hardly able to keep it in a straight line. He sat in the back, with Rachel's head pulled into his lap, his arm locked tightly around her neck, the gun pressed against her temple. If she tried to say anything, he shouted obscenities at her, and tightened his grip on Rachel's neck until she screamed out. But her cries were muffled, subdued. The blow had struck Rachel across the back of her head, knocking her off her feet. Anna had run to her immediately, throwing herself onto the ground between the gun and her prostrate body. When she had moved her head to examine her, Rachel's eyes had been open, but shocked. She had not lost consciousness, but for all Anna knew, he had hit her hard enough to crack her skull. He had tried to pull her away from Rachel by taking hold of her by the hair. She had started to attack him then, grabbing at the gun, standing to kick and punch him, yelling at him with sheer fright. She felt sick thinking about it. She was useless. She had hit him twice with a stone and failed to damage him. She had moved her arms sloppily, without coordination or power, like some pathetic schoolgirl throwing a ball. She had punched and kicked him with all her strength, in a rage, and he wasn't even marked. Nothing she was capable of could stop him. He had punched her 4 times in quick succession, once in the stomach, taking the wind out of her, 3 times in the head, so hard she had momentarily blacked out. By the time she was able to stand again, He had already put Rachel in the car, locked it, and was coming back for her. Everything stank of his feces. He couldn't stop cursing her because of it. She tried to stop crying, tried to focus on the road ahead, but her mind was full of blind panic. There had been no blood on Rachel, just an immediate swelling at the crown of her skull. But the blow had been hard. Her brain might be hemorrhaging even now. She needed to get her to a hospital.
"You said you had a daughter," she shouted. "Would you do this to her?"
For once, he didn't respond with a threat.
"Why are you doing this? She is only 11 years old. Whatever this is about, she is innocent."
"She's fine," he said, voice hard. "I can do worse to her."
"You don't know that she is fine."
She tried to see her. "Turn around! Concentrate on the road!"
"Sit her here, in the front, so that I can see her."
"Turn around!" She heard Rachel groan as he moved backwards, bringing up a foot to kick through the gap between the seats. She turned back to the road quickly, wiping her eyes. They were almost at the other end of Rodley now, on the B6157. She had taken back roads all the way from Baildon, down through Shipley, Carverley and Rodley. She had convinced him it was the best route to avoid Guiseley and the airport area, but the intention had been to drive through as many built-up areas as possible. Could it be true that nobody had seen them? They had passed many cars and several pedestrians. The clock in the dashboard said it was 7:50 a.m. People were leaving their homes to go to work. Traffic was building up. The day was dull and grey, the sun still low in the sky. But soon there would be complete daylight.
"She might be injured. You can't tell."
"So get a move on. The quicker you get us there, the quicker this will be over."
"Don't you care that you might have hurt a child?"
He didn't reply. She felt guilt gripping her chest. She had done this to Rachel. She had exposed her to this. There was something evil inside her, something reckless. How could she have introduced her to Nick in the first place? Everything had seemed safe, easy, but there were rules. Nothing was ever how it seemed. She had forgotten the rules and fallen in love with him. She caught her breath. She was panicking, thinking too fast. He had said it wasn't about money. But if she could work out what was going on, maybe they would find their way out of it, get things back to normal. She had to hold it together.
"Are you okay, Rachel?" she said. "Can you speak to me, please?"
Rachel had said nothing since it had happened.
"She can't even hear me."
"She can hear!" His voice was tense, angry.
"If she could hear, she would—"
"She's playing games. You both are. Say something to your mother." He hissed the words through gritted teeth. Anna listened. Ahead she could see the crossroads at Kirkstall Road, traffic lights. She needed to turn left onto the A65, Abbey Road. "If you don't say something, I'll whack you so hard."
"All right. I'll say something."
Rachel's voice was suddenly clear.
"You stink of shit."
Anna held her breath. At the lights she could see a police car, pulled up and waiting for the change.
"She's only a child," she said. "Please don't hurt her for—"
"Shut up!" She heard a sharp intake of breath from Rachel. What was he doing to her?
"There's a police car,"
she said quickly, desperate to distract him. She heard him move, heard Rachel gasp for air, then swear at him. Then he was leaning forward, his head between the seats. "Where?"
"Straight ahead, at the lights."
She pointed to it. "Put your fucking hand down. Don't point." He moved back. "If you do anything, I'll shoot her through the face."
"I won't do anything."
"You better not. I mean it. I mean it." He was panicking again. She turned left in front of the police car. It was a marked Volvo, and there were 2 occupants in the front, both male, both staring at her. She stared back at them, eyes desperate, but face without expression. Then she was past it. She brought her sleeve up and quickly wiped the trickle of blood from her nose. In the rear-view mirror, she saw him turning to look out of the back window to see if they would follow. Had they seen the blood running from her nose? She reached up and twisted the mirror so that she could see Rachel. She had done it before, and he had told her not to. He was still staring out of the back window, watching for the police. Her eyes found Rachel's, wide open, bright with anger, head held firmly in the crook of his left arm. Anna tried to communicate with her eyes only, tried to tell her that she would be safe, that this would pass. But Rachel just stared at her. He began to turn back. She looked away. "They're not following," she said. The ruins of Kirkstall Abbey passed her on the left, followed by the flat area of parkland leading down to the River Aire and the canal. The road behind her was empty. "Turn here," he hissed. "This is it." The sign said Abbey Industrial Estate. There were the names of a few units on a big board, slots where others were still vacant. She turned off and followed a ramp down from the main road towards the river and canal. "Stop!" There was a high chain fence and gates leading into the site. She stopped the car and looked over, trying to memorize the location. There was a group of big, low sheds, long, modern, lightweight construction. Then other buildings of older design behind them. Then a bank of tall poplar trees, probably flanking the canal or the river. Behind her, Abbey Road passed uphill towards Horsforth, obscured from view by more trees and bushes. To her left, once again screened behind vegetation, were the open parkland and playing fields leading to Kirkstall Abbey. The place was too private. You couldn't see it from the road, the parkland, or the river. "Drive through the gates!" She felt her heart beginning to pound again. "Which place is it? There are—" "Drive through the gates!" She pulled the Range Rover through and saw a door in the furthest shed begin to open. There was a column of steam or smoke rising into the air behind it from a chimney or flue she couldn't see. The yard in front of her was concrete, dirty, strewn with shreds of bubble wrap and old cardboard boxes. In between parked cars, there were skips placed up against the fronts of some of the sheds, laden with office junk, broken crates and bits of machinery. A tall man stepped out of the doorway to the furthest shed and beckoned her over with his hand. She drove towards him. "That's him. That's Stein," the gunman whispered. "Do as he says." She stopped in front of the shed, and the man called Stein shouted something to someone inside. She turned to look at Rachel. The gunman was no longer holding her. She was rubbing her neck, an irritated look on her face. "We're almost in the middle of Leeds," Anna said. "No one can hurt us here." The man outside walked up to her door and opened it. "Get out," he said. He had a South African accent. She looked out at him. He was massive, thick with muscle. She looked at his hand, holding the door open. It was a shovel of broken knuckles and heavy, calloused fingers. His head was clean-shaven, top and bottom, showing a skull uneven with bony protrusions, cheeks pitted with old acne scars, a squashed, deviated nose, old scarring around his eyebrows, shredded ears. A rugby player or a boxer. He was wearing a clean, immaculately pressed suit, a pale blue shirt, and matching tie. Even his black leather shoes looked cared for. She stepped out, and the smell of the place rose around her at once. The stink of live animals, cooped and fearful, their ordure, the sickening smell of putrefaction and fresh blood. She retched at once, and looked back to see Rachel screwing her face against it. From somewhere within the shed nearest her, she could hear the bellowing of a goat or a cow,
a long, desperate, mournful noise, punctuated by the intermittent throb of some kind of machine. The man beside her smiled, showing a perfect set of gleaming teeth, then reached a hand to the top of her head, closing his fingers around her skull like it was a football, forcing her down to her knees in front of him. Without saying a word, he brought his knee up into her face, slamming her back against the car. She heard her nose crack, felt the blood flowing over her mouth. Rachel started to scream, but the sound was cut short by a brutal thud. Anna tried to stand, to see what was happening, but her legs were useless. "Get them inside!" Someone was taking hold of her, under the armpits, another set of hands in her hair. They were dragging her across the concrete yard. Her vision cleared, and she struggled to stand up. She could hear herself shouting, "I can walk! Leave me! I can walk!" She stood and looked desperately for Rachel. She was being carried by the gunman. She looked limp in his arms. Beside her, the shaved man closed his hand around her jaw and squeezed until she began to shriek with pain. She heard something splitting in her mouth. He pressed his lips up against her ear. "I don't care about you. I don't care whether you live or die. I will do everything in front of your daughter. I will cut you, beat you, rape you. Then I will do the same to her. Do you understand?" She tried to speak to him, to tell him that she understood, but he had her jaw in a clamp. "You will tell me everything I want to know." He released her. She gasped in pain and brought her hands up to examine her jaw. Immediately he pushed her in the back, knocking her to the ground again. "Get up and get inside. You said you could walk, so walk." She got to her knees and heard him step up behind her, hands wrapping through her hair and slipping off again. It was too short to hold. He kicked at her instead. She scrambled sideways, stood up. "I'm doing it!" she shouted. Her voice sounded tiny, pathetic, full of incontinent fear. "Leave my daughter, please! I will do everything you want!" She staggered past a pile of broken cages, used to transport chickens or turkeys. There were feathers still stuck to some of the bars. He followed her quickly, pushing her through the door of the shed and pulling it shut behind them. She heard him shout, "Get the car out of sight! Move it around the back!" Her eyes adjusted to the flickering strip lighting. The noise of machinery was loud, but she could hear the pathetic wail of frightened animals. They were in an abattoir. She could see a long holding area with crates and pens, straw and old feces on the floor. At the end was a wall with several openings, the noise of machinery coming from beyond it. She saw someone, an Asian man, in overalls and wellies, walking casually along a line of pens, a dripping hose trailing behind him. She looked for Rachel, but the gunman had disappeared with her. The man called Stein took her by the arm and pulled her into a corridor. He closed another door behind them and pushed her along to an office created out of flimsy partitions. She stepped through and saw Rachel lying on the floor, the gunman standing above her lighting a cigarette. Rachel's eyes were open, and she was hunched into a fetal position, shivering and crying. There was a trickle of blood coming out of her nose. Anna tried to go to her, but Stein caught her by the arm. "Stand her up," he said, speaking to the gunman. Anna noticed for the first time that his voice was high-pitched, out of place in his body. He spoke functionally, without looking at the man, who bent down and pulled Rachel to her feet. Stein reached over and took the cigarette off him. "No smoking!" He scrunched it in his hand and dropped it on the floor. Anna tried to take in where they were, but her eyes couldn't leave Rachel's. What had Stein done to her in the yard? She was crying uncontrollably.
Anna began to move towards her daughter. But before she could get to her, Stein threw something in an underarm movement. She saw it cross the space between them, saw the gunman stepping away to avoid it. Rachel was standing as it hit her. It splashed across her head and face, drenching her in black liquid. She realized what it was as the stench caught in her throat. He had tossed a bucket of blood at her. Rachel staggered backwards, spluttering, the stuff running into her eyes and down her neck. Anna saw her hands move to wipe it. Then she realized what it was and began to vomit. Stein turned to face Anna, setting the bucket down. "That's what she's going to look like," he said. "But the blood will be hers." Anna felt her legs giving way again. She thought she might have wet herself. She leaned a hand out to steady herself, but Stein caught her by the jaw again, holding her upright at arm's length. "I have 2 questions for you," he said. "Do you understand?" He waited until she was looking into his eyes. "I want no lies." She tried to tell him she agreed, that she would not lie, but he was holding her too tightly. "I'll start with the easy one," he said. "Where is Nicholas Hanley?" Baines was in a makeshift interview room at Milgarth, talking to Imran Akhtar, when Alan White opened the door on them. "Pete, I need to speak to you." White glanced at Akhtar, then stepped back out into the corridor and closed the door. He hadn't knocked. Baines smiled at Akhtar. "Sorry. If you just wait here a moment." In the corridor, White started to walk, moving in the direction of the CID office. He was a short man, but he could walk quickly. Baines hurried to keep up with him. "I've been trying to get you," Baines said. "I know, I've been ignoring your calls." White grinned at him. He was about 5 years older than Baines, with short, tidy black hair and slightly sallow skin. Unlike Baines, his face was clean-shaven, his suit, which looked expensive, neatly pressed. They said he was good, that he got results. But when Baines had spoken to him in the past, he had been put off by a rapid alternation between furious concentration and dreamy distraction. They turned into the CID office, and White walked straight over to Greg Oxford's office. Jodie Hayward was in there using the phone. It was nearly 8:30, and the place was only just beginning to fill up. "Can we have this office, please?" White said, not bothering to find out who she was, or who she was on the phone to. Baines heard her apologizing. She hung up and stood to leave. "We won't be long," Baines said to her. "What's your name?" White asked, suddenly noticing that she was a woman. "DC Hayward, sir." "She's working with me on this suicide," Baines said. "You look very young," White said. "Younger detectives are refreshing to have around." She blushed, not sure how to respond. White moved behind the desk to sit down, but she was still in the process of getting up from the chair. Baines watched him lean over her and help pull the chair out for her. He stood just too close for comfort. "Especially younger women," he said. "That perfume you're wearing is gorgeous. It's happy, isn't it?" Baines frowned. Hayward turned a brighter shade of pink. "It is," she said, standing in front of White now. "How did you know?" "I wear it myself," White said. "Happy for men, of course. You can't smell it?" Baines watched in amazement as he leaned his face closer to Hayward, inviting her to sniff him. Hayward looked panic-stricken. She stepped back a pace. "It's very nice, sir," she said. White winked at her. "Great minds think alike, eh? Will we have the pleasure of your company on Bugwatch?" She looked at Baines, as if to ask what planet White was from. "The millennium," White said. "The Y2K bug. Civil society is going to break down tonight, remember?"
"Oh," she smiled nervously. There was a forced disaster plan to cope with the predicted effects of all computers crashing on the stroke of midnight.
"Are you working?" White asked, still grinning at her.
"Tonight?"
"Yes."
Baines could see that she was frightened the question was going to be the prelude to some kind of invitation.
"We're both meant to be off already," he said. "We're back on at 8. Everyone is."
"Shame," White said, eyes moving quickly up and down her figure as she turned her back on him.
"I was going to get you assigned to my squad. You could have kept me company."
Baines didn't say anything until she had closed the door and left them.
"She's married," he said then.
What he had wanted to say was something more cautionary, but he knew White well enough. It wasn't worth it.
"Doesn't matter," White said, sitting down. "Great tits."
He looked at Baines as if expecting a response. Baines said nothing.
"Can she think?"
White asked.
"She's very good," Baines replied, still standing. "Though she hasn't been a detective long." "Did you notice her tits?"
White asked him. Baines looked at him. White was himself a married man, and Baines knew his wife. Jane White was a detective assigned to domestic violence at Killingbeck. A sharp, practical woman, she had been dealing with male bigotry for nearly 10 years. Baines wondered how Alan White ever got along with her. Was it possible that White was a totally different person at home? If he had even dropped a hint to Jane that he spoke about female officers in this way, Baines doubted his feet would touch the ground.
"I love women," White said,
fishing something from his briefcase.
"All shapes and sizes. I love them all. I'd shag anything once. Are you a faithful man, Baines?"
"I'm not married."
"Oh, no, of course not. She's a looker, isn't she?"
He slid a photograph across the table between them. Baines sat down and took it. It was a picture of a woman.
"Who, sir?" "D.C. Hayward, that little brunette. You must have difficulty keeping your hands off her."
He looked away from Baines, staring out of the window dreamily.
"I don't know how a man like you can stay single. Is it a religious thing?"
Baines scowled at him.
"No, sir, it's not." "What do you think of that one?" White asked him, pointing to the photo.
Baines looked at it again. It looked like a holiday snapshot. A woman in a bikini on a beach. She was tall, with short, cropped blonde hair, a thin figure. The face was angled sharply upwards, looking at something in the sky. Baines thought there was something familiar about her, but with the face angled and in profile, he couldn't be sure.
"Who is it?" he asked. "Gorgeous, isn't she?"
Baines shook his head. White was so persistent it was almost amusing.
"It's Anna Hart," White said. "We found that in her luggage."
"Anna Hart? How did you... What? What luggage?" White smiled, pleased that he had surprised him.
"We might be investigating the same thing," he said. "I've got a 51-year-old Asian male shot twice, once in the chest, once in the back of the head. Both close range, the head shot from no more than a foot away as he was lying on the ground wounded. Looks like a professional hit."
"Your airport incident?"
"Correct. The man was a taxi driver. He was found lying in the middle of the road beside his cab, a small country lane just to the west of the airport. His cab had been in a collision rear end damage. All the doors were left open. In the boot we found 4 pieces of packed luggage. That photo came from one of them. Documents within another showed the bags belonged to Anna and Rachel Hart. Anna is 39 years old, though fit with it, as you can see from that photo. Rachel is 11. I'm still trying to get hold of a photo of her. They checked into a hotel not 2 miles from the scene yesterday afternoon. The guy from hotel reception says they left in a cab just after 5:30 this morning. A few minutes later, the cabbie gets popped. I get there at just after 6. No sign of Anna or Rachel Hart. I send D.C. Gainsford up to the address they gave the hotel, some huge baronial spread up in Swaledale. He finds the place empty, but with a North York's bobby posted at the front door. Turns out you've been looking for her too. You think she shot your taxi driver? White shrugged. Who knows, but we need to find her. Now, tell me why you are looking for her. Baines told him the main details of Nicholas Hanley's death. I've been trying to get you, so you could decide what to do with it, he said when he had finished. You sure it's a suicide? White asked. No, not at all. I'm waiting for the PM. And you have his business partner back there in the interview room? Yes. He's just given a positive ID over at LGI. And the sister too? Yes. Didn't you trust her? How do you mean? She'd ID'd him first. Why not run with that? Why bring in Akhtar? Baines shrugged, puzzled himself. I'm not sure. To be certain. Maybe I didn't trust her. White nodded, as if he understood. So, are you sure now that it's Hanley? Enough to go with. Did the sister have any photos of him? She said not. Weren't there any in the baggage? No, just Hart. In the kids' luggage, picture of Mum. You realize there are no flights from Leeds Bradford at that time of day? White feigned surprise. Really? Baines sat forward in his chair. Before White had arrived, he had been tired of the whole thing and waiting to get back to his bed. But he was excited now, trying to work out the connections. So, what's the call? He asked. Do you know this Imran Akhtar? White asked. Baines frowned. He's not known, no form. He's a straight-up businessman. I mean, do you personally know him? Baines almost laughed. Why? Because he's Asian? White smiled, then opened his hands out in front of him. Why not? You're Asian, he's Asian. Yes, that's exactly what I meant. I'm a Sikh. He's Muslim. And even not taking that into account. A Sikh? Why no Kit? Kit? Baines was getting angry now. Turban, long hair, that kind of thing. I'm not religious. And I don't think it's very... White stood up, interrupting him. It was a joke, Pete. Where's your sense of humour? Baines closed his mouth. You go and have a chat with Akhtar, as you were doing. Then get yourself up to the incident room at Wheatwood for first briefing. We'll need to run these things together. So you'll take it off me? No, you can keep it for now. At least until we get the PM results. I need to think about things. At the moment, I can't see a story which would link everything, but there must be one. Bear that in mind when you interview Akhtar. How do you mean? Caution him. Baines looked carefully at Akhtar when he sat down opposite him again. He was wearing a charcoal suit, a gold tie-pin set with a large diamond, a luxuriously coloured silk tie, black brogues, smelling faintly of aftershave, hair still wet from the shower, slightly pockmarked face, but clean-shaven, short, oiled black hair. He certainly looked like a normal businessman. The only thing out of the ordinary was the bandage wrapped around his right hand.
"Sorry about this," Baines said, "but to do things properly, I'm going to put this tape in the machine and record what we say."
He slotted 2 tapes into the machine, sitting on the table between them. Akhtar shrugged.
"Whatever. If that's what's normal."
Baines switched it on and did the introductions.
DC Baines 4705 in interview room at Milgarth Police Station with...
He held his hand towards Akhtar.
"Could you introduce yourself, sir?" "Imran Akhtar."
"Okay.
"You are not under arrest, Mr. Akhtar. You are free to leave at any time. You can get a solicitor free of charge at any time. You understand that?"
Akhtar looked puzzled.
"Of course," he said.
"However, I do have to caution you. You need to know that if you choose to remain here, you do not have to say anything, but if you do say anything, it will be recorded, and anything you say may be used in evidence. It may harm your defense if—"
"Wait a minute!"
Baines held a hand up.
"Let me finish, please. There's a standard wording. It may harm your defense if you do not mention, when questioned, something which you later rely on in court." "Defense? Court? What have I done?"
"It's a formality," Baines said. "It's called a caution. Did you understand it?"
"Yes, but I came here to help you. Why do I need to be cautioned?"
Baines sat back and toyed with his pen, thinking. Akhtar had already given him a perfectly credible alibi, though at the time he had not even been looking for one, a full account of the business interests of Hanley and himself, and a quite clear opinion that Hanley was not the sort of person to set fire to himself. Akhtar said that he had noticed nothing in Hanley's behaviour to suggest he might consider suicide, but it was, he claimed, over 3 weeks since he had spoken to Hanley. He heard Akhtar again ask him why he needed to be cautioned. He looked up at him and shrugged.
"Don't worry about it," he said. "It's just a formality. What I want to do now is quickly go over everything you've already told me so that we get it onto the tape. That will make it easier for me to write it out in statement form. Okay?" "Okay." "First, though, can I ask you a personal question?"
Akhtar shifted slightly in his seat.
"What kind of personal question?"
"Were you close to Nicholas Hanley?" The question seemed to surprise him.
"Close to him? What do you mean?"
"Friendly with him."
"He was a business partner."
"But there were just 2 partners in the business."
"That's right."
"Will you gain anything from his death?"
Akhtar's features clouded. "No, I won't. His side of the business will go to who he left it to."
"In a will?"
"Yes."
"Do you know where the will would be?"
"In the safe in the office, or at his home, or with his lawyer. I'm not sure."
"Have you seen the will?"
"Yes, I was a witness, so I can't gain anything."
Baines didn't know enough law to know whether that was true.
"Is it a complicated will?" "No, he left everything to his sister."
Baines was surprised. "Not to Anna Hart?"
"No."
"Or Rachel Hart?"
"No, he hardly knew them."
"I see." Baines nodded to himself.
"But he was living with them." "Yes, but they weren't family."
Baines looked up at him again. It was the second time in an hour that Anna Hart had been written off because she was not family. "What happened to your hand?" he asked.
"Sorry?"
"Your hand." Baines pointed to it.
"It's bandaged, with spots of blood on the bandage. Did you hurt it recently?"
Akhtar started to say something, then stopped himself.
"Why? What has this to do with Hanley's death?"
Baines stared at him for a while. Hanley's sister had been a drama queen compared to the amount of emotion his business partner was showing.
"You're right," he said, smiling. "I'm just being nosy."
Stein didn't wait for her to answer.
"Bring the kid!"
The instruction was shouted to the gunman. He pushed his lips into Anna's ear.
"I'll show you what will happen," he whispered.
He closed his hand around the back of her neck and began to push her out of the room. She tried to catch her breath. He was gripping her neck so hard she could feel her brain beginning to throb, the blood supply cut off. She could hear Rachel sobbing behind her. They walked through another corridor, opening onto a yard full of penned sheep, bleating helplessly. Then into an older brick building. She tried to turn to see what was happening to Rachel, but he held her neck firmly, keeping her head pointed forward, marching her in front of him at arm's length. She saw a group of 3 men ahead of her, standing around a machine. They were all Asian, dressed in dark grey overalls. They parted slightly as he approached, fear in their eyes. They knew him already and were frightened of him. They wouldn't help. One of them was an older, bearded man, completely in white traditional dress. He had a long knife in his hands, with a very thin blade. Somebody standing beside him was holding something out to him, wrapped in a cloth. She saw the old man's eyes look at her, then down to her side, where she could hear Rachel crying. Stein said something to the man, angrily, telling him to get on with it, to stop staring. One of the men in overalls bent forward and whispered urgently to him. Something in front of the old man suddenly moved, and she saw that it was a sheep's head. Its eyes were open, and it was protruding from inside the machine. The men standing next to her were looking at her with frightened eyes, as if she too was a threat to them. One of the men nearest the machine pulled a lever, and the entire machine hummed with an electric buzz. She saw the sheep tense. Then its tongue protrude slightly from between its lips. It was inside a kind of cylinder which began to rotate. The movement turned the sheep so that it was now upside down, tongue lolling out, its neck just in front of the old man in white. He was saying something. Praying? Glancing back nervously at Stein. He reached out and drew the blade across the sheep's throat in a single clean movement. Blood began to rush out. She heard Rachel beginning to sob again. Beside her, Stein said, "Hold her head still. Make her watch." She could see the sheep quivering. The jets of blood began to lose pressure. Stein placed his mouth against her ear again. "We will put the kid in there," he hissed. "Cut her throat and bleed her dry." She had no time to react. He pushed her forwards, through the crowd of men, and up some metal steps. "Keep walking," he said. She could hear that Rachel was still behind her. They came to a set of wooden doors, leading to a meeting or break room, with a long table and chairs. "You wait in here with the kid," he shouted back. "Make sure she can hear. Make her listen." He pushed Anna through the room to another door. It opened onto a storeroom of some kind. There was shelving piled with boxes. She felt dizzy, still disorientated from the blow to her face. He pushed her to her knees and left the door slightly open. She could no longer hear the noise of the machines, but she could still hear Rachel weeping. Stein stood in front of her. "Where is Hanley?" "He's in Newcastle." He lashed out at her, striking her face and knocking her flat onto her back. She cried out, then bit her lip, trying to silence herself.
He was making Rachel listen. "Not good enough," he said. He reached into his mouth with his fingers and twisted at something, easing it away from his jaw. His teeth came away from the gums, and he held them up for her to see, smiling. They were dentures. He did the same with the lower jaw, placing both pieces on the shelving next to him. "I'm preparing myself," he said. His voice sounded soft, unclear, his gums like an old man's. He began to unbuckle his trousers. "You're a sexy woman," he lisped. "Take off your clothes." She began to sob at once, then pushed her fist into her mouth to stop it. "Take them off, or I will." She pushed herself to her knees. "I swear to you, he's in Newcastle." He leaned forward and took hold of her jacket, pushing her back with one hand and dragging at the jacket with the other. She heard it tearing and tried to hang on to it. He punched her once, in the side of the head. It was like an explosion between her ears. Her limbs turned to jelly, collapsing her to the floor. A capsule of silence snapped shut around her, closing off the world. She was completely without motor control. She could feel herself flopping around the floor like a beached fish as he handled her, twisting her this way and that, removing her clothing. She could say nothing, do nothing, hear nothing. The room was spinning. She could see him taking off his trousers, then pushing her onto her chest, his hand on the back of her head, grinding her face into the flooring. She felt a weight in the centre of her back, driving the air from her lungs, then something pushing her legs apart. She knew that she was screaming, but could not hear it. She tried to control herself, to close her mouth, to stop the panic. She had to keep quiet. For Rachel. Michael Kenny could feel his panic increasing by the minute. He sat in the room, holding on to the girl, trying not to focus on what was happening. The door to the storeroom had swung half open, so both he and the kid could hear everything, but Stein and the woman were out of sight. He was surprised Stein wasn't doing it in front of them. But then maybe he couldn't, with people watching, with a child watching. Beside him, the girl had stopped crying and was shivering uncontrollably. He had let her sit on one of the chairs at the table, alongside him. He held on to her now only by the wrist, just in case. She had been a cheeky little bitch back in the car. He had hit her then when he shouldn't have. He knew that. But the pair of them had got to him. He had thought they would get away. Stein would have killed him if they had escaped. The woman shouldn't have hit him with the stone. She was playing with all their lives, not thinking of the consequences. He had fallen into his own shit, and the smell was still in his nostrils now. His backside was still dirty with it. The blow hadn't hurt the kid. She had still been a lippy little bitch afterwards, and it had been nothing compared to what Stein had done to her. Kenny had watched him knee her mother in the face. The child had seen it and started screaming at once. Without the slightest hesitation, Stein had punched her, straight into her face, fist clenched. She wasn't so lippy now. He looked down at her, snivelling and sobbing to herself. The bucket of sheep's blood Stein had thrown all over her was still streaked across her face, matted into her hair. All her attitude had been a show, a put-on. His own kids were the same. They could give you lip. They could create merry hell. But when you whacked them, you saw immediately what they really were. Frightened little kiddies, pretending to be grown-ups. This one was terrified now. Every time her mother cried out, she flinched. He wondered if she knew what Stein was doing to her. This wasn't the way any of it should have been done. The mother was trying to be quiet, to control it. He could tell from the way her sobs got strangled in her throat. Stein was making a lot of noise. It sounded like he was hitting her at the same time. At one point, the woman started to wail uncontrollably.
the noise punctuated by sharp exclamations of breath, like he was punching the wind out of her. Stein started to yell things, but not in English. It was some kind of South African lingo that Kenny didn't know. His voice sounded different, less distinct. Kenny had to stop himself from imagining what was happening behind the wall. Stein was so massive, so heavy, the woman so skinny. It made him cringe to think of it. Stein was getting excited. Kenny had thought he would do it to frighten her, to get out of her what he wanted, but he was enjoying it. He could tell that from the way he was panting. The noises were getting worse. Kenny squeezed the kid's wrist slightly, to get her attention, to distract her. She looked up at him, and he saw the total confusion and horror written in her eyes. He felt his chest constrict. No kid should have to hear things like this. The mother was a rich twat. Maybe she had something like this coming to her, but that wasn't the kid's fault. "It's okay," he said to her, speaking quietly. He didn't know what to tell her to make it better. "It'll be over soon," he said. "Your mum will be okay." But it seemed to go on forever. Kenny squirmed uncomfortably in the seat. He wanted desperately to smoke. Stein had stopped him before because he hated the smell. Kenny had forgotten that from the last time he had met him. Did he have long enough now? He put the gun down on the table and found the cigarette packet in his pocket. He heard Stein begin a long, slow groan. The woman started to shout, but Stein must have done something to her, hit her, blocked her mouth, nipped her windpipe, because the noise got cut off midway. And for a while, all Kenny could hear was Stein, noisily finishing it off. In the silence that followed, he put away the cigarettes. He glanced nervously at the kid. The mother was totally quiet. Had Stein killed her? Suddenly she began to splutter and gasp. Kenny was relieved. He heard movement, and then a rustle of clothing. He picked up the gun. Stein appeared in the doorway, drawing a sleeve of his crumpled blue shirt across his mouth, as if he had just taken a long drink of something. His eyes were fixed on the kid. He bared his teeth and clamped them together once. "Did she get that?" he asked. His legs were bare, covered in dense red hair, and as thick as tree trunks. He had kept his socks on. He would have looked ridiculous, but Kenny could see his flaccid cock dangling below the shirt. It looked as if it were covered in blood. "She heard everything," Kenny said. "Good." Stein stepped back out of sight again. "That's just for starters." Kenny could hear the woman whimpering. Stein stepped back into sight, pulling his trousers on. He had his mobile phone out. He fastened the buckle on his belt, then began to punch in numbers. His fingers were too big, and he had to try a few times before he got it right. The phone looked tiny in his hand, like a toy. He held it to his ear, standing in the doorway, and looking back down to where the woman must have been lying on the floor. "Where are you?" he said, speaking into the phone. Kenny couldn't hear the response. "Did you find him?" Stein began to pace up and down in the storeroom, phone stuck to his ear. The woman was still crying, but more softly now. "No. She says he is in Newcastle. I don't know. I'm not finished with her yet." Kenny could just hear the other voice, but too faint to pick out words. "What did they ask?" "It doesn't matter. Stop panicking. Get the stuff I asked you for and bring it to me. Then I can ask her about them. She will know where he is. It's just a matter of time before she tells me. No, not here. Not if they've already seen you." Stein stood in one corner, hand on the wall, staring at the floor, considering. "I'll come to you," he said finally. "You say where. Somewhere safe."
Wait a minute." He turned to Kenny and shouted, "Remember this!" Then listened again to the phone. The person on the other end must have been giving him an address. He repeated it as it was given, then turned to Kenny and said, 11A Clifton Lane, Pudsey. Remember that." Kenny tried to memorize it. Beside him, the girl started to whisper something to him. He squeezed her wrist again to warn her. Stein was still talking on the phone. "Are the staff here safe? If they're not, it will be down to you." Kenny looked down at the girl and raised his finger to his lips. The look in her eyes was wild, incomprehensible. She closed her mouth, but she was staring at him, as if she hadn't understood a thing. "I'll see you in 40 minutes, Stein said, then cut the line. He walked out of sight, and Kenny heard 3 sharp blows, then movement. Stein reappeared in the doorway, dragging the woman under the armpits. The girl gave a little squeal of fright. The woman was naked, streaked with blood, trying to hold her legs together. Kenny stood up. "I can't be bothered with this," Stein said, dropping her to the floor. Kenny could see that her eyes were open, but she looked in shock. One of her eyes looked like it was bruising up, and there was blood running from her nose and mouth. He shifted his grip to the child's hand, but held her in place. "I know who you are," Stein said, leaning over and speaking to the woman. "Do you understand? The game is over. I know who you fucking are." She tried to roll away from him, to curl into a protective ball. "I'm going to leave you here," he said, pulling her arms away from her face. "You think about what has happened, and whether you want me to do the same to the brat. When I come back, I want to know where Hanley is, and I want to know what you know. Do you hear me?" He kicked at her head with the side of his foot. "I hear you!" she screamed. "I've told you already! I've told you what I know!" Stein straightened up. "You haven't even started," he said. "I don't know who you think is protecting you, but they're not here now. No one can get to you. If I don't have the truth when I get back, then I start on the kid." He stepped away from her and walked up to Kenny. "I need to leave for a few hours," he said. Kenny cursed to himself. "You watch these two." Stein sniffed and looked down at the soiled shell suit. "There's a shower in the next room," he said. "Use it before I get back. You stink." Baines was late for the autopsy, which was a relief. Unlike many other experienced officers, he had never learned to regard the progress of a surgical saw through human tissue and bone as anything other than precisely that. The high-pitched whine of the blade and the sights and smells which followed were not something his stomach would tolerate so early in the morning. He waited instead in Natasha Atkinson's consulting room on the 3rd floor of LGI, and let Paul North witness the event. North seemed incapable of regarding corpses as anything other than the furniture of the job. "Sorry I missed it," he said, as Atkinson and North entered. He finished the coffee her secretary had made him, feeling the caffeine stirring in his empty guts. He had only recently taken up drinking coffee, and still found the effects on his stomach unpredictable. "You will be," North said. He looked mildly excited. Atkinson always looked to Baines to be too young to be qualified for what she did. He would have guessed her age as well under 30. She was dressed in a smart grey trouser suit, her brown hair pulled back into a tight bun, presumably to keep it out of the bodies. She wore flash metal-rimmed spectacles and what appeared to be diamond earrings. She looked like she was about to chair a business meeting, and not as though she had just cut into a corpse with a saw. "I haven't finished," she told him, sitting down behind her desk. The body from the airport is just in, and I had 2 on the go already. I'm juggling corpses here." She smiled at him. "I can give you some preliminary stuff, though." He opened his notebook and waited. "Cause of death might be the fall. If so, he would have died shortly after impact. He seems to have landed feet first." Baines winced. "He has what you would call second-degree burns over nearly 1/3 of his body. Smaller areas of 3rd degree, mainly his back, his head, and some of his face. It wouldn't have killed him, though. Not under ordinary circumstances. Of course, I don't know what the circumstances were. It is possible for someone to suffer heart failure as a consequence of this kind of trauma." "I understand," Baines said. "It wouldn't be normal, but you're not sure." She smiled at him. "That's right, officer. I'm not sure. Even more because he has severe head injuries, which might or might not have predated the fall. Until I finished, I couldn't really say whether he was dead before he hit the ground. I might never be able to say, in fact." Baines wrote it down. He remembered now how infuriatingly cautious she could be. "I've noted all this already," North said. Baines ignored him. "Go on," he said to Atkinson. "Leaving aside the deeper head injuries, he also has other more superficial injuries which might not be attributable to the fall." Baines looked up. "Might not? Is that probably not caused by the fall?" "No, not probably. Possibly. Blunt instrument trauma to his head and body, perhaps. I'm not certain, because there must also be extensive trauma from the fall. Once again, I'll know a little better when I've looked closer, but for now I'd say some marks, I pointed them out to Mr. North, look so specific that they might not be caused by the fall." "Whereabouts on his body?" "Large laceration top of skull." She indicated where on her own head. "Not from the fall?" "I don't think so. At least, it looks too superficial. But then again—" "Would it have bled?" Baines asked. "Yes, copiously, in common with all scalp wounds. Also, 2 sets of what appear to be tramline bruises across his upper arms, 3 across his right thigh, and multiple similar injuries to his chest." "Tramlines?" Baines asked, frowning. Each pathologist seemed to have their own slang. "You mean double lines of bruising?" "Caused by being struck with a bar or such like. That is the most typical cause at any rate. There could be other causes." Baines wrote it down. It seemed she couldn't give any conclusion without qualifying it. "But most importantly," she continued, "he has ligature injuries to wrists and ankles." "He was tied up?" "And possibly gagged," North added. Baines raised his eyebrows to Atkinson. "Possibly gagged," she confirmed. "Patterns of bruising around the lips and left cheek, consistent with a very tight gag. Possibly." Baines nodded, thinking about it. "But definitely tied up?" he asked. "Yes." He waited for the rider. There wasn't one. He nodded appreciatively. "That's good," he said. "We can work with that." She shrugged as if to say, "I do my best." He was almost frightened to ask her for more. "Can you say when he was tied?" She looked thoughtful. "Not after he was burned." Baines nodded, looking at her. She wasn't joking. "What about just before he was burned?" he asked. She twirled an expensive-looking propelling pencil between her long manicured fingers, frowning intensely. Baines waited. "That would be going too far," she said at last. "A day before he was burned?" Baines tried. She held up her hand. "I know what you want, officer. Just let me think it through a moment." Again he waited. "I would say," she began, then paused. I would estimate that he was very possibly tied with hard ligatures within a space of several hours before his death. Baines raised his eyebrows. Hard ligatures? Not rope or string, something hard like wire or plastic. Something that cut him, and not in the way that rope burns injure. Okay, Baines said, writing it down. But there were no ligatures on him. Not when he got here, and I saw nothing at the scene, but I'm not a scenes of crime officer. You need to tell Socko about this, Baines said, turning to North, so they know what to look for. I already have, North said, sounding tetchy. Baines turned back to Atkinson. Is that it? He tried to sound polite. I'm afraid so. That's all I had time to do. Give me to the end of tomorrow for the rest. Mobile phone use was prohibited within the hospital, but he rang Alan White at the Wheatwood incident room as soon as they were out. I'm just out of the preliminary on Hanley, he said. He was tied before he fell. White was silent, thinking. Anything else? He asked eventually. Nothing certain. It was Natasha Atkinson. We're lucky she confirmed death. White laughed. What do we do? Baines asked, walking towards the Crown Court, where he had left his car. Call it a murder, White said. I'll ring command and get it allocated to me. The two must be linked. You still want me at briefing? Yes, you need to stick with it. I'll give you the team looking for Anna Hart. That's the priority now. Baines ran a hand across his face. The lack of sleep was beginning to catch up. He wasn't sure he wanted to run a team on a homicide case. Not that White was giving him a choice. You're going to the press with the details? He asked. Already done. It should go out on radio leads this morning. I've got pictures of her going into the Yorkshire Evening Post and Telegraph and Argus for the lunchtime editions. I'm doing the local TV in a couple of hours. I've got the chopper up over the moors in case she bolted. I've got 20 detectives coming in during the next hour or so. We have to assume she's in danger. She's not the sort of person who would know how to use a gun, let alone execute a taxi driver. You have to find her, Pete. We could end up with a dead kid if you don't. Baines felt a momentary sensation of panic. The immediate movement of responsibility wasn't what he had been expecting. I'll do my best, he said uncertainly. Will that be good enough? White asked. It's your task, so it's down to you now. All eyes will be on you. I'm not sure doing your best will be adequate. Baines began to stutter something about needing help. Relax, Pete, White said, cutting in. I'm joking. It's my responsibility. Baines closed his eyes and counted to 5. It had been too long a night for this. What do you think is going on? He asked. If it's a blackmail attempt, I can't see how that would link with killing Hanley. Too soon for firm theories. It's just play it by ear at the moment. Chuck ideas up in the air. See where they fall. Try it. Baines blinked, considering the task ahead of him. How many men will I have to... White interrupted him again. I said try it. Try what? Give me a line, a theory, spin a thought, share an insight. I'm not sure I know enough about... For fun. I'm sorry, sir. Do it for fun, to humour me. It won't hurt. We're all running around with our heads up our arses up here. No one has a clue, really. Baines looked down Oxford Place, at the traffic building up on the hedgerow. White wasn't filling him with confidence. He searched his brain for thoughts, but it wasn't working. He needed food and sleep. I
have no idea," he said finally. "I have no idea how the two could be linked." "Me neither," White said. He sounded completely calm. "You know what you do when that happens?" "No." "You follow the book." "The book?" "The ACPO Murder Manual. That's the difference between me and you. I've been on the SIO course. You haven't. They give you the book on the course. It tells you how to solve a murder. I've got it here. So, we should be okay." There was a silence, as Baines wondered whether he should laugh. "It's a joke," White said. It was prowling inside her, something lethal. She knew it from the terror of nightmares she had suffered since she was a kid, something caged and lurking, a knotted, ugly gargoyle of destructive force waiting to lash out, and the bastard had set it loose. He had put his dirty, clumsy fingers inside her and snapped the chain. She had to find a way to get the lid back on. She repeated the sentences to herself over and over again. She was Anna Hart. She ran a stupid provincial art gallery in York. Nothing about her was violent. She had a daughter she loved. She turned her head and opened her eyes. Rachel was lying with her head in her lap, arms tight around her waist, sobbing, her hair and face smeared with animal blood. Beside her was the man with the gun, shouting something. She felt the thing twist inside her. She couldn't fight it. Everything she had built around her was about to collapse. She had passed a lifetime trying to fight the anger, to keep it caged. In the last few months, she, as Anna Hart, had even forgotten it existed. But these idiots had taken that apart in the space of minutes. The thing was there, awake, injecting her with black energy, blotting out the pain, clawing its way through the back corners of her mind, screaming. She could feel its strength, surging through her veins like adrenaline. If she gave in, it would flood her, cloud her vision with its filth, drown her in rage. She turned away from him. She had to find something to hang on to, something that wouldn't pull her into this hell. She forced herself to remember what she had learned about Anna Hart, reciting the facts by rote. She had led a charmed life. Her parents had doted on her. This feeling was not her. She was Anna Hart. She was calm, balanced, unemotional. Everyone said it about her. Even her best friend, Sue Mostyn Phillips. Good old jolly Sue. A jealous, suspicious bitch with a sewer of a mind. Sue probably hated her. She took a mental breath. Anna didn't react like that. She never had. Her mother had told her that she had been one of the happiest kids she had known. She never had to raise her voice to her once. That man, Stein, had said he knew who she was. But she had heard that before. December 1986. She had hung from hooks in the basement of a Manchester pub for 3 days, while men told her they knew who she was, then burned, beat, and starved her. But she had held on. Nothing was certain in this game. If you held on for long enough, you could convince them of anything. They had suspicions, fears, maybe even information. But they didn't know. Not for certain. And the gap between suspicion and certainty was all she needed to stay alive. Anna Hart's mother and father were diplomats. She had spent her childhood travelling from one country to another, never settled, always moving. She had seen the world, suffering, grief, poverty, but always from a distance, from behind the tinted windows of the embassy limo. She had won that one in Manchester. She had convinced them they were wrong. She could win this one. To give in meant it was over, pure and simple. The man who had done this to her would not let her go now, not if he really knew who she was. If he really knew, she would probably be dead already. So she had to hold the anger down,
Remember that she was Anna Hart. She had her manners, her clothes, her speech, her memories. Nick, sitting across the table from her in the West Room at Black Car Hall, a proud smile all over his face. June 1998, their first date since she had met him at the gallery. He had cooked for her, pheasant in red wine, Duchess potatoes, green beans. He had given Mrs. Rimmer the night off, so they had the place to themselves. Afterwards, talking about herself, strolling across the west lawn in the warm evening sunlight. The memories were real. She didn't have to invent. This man, Stein, had wanted to know where Nick was, which meant, if her cover was blown, that it had nothing to do with Nick, which meant there was still hope. She could get back to him, get out of this, pick up where they had left off. She could still be Anna Hart, still be with him. That was something to hang on to. She began to cry again. She had told him where Nick was straight away, without any hesitation. She had betrayed him. Nick had been nothing but gentle to her. He had taken to her daughter as if she were his own, but she had been ready to place him in Stein's hands just to... To what? Not to suffer what had happened anyway? To save Rachel? Rachel. That wasn't her daughter's name. But she had to think of her as Rachel. Keep thinking of her as Rachel. She realized the man with the gun was prodding her with it, his voice getting out of control. She looked up at him, seeing her surroundings for the first time clearly. They were in the meeting room. She remembered it. A long table, dirty windows down one wall, discarded plastic cups on the tables, a kettle on the windowsill, a coffee jar, a cheap radio, a single poster on the wall showing a panorama of snow-capped mountains, Arabic writing underneath. Probably the staff used the room for breaks. She was lying near the table, on worn linoleum, curled up, holding Rachel to her. The man with the gun was sitting on a chair, leaning forward, speaking to her. She had thought from the shape of his mouth that he was shouting. But he wasn't. He was holding something out to her. She pushed herself into a sitting position and tried to focus on his words. "You can put these on. You'll be cold. That won't help." She looked at what he was holding. An item of clothing, not her own. She looked down at herself, naked, streaked with blood. "Where are my clothes?" she asked. Her voice sounded weird. "They're torn, dirty. You don't want them. This is clean." She took it off him. It was some kind of grey overall, like she'd seen the Asian workers wearing. She looked around her, wondering absurdly where she could put it on. He pointed to a door in the corner of the room. "There's a shower through here. You can wash." He looked confused. He was trying to be kind to her, but he still had the gun. "You can wash and put these on. I'll keep the kid through here." She prized Rachel away from her chest. "I need to wash her first," she said. "I need to get this blood off her." She felt dazed. Nothing seemed real. It felt like she had been kicked between the legs very hard. "We can all go," he said. "We can all wash." She felt a wave of nausea. "You keep away from us. You've done enough to harm us." She lifted Rachel's chin. "Are you hurt, darling?" She was shivering. They both were. "She's okay," he said. "I checked her. She's just shocked." Rachel's lips and nose were still bleeding. "What did he do to you?" Anna asked. Rachel shook her head. "It wasn't him. It was the big one. He punched me. She started crying again. Anna tried to check her teeth to see if they were loose, but her fingers were shaking too much. "Can you breathe through your nose?" Rachel nodded. "She was lucky," the man said. "He could have broken it." Anna looked up at him. "You could have cracked her skull, you fucking arsehole." He bit his lip and stood up quickly, pacing to the end of the room. Rachel leaned towards her. "I need the toilet, Mum," she whispered. "I'm trying to be reasonable," the man started. "So I should thank you?" Anna spat the words at him. "When's that other bastard coming back?" He walked to the windows running along the wall behind the table. "I don't know. He said a couple of hours. You need to give him what he wants. I warned you." "He's already taken what he wants." She ran her hand through her hair and felt her head throbbing. She needed to check herself for injuries, but not now. She couldn't think about any of that, mustn't allow herself the luxury of shock or self-pity. They were still here. Stein was coming back. She had to get her mind working. She had to do something. He walked over to the radio and plugged it in. The sound of some girl band bashing out a pop song blared out of the speaker. He turned the volume down. "What's your name?" she asked. She tried to keep the hatred out of her voice. He was bent over by the radio, fiddling with the dial, trying to tune it. "You don't need to know my name," he said, not looking at her. "My daughter needs to go to the toilet," she said. He found a news station and straightened up, turning towards her. "You can go one at a time," he said. He pointed again to the door, using the gun. "It's through there." Anna stood Rachel up, spoke quietly to her. "Will you be okay by yourself?" Rachel nodded, then whispered to her. "Just keep him away." Then she turned to him and called out, "Thank you. I'll be quick." She was learning. He made no attempt to follow Rachel. He looked as if he was even embarrassed to look at Anna while she was naked. Or perhaps it was the injuries, the blood shaming him. On the radio, there were 2 news items about the impending millennium celebrations at the Dome in London. Then they cut to a reporter at Leeds Bradford Airport. She watched the gunman stiffen, listening. Not many details were given. An Asian taxi driver, a father of 3, had been brutally murdered. The police weren't releasing any other details. It was a short report. He was about to turn the radio off when they skipped to the next news item. She heard the words just as Rachel came out of the toilet. Property developer Nicholas Hanley is believed to be the man involved in an earlier incident in central Leeds. Police say the body of Mr. Hanley, aged 49, has been positively identified. She heard Rachel gasp, eyes wide. He is believed to have jumped from a burning apartment in Spencer Tower. The police say they are continuing to investigate. The fire service now has the fire under control, and streets in the vicinity have been reopened. "Did they say Nicholas Hanley?" the man asked. Rachel was still staring at her. Anna felt her head beginning to spin, and sat down on the chair the man had been using. "I said, did they say Hanley?" he shouted. "Yes!" she shouted back. She tried to make sense of the words, but couldn't. They had said Nicholas Hanley. They had given his age. They had said he was dead. But the 3 things didn't add up for her. Did they mean Nicholas Hanley? Her Nicholas Hanley? "Come here, Rachel," she said. Her daughter crossed the room and stood in front of her. Her eyes were red-rimmed, sore, her face devoid of colour. She had tried to wash it, but there was still blood matted through her hair and smeared down one cheek. Her lip was split in at least 2 places, her nose still bleeding. Her shirt was damp where she had tried to sponge the blood from it. "Don't listen to it," Anna said. "We don't know what it means. They said the body had... We don't know who it is. We don't know anything." She pulled her to her and hugged her. There was a ringing noise in her ears. The man came over and stood in front of her. He was speaking to her, asking her questions about Hanley. Stein must have told him nothing. She turned her face from him, burying it in Rachel's hair. Rachel brought her arm up and held onto her head. Anna thought she would really start crying now, but instead, Rachel pressed her lips against her ear and whispered, her voice full of excitement. "There's a knife in the toilet, under the waste bin." Elaine Merrington, the socko they had given him, called Baines on his mobile as he was on his way down to see Chris Greenwood. She was still at the scene. He updated her with the findings from the preliminary PM. "Alan White is taking it," he added. "We need to treat it as a homicide now. It could be connected to the shooting at the airport. You might want to get the fire people in from the lab." "I treat all fatalities as murder until I know otherwise," she said. "Do you want an update, or shall I call Alan White?" He listened. So far she had recovered blood from the external wall just below the balcony, where he had seen the staining, and from the office below the flat. She had lifted a wide range of possible fingerprints, mainly from the office below. "There were what appears to be dishcloths balled up on the floor by the sinks in the office toilets," she said, "also blood-stained. Not burned. The office was smoke-damaged, but not burned," she said. "The fire took hold in distinct places in the flat above the office. They tried to burn the office too, by leading a trail of accelerant from one floor to the other, but the fire door between the floors seems to have shut. Water was the greater problem as far as traces were concerned. Nevertheless, we found a lot of prints down there, and in the connecting passage, plus the blood. The amount of water I saw, I'm surprised you got anything. Do you know what the accelerant was?" "Not certain yet. Smells very strongly like petrol, though." "The fire was set in the main room, just inside the doorway. It looks like the accelerant was transported in hard plastic containers. We have one intact from the office, and traces of perhaps 2 others at different sites in the flat. There was a lot of accelerant used. I found a Zippo lighter, possibly used to start things. No prints, but possible DNA. Ditto the rags and the blood, obviously. In fact, we will probably get a lot from here. But it will take time, and there's no guarantee any of it is from the perpetrator." "Did you find any plastic or wire?" "The pathologist reckons Hanley was tied with something hard. If so, they must have been removed before he went over." "Nothing. There is broken furniture, though. I would say there was a struggle before the blaze was set. I've got fibres from some broken items, and from the balcony. I'll let you know as we get more." Baines thanked her. Pushing open the door to the tiny ground-floor room Chris Greenwood had commandeered to watch videos. Previously it had belonged to the station cleaners, and there were still some mops, pails and brushes stacked in one corner. "I've got 5 minutes, Chris," he said, sitting down. "That's all you'll need." Greenwood was sitting in front of a tiny video monitor. Baines pulled up a chair. 3 cameras in the building," Greenwood said. "One on the main door, one at the underground garage, one covering 2 side exits out the back. 2 were in the loop, the main entrance and the car park. The side exits were off, damaged. The fault was reported at 9 o'clock yesterday morning." "So we can't cover all movement?" "No, not from the internal system. I've got nearly all the tapes from the surrounding streets and junctions. 8 cameras cover about half the possible exit routes. But that will take a little more time to process. About half the exit routes. Yes, it's not watertight. But let me show you what I have so far. Baines watched as he set off a grainy black and white tape, showing a barely visible underground car park. The camera, Greenwood explained, pointed into the garage and caught all movement in and out via the one external entrance and exit. This car is coming in now. He placed his finger on the screen. You can't see it very well, but if you pause it enough you can catch one frame where the plate is visible. It checks back to Hanley. The camera switched suddenly to a high angle of the main vestibule of the building. From inside, camera pointed out through the doors. Baines could see that it was daylight outside. He checked the time on the bottom right-hand corner of the image, 15:17. The date was given as 30th, 12th, 99. It's a time-lapse, Greenwood explained. The tape takes 4 seconds from each of the 2 cameras in turn. It switched back to the garage. The car he had shown Baines was just beginning to park. The quality is terrible, Baines said. What kind of car is that? An XJ8, a Jag, Admiral Red. One of 3 cars Hanley owns. The other 2 are Range Rovers. The camera switched again to the vestibule. Greenwood fast-forwarded it until they could see a man getting out of the car in the garage. The image was so unclear, it was hard to accurately determine his height. It's useless, Baines said. Can you even see what he's wearing? I can see that it's dark trousers, dark shoes, some kind of lighter shirt and a jacket. Which matches our corpse, but that doesn't say much. You think there's a doubt as to the ID? Baines shook his head. No, not really. I'm just being careful. Can you get any good shots of the face? Greenwood shook his head. No, but it's Hanley. It's his car, and he gets into the building by swiping an ID card, which comes back to him. The system times exits and entries and matches them to personnel. The timings here tie up. Does he leave the building? Not in that car. The Jag is still in the garage now. The quality from the vestibule angle is much sharper. If I had a photo of him... I asked Paul North to get you one. I could check faces to see if he leaves on foot. Baines sat back. Okay. That's good work, Chris. That's not it. Wait. He pressed the buttons on the remote, skipping the tape forward to a time he had noted on his pad. Watch this. The image showed the garage again. Baines watched a figure return to the same car. It looked like the same person. The time showed 16:33, same date. Opening the boot, he extracted 2 light-coloured containers, then set off towards the lifts, carrying 1 in each hand. They looked reasonably heavy. They don't look like bags, Baines said, frowning. He comes back for a 3rd, Greenwood said. They look like petrol containers to me. The man was called Kenny. She didn't know whether it was his first or last name. She knew, because he had phoned Stein in front of her, using his mobile. The line must have been unclear, because he had to raise his voice and repeat his name. She had tried to stop him calling Stein, appealing to him, hoping for something human. If you tell him about the radio broadcast, he will return sooner, she had said. She must have looked frightened. She felt it. The man, Kenny, seemed uncertain, but not for long. I have to tell him, he'd said, rubbing his forehead. His voice was like someone with throat cancer. I'm sorry. I have to. Maybe it will be okay. Maybe all he wanted was to know where this Hanley is. The call took only a few seconds.
She listened as Kenny told Stein about Nicholas Hanley being dead. She held on to Rachel as they watched him.
"He already knew?"
he said, when the line was cut. He was frowning hard. She didn't understand it either. She felt like breaking down again, giving in. Stein was asking her where Nick was, but he knew Nick was dead. It was some kind of nightmare. She wouldn't be able to stop it. She caught the sob in her throat and stood up, holding the overalls he had given her.
"I'll wash. Like you said,"
she said. She saw Rachel look away from her. Kenny walked her to the door, opened it, and looked in, checking.
"I'll be out here with the kid," he said. "Remember that?"
She nodded.
"Your name is Kenny," she said. "Thank you, Kenny."
He appeared uncomfortable.
"You should forget my name," he said.
She nodded, then looked past him to where Rachel was standing by the table watching.
"I will be quick, Rachel," she said. "If anything happens, shout." "Nothing will happen," he said,
and closed the door on her. She waited to be certain he wasn't coming in, then looked around the room. It was small and narrow. A toilet cubicle, and in front of that, an area tiled off to make an open shower. A chair behind the door, a rusting mirror above a small basin, a paper hand towel dispenser on the wall, a waste bin outside the toilet, stuffed with used towels. She lifted it and picked up the knife. Had Rachel found it elsewhere and hidden it there? She felt a surge of pride. It was an ordinary kitchen knife with a serrated edge. She ran her thumb along it. It was blunt. The blade was thin, about 6 inches long, pointed. She bent it. It was weak, flexible. It wouldn't cut anything, and it would break if it struck something solid. But it was all she had. She put it in the back pocket of the overalls. Then she turned on the shower and washed herself quickly, not even waiting for warm water, not thinking about the puddle of dirty, blooded water running away at her feet. All she thought about was the knife. Then she rinsed her hair, her face, inside her mouth, and finally, between her legs. There was no soap. She didn't count her injuries, wouldn't think about the pain. She dried herself as best she could on handfuls of coarse blue paper towels, then put the overalls on. They fitted well enough, but would not be warm outside, if they ever got out. She buttoned them up to the throat and looked at the little cloth badge sewn onto the breast pocket. There was some Arabic writing on it. The pocket at her backside was large, hiding the knife well, but the outline would probably show if she turned her back to him. She would have to be careful. She opened the door and stepped back into the room. Rachel's eyes caught hers, and communication passed silently. She was seated at one end of the table. Kenny was at the other. He stood up as she came out.
"My turn,"
he said. She walked over to Rachel, thinking furiously. How was he to shower and keep control of them? He would have to leave them here. That would be her chance. Maybe she wouldn't have to use the knife.
"You have to come with me," he said, crushing the idea. "Both of you. I'll keep the gun on the kid, and you can wash me."
She felt her face twitch with disbelief and panic.
"There's no other way,"
he said, seeing her expression.
"I stink of shit. That's your fault. I let you wash and change. Now you have to help me."
She spluttered some words, protesting. At the same time, her brain registered the opportunity he was giving them, but she kept the thought away from her face.
"I can't do it any other way," he said. "You'll run if I leave you."
"Please," she said. "I give you my word. If you leave us here—"
"Don't be stupid."
He took hold of Rachel's arm and began to push her towards the door, gun held lazily at his side. Anna let her face soften a little.
"Wait," she said. He paused. "Do you promise? That is all you want?" He looked offended. "I'm married," he said. "I've 2 little girls. I'm not like him." He almost sneered the words. She saw him standing above the taxi driver, aiming the gun. She blinked. "Okay," she said. "I'll help you. Leave her alone." He let go of Rachel. They all walked to the shower room. With all 3 of them inside, the place felt cramped, claustrophobic. He told her to shut the door. She shut it and stood back against it, feeling the knife pressing against her backside. He told Rachel to stand near to him, then began to strip. He held the gun against Rachel's head. Anna waited to see how he planned to keep the gun on her and get into the shower. All she needed was a few clear seconds. "Turn the shower on," he said to her. He stood so that he was facing her, naked, the shell suit in a crumpled heap on the floor. Rachel was screwing her nose up, smelling him, trying not to look at his body. But Anna saw and smelled nothing. Her brain was racing. He was weak. He was not like Stein, as he had said. He had shot the taxi driver, but there had been no relationship there. Already he had spoken too much to them, had given away too much of himself. The situation was not the same. He had 2 daughters. He felt bad about hitting Rachel, about what Stein had done. And he had told her all of this. She stepped over to the shower, onto the wet area of tiling sloping towards the drain. Her eyes were fixed on the gun he had against Rachel's head. If it came to it, he would kill again. But he didn't want to, and because of that, he would make errors. She scrutinized the gun carefully. It was old, large, clumsy, ex-Soviet block, probably a Stechkin 9mm, which would give it a 20-round clip, if he could find that much ammunition for it. At some point he had taken the silencer off it. It hadn't worked well, so she was guessing it was some kind of homemade effort. The safety mechanism was obvious. A big selector lever on the left of the slide with 3 positions, all labelled. NP meant safe. That wasn't something Anna Hart would know, but she knew it. She could clearly see the letters. She knew what they meant. He had it set to safe. That was all she needed. She stepped up to the shower head and moved it. It was attached to a long tube. She turned on the water and let it run away at her feet. "What do you want me to do?" she asked. Her voice sounded suddenly calm. She looked up and down his body, taking in the details. He was thick-set, full of muscle, short, powerful thighs, a bull neck, hairs coating his upper back and chest, scars across his shoulders. She could see each and every muscle. The bone structure was clear. There was hardly any fat on him. He saw her watching and began to colour. "I'll keep the gun on the kid." His voice was edgy, uncertain. "You," he pointed to the shower, "you wash me. Quickly, with that." "Wash you where?" She could feel her heart speeding up. "All over. Just do it. I'll have the gun against her head. If I feel anything wrong, I'll kill her." She paused, looking into his eyes, telling herself again that the safety was on. "Okay, but step back a bit, nearer the thing." He stepped towards her, turned sideways now. "Turn round," she said. "I'll do it. You can trust me." He was unsure. He had picked up something in her voice, something different. She cursed herself silently, then said, "You promise you won't try to do anything to—" She saw him relax slightly. "Start doing it," he said. "I don't want anything off you. I just want to be clean." She felt the water temperature with her fingers, then sprayed it onto his thigh. He was still turned sideways, still watching her, still nervous. His left hand was holding Rachel, but trying to hold her at a distance, so she wouldn't push up against him, wouldn't touch him. He was too anxious that neither of them should get the wrong idea about him. He was underestimating. But the right hand was still pressing the gun against Rachel's head.
"Turn round," she said. "Let's get this over with."
He turned his back to her, moving slowly, head still twisted, so he was watching her. She looked at his backside. It was a mess, caked with his own shit. She had to get him to turn his head.
"You're covered with it," she said. "It's all over your backside."
She met his eyes. He averted them at once, shamed, embarrassed, then immediately turned his head away.
"I'll wash it off," she said.
She switched the shower head to her left hand and turned it onto his lower back. She saw him tense. She counted down quickly from the nape of his neck. The vertebrae were clear, the line of the shoulder blades standing out against the muscle. Because his arms were down, the gap between the edge of the left scapula and the beginning of the spinal column was less than 3 inches. The ribs were at their thickest right there. If she hit a rib, that was it. The blade would break. Her right hand closed around the handle of the knife. She marked the spot in her mind as she stepped up to him. Between the 6th and 7th ribs. She spaced her legs, drew her right arm back behind her head, then swung down. The blow was like a short downward punch with the side of her hand. Her fist struck the flesh of his back, knocking him forwards. She stepped back, expecting to see the blade broken. She had felt nothing, no resistance. She tried to keep hold of the handle, but as he moved, the thing came straight out of her hands. She stood back, amazed. The blade was buried in his back, the handle jutting out. She had hit him exactly where she had intended. He was staggering forward, falling into Rachel. She heard him take a breath, then start to turn, his legs buckling. She moved forward, trying to close on the gun arm. He was twisting over sideways, falling onto his back, his mouth open in shock, but no noise coming out. His left hand pulled Rachel down with him. She began to scream. As he hit the floor, his legs went up in the air and his head struck the wall of the room. He had Rachel pulled across his chest, the gun still against her head. He began to gasp for breath. She saw his eyes find hers as her hand closed over the gun. His left arm was pinning Rachel to his chest. He started puffing, his chest heaving. His eyes wavered, losing focus. Anna got one hand over the gun, the other around his hand. Rachel was still shrieking. She began to pry his fingers away from the gun. He was holding Rachel against the barrel, pressing the trigger again and again. She couldn't tell whether it was deliberate or a reflex motion.
"The safety is on," she said, looking into his eyes. "It's useless."
He couldn't hear her. He couldn't hear anything. He could do nothing but lie there staring at her, his face gradually turning blue. She watched his eyes go vague, the strength beginning to leave his fingers. She pulled the gun away from his hand and placed it behind her. Then she moved his arm from Rachel. Rachel wrapped her arms around her, and they stood back, the water from the shower sloshing around their feet, spraying over his legs. There was no blood at all. She stroked her hand through Rachel's hair and waited. He was still trying to breathe, still looking at her. His back began to arch, and his face contorted in pain. There was a gargling noise in his throat. She watched his chest jerking. The knife had gone straight through his heart. There was nothing he could do about it. Bubbles of bright, pink, frothy blood began to form between his gaping lips. She waited until his chest was rigid, turning Rachel's head away from him as his limbs began to ripple with involuntary twitches, his arms splayed out, the head twisted back, the eyes wide open on nothing.
"It's okay," she said to Rachel.
She looked around her. Her senses were strung out, the adrenaline coursing through her. She stepped to the door and opened it a fraction, peering carefully through the crack. The room beyond was empty. She turned back to look at Rachel. She was staring at his body, fingers in her mouth. She had never seen anyone dead before, let alone watched it happen. Anna waited until she looked up, then said, "That's how it is. That's how people die. It's nothing to worry about. He doesn't feel a thing." Her words sounded clumsy, inadequate. Rachel was struggling with it. Anna prodded his leg with her foot. He didn't move. "He's dead," she said. "Here 1 minute, gone the next." She could feel her heart slowing. "Let's get out of here," she said. The first briefing for the 25-strong squad Alan White had assembled was delayed by over half an hour because White himself disappeared. Baines sat on a corner table by the door to the CID room and rubbed his tired eyes. He needed sleep. He watched the taskless groups of men and women greeting each other, passing rumours, scrutinising what White had already marked onto whiteboards, laughing, grumbling, muttering, and finally settling down into chairs to wait in silence, nothing to say to each other that could take up more than 15 minutes of banter. It was his first real break since his shift had started over 20 hours before, but also since Liz had called him, dumping thoughts of Karen into his brain like tiny nuggets of radioactive waste. He had been mercifully occupied since then. There was nothing like a homicide to insert a lead screen between waking consciousness and the rest of life. You threw yourself into a homicide, gave it 100% of your attention. You did it whether you had wife and family, terminal cancer, £500,000 worth of debt about to crash about your head, anything. You were given an overriding excuse to forget everything for a while. But now he had a breather. He looked around the faces of the detectives, who were about to be told to cancel their plans for at least the next 3 days. He could see the excitement slipping the longer they waited, see them gradually remembering whatever little life detail had been worrying them that morning. For himself, he realised the seeds had already been planted when Liz had told him Frances Doyle was looking for Karen Sharp. He stood up and walked out into the corridor. He needed to get his mind away from it. He took out his mobile and called Liz's number, realising only as she answered that his mind had deftly outmanoeuvred him. The first thing she would ask him about would be Karen. "Have they seen you yet?" she asked on cue. "Yes, about an hour ago." "So, what's going on?" "I don't know. I didn't ask them." He began to pace up and down in the corridor. "Maybe you should have," she said. "I'm worried about her." "You already said that." "You're saying you're not?" He bit his lip, silent. "Don't pretend to me, Pete. It's no crime. We loved the woman, for God's sake. We loved both of them, just because—" "I'm trying not to think about them," he said, cutting her off. "That's the past. We have to ditch the past. Karen used to say that all the time." He listened to Liz's silence. "I'm sorry, Liz," he said. "I can't do it any other way." "Well, I can," she said. "Do you have any contact numbers for her?" He frowned, confused. "Why? Why would you want that?" "So I can try to find out what's going on. She might need our help." "She doesn't." "But have you?" "What?" "Any contact numbers? Did she give you anything?" "She gave me nothing, Liz. You know that. She didn't even leave a fucking note." He caught himself, caught the bitterness too strong to be anything other than a still raw wound. He took a breath. "Look, that's not why I called." "What then?" She sounded put out. "I was thinking about tonight." She didn't say anything. He was walking outside the offices for the divisional supervision. Alan White was in one, discussing the inquiry with the command team in Wakefield. At least, that's what John Hoyle, White's deputy SIO, had told them. Baines could hear White's raised voice as he passed one of the doors. He tried to whisper to Liz. He didn't want to be heard. "Maybe we should have arranged something," he said. He heard her sigh. "It's a bit late now, Pete." He paced a bit more, thinking about it. She had offered to spend Millennium Eve with him nearly 3 months ago, and he had refused, insisting he would work instead. As it turned out, he wasn't given an option. But they could still have done something after midnight. People stayed up all night to celebrate special events. He could have given her what was left of it, and for that matter, the hours before he had been due to start. Christmas and New Year were always difficult for him. The dates alone seemed capable of sinking him into mild despair, as if the burden of striving to ensure smiles and memorableness were itself too much weight. He had been unfortunate enough to have achieved the aim a couple of times, and try as he might, the memory of those times now infected every attempt at replication. New Year's Eve was particularly effective in bringing out the snivelling, self-pitying idiot. It was incredible that the year before last he had actually managed to put the past behind him. But that had been Karen, or Mairead, or the combination of the two. They had come into his life and healed things he had thought would never be cured. He remembered the 4 of them, Liz as well, running through the fields behind Karen's home in the freezing darkness so that they could get over the crest of the next hill and catch a glimpse of the fireworks lighting up the sky towards Skipton, all drunk except Mairead. At 10 she had been just old enough to start appreciating things like that. They had even attempted a few lines of Auld Lang Syne. He cursed out loud, remembering it. They had been planning their lives together, and she had simply walked out on him. No reason, no warning. "What?" Liz asked, hearing him. "Too late," he said. "I asked you, Pete." He shook himself from the thoughts. "I know. I was stupid. I'm sorry. Do you have to go?" She had already made plans to visit her sister down south later that day. "I have to now," she said. "I can't mess around and change things this late on. I asked you 3 months ago." In front of him, he heard the door to White's room beginning to open. He turned to make his way back to the CID room. "Maybe I don't want to be alone tonight," he said. It was pathetic, unanswerable. He felt himself cringe as the words slipped out of his mouth. He hadn't even said that he wanted to be with her, just not alone. It was almost an insult. She didn't reply. "Can I at least see you before you leave?" he asked. "I'm leaving in 30 minutes. This is silly, Pete." He walked in front of White's office, glancing through the open door. He was 2 paces past it, mobile still held to his ear, before he registered what he had seen. He stopped. "Pete?" "Sorry, Liz," he said, whispering. "I'll call you back." He put the phone back into his pocket and turned round. White walked out of the room, looked at him, then quickly turned away, appearing embarrassed. 3 men followed him out. One was D.I. Hoyle. One he didn't know, a tall military type with a smart suit and handlebar moustache. The third met his eyes immediately. It was Frances Doyle. He had even ripped off her wristwatch. She found it on the floor of the storeroom, along with her shoes, socks, underwear, torn, soiled, useless, and outer clothing. She told Rachel to wash her face and hair again, while she stepped back into the room, mentally holding her breath, and quickly put on the shoes and T-shirt, then the overalls. Everything else was either too damaged or too soiled. Then she turned her back on the room, allowing herself to think only when she had closed the door on it. She opened one of the windows in the meeting room and looked out. They were on the first floor, with a drop to a ledge a couple of feet wide. It led to a smaller, sloping roof which dropped into a narrow snicket between the abattoir and a hedge of hawthorn and brambles.
She pocketed the mobile Kenny had been using, then turned to Rachel and held her fingers to her lips, whispering, "We say nothing from now until I tell you. Okay?" Rachel nodded. Anna passed her out feet first, holding her under the arms and lowering her to the ledge. Then she followed. They walked along to the sloping roof, slid down, and landed on cold, hard mud. Anna sucked the fresh air into her lungs, looking around. Behind her, from within the building, she could hear the throb of machinery, the dull wailing of the animals. But no pursuers. She realized she had left the gun behind. Too late to go back for it. She took hold of Rachel's hand and led her towards the line of poplars at the end of the hedge. There was a tall wire fence between the path and the poplars. Beyond it she could see a slope falling into a bank of mist, and beyond and over the top of that, fields, pylons, and the electrified lines for the railway. She looked in vain for a hole in the dense mesh of the fence. "We will have to climb it," she said into Rachel's ear. Her breath puffed out in a cloud of condensation. She could feel the cold beginning to grip. She helped her up, then told her to wait, hanging onto the concrete post, just below a line of rusted barbed wire. She didn't want her dropping down the other side and turning an ankle. She got herself to the top and over without a problem, levering herself off the wall of the building they had just left, pressing the barbs down with one hand and vaulting the top of the fence using the other. Then she helped Rachel down. "Okay," Anna said. "We walk quickly. Talk to no one." They scrambled down a short, overgrown slope leading to the river and looked along it in both directions. The mist was hanging over the surface of the water, a static layer of freezing fog. The water itself was high, running quickly and silently, rubbish caught in the branches and roots of trees leaning over the banks. The liquid looked muddy and sluggish beneath the surface. The distance to the far side about 30 feet. Anna didn't fancy trying to swim it. There was an overgrown dirt trail leading in both directions. She turned left, towards Kirkstall Abbey and the city, dragging Rachel behind her. Beyond the poplars and through the mist, she could hear the traffic on Abbey Road. They moved fast, hand in hand, crossing a little wooden bridge to reach an area of short, neatly cropped grass. They walked across it until they could see the dark shapes of the ruined Abbey walls looming at them through the mist. As the buildings drew nearer, they left the fog behind. The grounds were empty, but past the crumbling arches of black stone, they could see the road, alive with traffic. Anna paused, feeling her heart still thumping. A freezing, dull Yorkshire day. Normal life. It had been going on around them all the time. She felt a sensation like dizziness. Everything looked normal. She couldn't understand it. For the first time she became aware of the pain between her legs. She pulled Rachel on, still saying nothing. The gate onto Abbey Road was open. Anna walked straight out, without pause, hurrying. "Slow down, Mum!" Rachel was struggling to keep up. "Not yet." "We've done it, Mum. We're out." Cars roared past them. "Not yet." She waited for a gap in the traffic, then sprinted across the road. Her pulse was still racing. She forced herself not to look back. They walked briskly for a couple of 100 yards, heading east and downhill towards Leeds, Rachel puffing and complaining. Anna turned up the first street they came to, a short row of back-to-back terraces rising away from the river valley, cars parked up both sides of the road. She scanned them, looking for something not too modern. From the windows of one of the houses, she could hear a radio playing a John Lennon song, "Happy Christmas, War is Over." There was a smell of bacon and eggs coming from one of the open kitchen windows. "What are we doing?" Rachel asked. Her voice was high-pitched. "We're looking for a car." "Can't we just go into one of these houses and—" "No." She began to walk up the nearest row of cars, looking through the driver or passenger window, checking for an unlocked door. They reached the top of the row without luck. She crossed the road and started down the other side. Halfway back down to Abbey Road, she pulled open the door to an unlocked Elridge Ford Escort. "This will do. Get in." Rachel sat in the passenger side, staring nervously at the windows of the houses. Anna stared at the ignition system, waiting for the knowledge to come to her. Then, in less than 2 minutes, she had dragged the steering column casing apart, pulled the ignition barrel out, and hot-wired the engine. She pushed it into gear and drove straight out from the line of cars, turning quickly on Abbey Road and driving west, away from the town centre. Out of the corner of her eye, she could see Rachel staring at her. "What?" she said, concentrating on her mirrors and the road. "What's the matter?"
"What are we doing, Mum?"
"We're getting out of here." She could feel her teeth beginning to chatter. Rachel, too, was shivering. She reached forward and turned the car heating to full.
"Where are we going?"
"Don't ask. I don't know. I can't think about it yet. I just need to be clear." Her voice was cracking. A lump caught in her throat. She watched the cars coming in the opposite direction, searching for Stein's face at the wheel.
"We are clear, Mum."
Rachel sounded desperate. "We're not. Not yet." She could feel a noise building in her head. She drove at the edge of the speed limit, all the way up through Rawdon, then turned through Nether Yeadon and kept going until she was running back down the long, deep slope to the Aire Valley, heading towards Woodhouse Lane, the public schools, and in the distance, beneath a low, bruised sky, the mills and chimneys of Bradford. She could feel her limbs trembling now, her face burning red, as if determined to mock her with shame. She struggled to find a sense of fear, of being cowed, submissive, wrecked. That was what Anna Hart should have felt. But all she could feel was rage. There was only one way she knew how to deal with this, and it wasn't Anna's way. She turned off suddenly, down a track leading between tall, bare chestnut trees, then stopped, out of sight of the road, engines still ticking over. She leaned over the wheel and began to gasp for breath. She could feel Rachel beside her, arms around her, hugging her, saying things to her urgently, worried. She tried to shut out the roaring in her ears, tried desperately to focus on her daughter's words. When she looked out of the windscreen, the trees in front of her were sharp black shapes, hemming her in. The windscreen glass was steaming up, too close to her. She wanted to smash her fist through it, run her arm along the broken glass, feel something. She squeezed Rachel in her arms and waited for her heart to stop leaping. There were no coherent thoughts, just a riot of dysfunctional physical reactions. She breathed slowly, conditioned herself to observe it, to stand above it, to watch herself. It would go away. It was like moving out of her own body. She could see Rachel climbed across the seats, arms around her, crying her heart out. She could see herself holding her daughter and shaking from head to foot. Then beside it all, there was calmness, a part of it that didn't touch her. She looked out across the bare brown slopes of the Aire Valley, out towards the Bradford winter smog. Bradford. She was coming back to it, back to her past. She had to be prepared. "We have to find Nick," she said. She heard her words, saw Rachel move slightly away from her.
"They said he was dead."
"No, we don't know that. We can't believe that."
"But the woman on the radio said—"
"That man—" She stumbled over his name before she could get it to her lips. "Stein. He was asking where Nick was, but he knew about the radio program. I think that means he's alive." She brought the sleeve of the overall up and wiped her eyes. Rachel's expression was widening into something she didn't recognize.
"You heard Stein asking about him," Anna said. If Nick is alive, then there's no one else to help him. The police think he's dead. Mum! She saw the expression now. Rachel was staring at her as if she were mad. We have to stop this, Mum! We have to stop it now! We can't stop it, Anna said. Not until we know what has happened to Nick. We have to stop it! Rachel sat back in her seat and began to cry. We must go to the police and tell them what has happened. And let the bastard get away with it. She spoke the words through clenched teeth, feeling the rage slip out. I'll fucking kill him for this. I'll kill him. Her daughter looked frightened. The police will catch him, Rachel began. She started to turn the car around. We can't assume that. We can't assume anything. Remember everything I've told you. Mum, please! Please! Anna slipped the gear stick into neutral and looked over at her daughter, feeling the doubt gnawing at her brain. What was she doing to her? What had she already done? The guilt was a massive lump in her chest. She should never have got her into this. The child had to come first. I can't do it any more, Rachel said, biting her bottom lip, looking at her with wide black eyes. It's not me, Mum. I can't do it. Anna leaned over and put her arms around her, pressed her lips against her forehead. She sat still like that until Rachel responded, hugging her back, then sat for even longer, waiting for the tears to stop. She could hear cars passing back up on the road. You can, she whispered to her. You can do it for us. You have to trust me on this. She gently disentangled herself and looked down at her child, nearly 12 years old. A voice in her head told her she was wrong. But what else could she do? Unforgivably, she had introduced her daughter to the target. She would pay for that. Someday, somehow, they would make her pay. No mistake went unchecked. But the target had been safe. They had promised her, and it was a simple job. Nick had loved them both, given them a home, a life together. That was real. It wasn't part of the script. It wasn't make-believe. If Nick was in trouble, they had to help him. Perhaps when they found him, they could get back to the life they had lived together, in happiness. She would not give that up. Not until she knew for certain that the game was up, her cover blown. She had to finish what she had started, follow through. Her name was Anna Hart. Her daughter was called Rachel. She had been here before many times. She knew what she was doing. She didn't feel like Anna anymore, didn't think like her, didn't see things the way she had seen them. But she could act like her. That would do. Where she had kissed Rachel's forehead, there was a smudged, bloody mark. She brought her fingertips to her own lips and checked. Her lips were bleeding. They both had split lips. She sighed. Please, Rachel, she said. Her daughter wiped her eyes. Trust me. Rachel nodded. The address, Anna said. Stein gave an address to the other one. He was going there to meet someone. Rachel frowned at her. Can you remember it? Anna asked, and watched her thinking. It was in Pudsey, she added. I just can't recall where. 11A, Clifton Lane, Rachel said, a look like self-disgust pulling at the sides of her mouth. Anna smiled. Good girl. I knew I could count on you. Listen up. Alan White stood at the end of the CID room, leaning back against a desk. He was a short man, but solid. The desk shifted slightly beneath his weight, pausing him. He stepped forward. Listen. He waited for the murmur of voices to subside. We could spend the next hour doing a standard first briefing, sketching out lines, me asking for your help, trying to involve you. But you all know how it works. The SIO has his own theories, and we all get to follow them, regardless of how stupid they seem. So we might as well cut straight to that. He grinned. It was, Baines thought, one of White's many weaknesses, that he thought himself to be more popular than he was. You all know already what we're dealing with, so I won't waste time on background. Ask a sergeant if you feel you need more. They were all briefed earlier. All I'll say is, we have 2 deaths and a double kidnapping. That's what we're dealing with. First up, in the early hours of this morning, Nicholas Hanley is set on fire and thrown from the 9th floor balcony of Spencer Tower in Leeds Centre. Secondly, a taxi driver called... He looked around him in vain for something that would tell him the victim's name. Beside him, John Hoyle, tall, gaunt and conscientious, leaned forward and whispered it into his ear. Iftikhar Khan, White said, not even acknowledging Hoyle. An Asian minicab driver. Shot near the airport. Wounded in the chest, then finished with a headshot. A professional silencing of a potential witness. 2 people were kidnapped from his cab. A 39-year-old woman called Anna Hart, Hanley's partner, and her 11-year-old daughter, Rachel. Baines raised his eyebrows. He hoped he wasn't one of the sergeants the detectives were going to ask to fill in the gaps, because he didn't have a clue how White had arrived so quickly at so many conclusions. Less than an hour ago, White had at least pretended that he didn't have a clue either. Baines shifted his gaze to the tall military type, with a ridiculous caricature moustache, who was standing to the right of White, his eyes roving across the room. He had been with Francis Doyle earlier. Could he have something to do with the new levels of certainty? I know exactly what has happened here, White continued. So there's no point in us trying to mess around and guess any different. This is the line we'll follow. Anna and Rachel Hart were kidnapped at gunpoint. The taxi driver got in the way, so he was shot. Wrong time, wrong place. Tragic. But we don't need to waste hours tracing his past. We find Anna and Rachel, and we find his killer. If we do that, we also find the people who threw Nicholas Hanley from a 9-story block this morning. If we do that quick enough, we might save the lives of an innocent woman and her kid. Got it? Nobody said anything, but White wasn't waiting for a response. I have 4 different angles right here in my head right now, he said, tapping his temple. Baines had a feeling he knew where he'd got them. So, we're going to work in 4 teams. John Hoyle is my deputy, under him 4 sergeants. That's it. No fucking around with Holmes. Baines frowned. The Home Office large major inquiry system was meant to help. White stepped up to one of the whiteboards. The key to this is not Anna Hart, but Nicholas Hanley. He began to write. This is how it breaks down. 1. Hanley's property business. I want a team under Tom Ashton to get into all the offices owned or rented by Hanley & Co., including the one under the flat in Spencer Tower. Seize every item of material you can lay hands on. So far as we are aware, there are 2 other offices, one in Bradford and one in York. Take everything and bring it back here. We'll tell you what to look for once you've got that far. I want all that done by 4 this afternoon."
Hoyle leaned forward again, saying something.
"Yes," White said. "His house in Reeth as well. So that's 4 premises to toss by 4 p.m. Understood?"
From the front, Tom Ashton, an overweight DS from Pontefract, said something signifying assent.
"Good," White said. "Somewhere in his business life, Nicholas Hanley has crossed someone. That is what is going on here. He fucked something up, or stumbled on something he shouldn't have. I don't know what it was. I don't have the detail."
He glanced very quickly at the man with the moustache.
"But I need to have it by 4.
He scribbled another heading onto the board.
2. Hanley's last hours. Standard stuff. I want Jane Ferguson to take a team and find out everything Hanley did before he was killed. Work in 3-hour chunks. First 3 hours prior is the priority, then the next 3, etc. Are you all right with that, Jane?"
He smiled at a hard-faced brunette standing in front of Baines. She nodded.
"Speak to Pete Baines behind you," White said. "Before he goes off. Pete worked the Hanley side overnight, before we knew much about it. He can tell you what he's got so far."
All heads turned briefly to look at Baines. He nodded at Jane Ferguson, keeping his face straight. Before he goes off. It was the first he knew about that.
"Next, Martin Cox. You get Imran Akhtar, Hanley's Asian business partner. He's been in the business less than 3 years, I'm told. But he came straight in as a partner. What went on there? Why did Hanley need to do that? Before that, Hanley & Co. was an estate agency for white toffs. It sold spreads in northern England and Scotland, usually for double-barreled families who had so much dosh they wouldn't miss the odd 100-acre pile needed to raise some readies to keep the revenue off their backs. A strictly word-of-mouth business. Not the sort of affair you would usually invite an Asian into."
He managed to pronounce Asian, as if the word was synonymous with Paki.
"So, what's Akhtar doing there? As I have it," another quick glance at the moustache, "Hanley has continued to run the original business from the York office. Akhtar has started, by contrast, to build up a commercial side from Bradford. Akhtar might or might not be involved here. We just don't know."
He smiled.
"So we're going to assume he is. I want you to toss all his properties, Martin. Get all his paperwork back here. Pete Baines has already spoken to him, as if he were a mere witness, so he should be at ease. I want you to scare him a bit, then watch him. That's the plan. Frighten him, then watch where he runs to. Get the Force Tactical team to help. I've already put in the request, okay?"
Martin Cox cleared his throat.
"I'll need a warrant to toss his properties," he said.
White screwed his face up, pushing a finger into his ear and wriggling it around, as if there was something in there blocking his hearing.
"Will you?" he asked. "Accidents happen."
He grinned again. Beside him, John Hoyle, the grim counterpoint to his ceaseless clown, spoke up.
"Speak to me afterwards, Martin. Mr. Sutherland and I will get you something."
Hoyle looked at the moustache. Sutherland. So that was his name. Baines had heard it before. Karen Sharp had told him about someone called Sutherland, someone she had worked for in her security services days. A spook.
She hadn't trusted him. "Chop, chop," White continued, turning to the whiteboard. "Let's not get too intellectual here. We've got lives to save." He began to write again. "Last team. Will Price. You have publicity. Get that picture I gave you out everywhere. Look for other photos. Circulate them. Saturate the media with images of Anna Hart and her poor little kid. Do interviews for locals and nationals. Get out and about. Start near the scene, work your way outwards. Do as many streets as you can. Cover public transport, whatever. I haven't thought about it in detail. I don't need to. That's your job." "Yes, sir." Baines heard the voice from somewhere to the left of him. "Good, that's it. That's what we're doing. If you work quickly, I'm confident we will find this woman and her kid before the next century." He paused again, scanning faces with an aggressive look, eyebrows raised, daring someone to speak. "That means today," he added. He took a stack of small cards from his jacket pocket and began to hand them out. "Pass them back," he said. "Everyone needs to have at least a couple of these." Baines waited until the woman in front of him passed him a handful, then looked down at them. They were copies of the photo he had already seen. Anna Hart on a beach somewhere, in a bikini. He heard the detectives beginning to murmur comments as they looked at it. "Nice, isn't she?" White said. "A looker. Hands up all the men who do not want to save this woman." The group stirred uncomfortably. White laughed aloud, alone. When he had stopped, he held up a hand as if silencing applause. "This is the best photo we have of her right now. I know it's not perfect. I know you can't see her face properly. But it's enough to be working with. Now, listen up while I call out the teams." Baines listened, to confirm what he already knew now. His own name appeared nowhere. As the meeting broke up, he tried to push forward to ask White about it. But White made it quickly through the door, muttering sotto voce to the man called Sutherland. "Mr. White?" Baines called. "I need to speak to you." White turned to glance at him. "Sorry, Pete. Someone paging me. I have to take an urgent phone call." Baines tugged John Hoyle's arm instead. "Can I have a quick word, sir?" Hoyle cleared his throat and stepped back into the room. "What is it, Pete?" "My name didn't come up, nor any of 3 detectives I have down at Middlegarth. Are we off the inquiry?" Hoyle looked confused for a moment. "I thought you worked last night, Pete." "I did, but—" "Well, that's all it is. You can knock off now. You must be knackered. Tell your people down there, good job, well done, get some kip." He was turning to leave already. "Mr. White said he was going to give me the team looking for Anna Hart." Hoyle turned back to him. Alan White could lie without it showing, but not John Hoyle. He was an old-style, honest detective. He looked embarrassed now. "I'm sorry he said that, Pete," he said. "But you know what Alan's like. We don't even have a team looking for Anna Hart, not specific like that." "So that's all it is?" "What?" "You decided to rest me." "That's right." "So when do you want me back on?" Hoyle cleared his throat again. "When your normal shift starts, I suppose." Baines held his eyes, wanting him to feel uncomfortable. "That man," he said, "the one with the moustache." "Yes." "Did you say he was called Sutherland?" "Yes, he's from the Home Office." "So he says. I've come across him before. His friend was called Doyle?" "I think so. Why?" "Doyle was in to see me earlier. asking for Karen Sharp. If he's told you they were from the Home Office, he was lying. They're Box. Box? Box 500. Spooks.
Hoyle nodded slowly, not looking at him. He didn't ask who Karen Sharp was, but then the whole force had at least heard the name. Probably they also knew that Baines had had a relationship with her.
This has nothing to do with them, he asked.
Hoyle shrugged.
I'm not in charge here, Pete, he said,
unable to tell the lie.
But I imagine these blokes have more than one job on the go. Because they spoke to you about one thing and us about another doesn't link the two. Anna Hart?
Yes? Who is that? She had asked for the incident room, dealing with the shooting of the taxi driver, giving her name. They had asked her to hold, saying they were paging someone for her.
Chief Superintendent Alan White. I'm the SIO here. Where are you, Miss Hart?
She faltered. She hadn't expected to get the SIO. She wanted to hang up at once. She felt her stomach tighten. She looked over at Rachel, sitting in the passenger seat, trying to listen in.
I'm calling about Nicholas Hanley, she said.
She heard the man pause, then an interference, as if he were covering the receiver with his hand.
Can you hear me? She asked.
Yes.
Could you hold the line a moment, please?
She waited. She could hear someone else saying something, just out of intelligible earshot. Then the man was back.
Did you say your name was Anna Hart?
Yes.
I can't talk to you by phone, Miss Hart. Where are you?
She felt panicky.
Why not? Why can't you talk to me?
There was a long pause.
Because I can't be sure who you are.
Don't be stupid. She could hear her voice rising.
Who else could I be?
You might be the press, or anybody. Do you understand?
No, I don't.
She heard him whispering to someone.
You might be the people who kidnapped Anna Hart, he said eventually. We have to be careful. Do you understand now?
So they were looking for her. She could feel her pulse picking up. This was dangerous. They could trace the call. She should cut the line now. How did she know who he was with? She didn't know what was going on here. She was making assumptions. If her cover was blown, then she could assume nothing. It had happened twice before, and each time someone had blown her from the inside. That was how she had ended up hanging from hooks in a basement in Manchester in 1986. In 1996, the IRA had targeted her because a bent officer had identified her and sold the information. And then there were her own people, Sutherland and his friends. She knew what they were capable of from long ago. They had been prepared to kill her in 1987, to let her burn rather than watch the operation fold. They were soldiers, all of them. They thought in military terms. A calculus of risk objectives, expendable resources. If it suited them, if it fitted the big picture, they would burn her now. Maybe it was happening already. She could trust no one. Not until she knew exactly what this was about. They were probably trying to pin the call to a cell site even as she was speaking. She looked quickly out of the car windows, searching for a transmitter aerial. They were parked up on Church Lane in Pudsey. Historic market town, the sign off the ring road had announced, in nice brown English heritage lettering. In reality, Pudsey was a part of the general suburban sprawl lying between Bradford and Leeds, a depressed area of soot-blackened Victorian civic buildings mixed with ugly 60s fill-ins. Church Lane was one of the main roads. Towards the centre it was littered with charity shops, closed-down banks and travel agencies selling cheap escape routes. Further out, where she was now, it became more residential.
Nevertheless, it was still busy with traffic and lunchtime shoppers. She was parked at the corner of Church Lane and Clifton Lane, the engine turning over. She didn't dare switch it off. She was using the mobile phone she had taken from the dead man, but she wasn't sure what stage the technology was at for tracing mobile calls. Could they trace cell phone calls that quickly, she wondered? Could they triangulate the signal from 2 transmitter masts? "Who is there with you?" she asked White. She shouldn't trust him either. Something had happened to get her into this position. This wasn't the time to make naive assumptions about the ordinary police. "I want to speak to you alone." "I am alone." "I don't believe you. I heard you speaking to someone." "Tell me where you are." "Not until you tell me who—" "If you were Anna Hart, you would tell me where you are." "I am Anna Hart." "I can't speak to you on your call. It's standard procedure. Please give me the number where you are." She thought again about cutting the line. He was playing some kind of game. She didn't understand it. She tried to think about what the tone of his voice said. He was tense, nervous. Did he know who she was? If so, why not say? Or use her original name? In case she was with the people who had taken her. In case they were forcing her to call, trying to get her handlers to slip up and uncover her. He was right. It was standard procedure. Until he knew for certain what was going on, he would maintain her cover. But that meant Sutherland had told him who she really was. She could hear White listening past her, to the background noise, trying to work out where she was, and if anyone else was there. "Is Nicholas Hanley dead?" she asked. That was all she wanted to know. He didn't answer. "Did you hear me?" "I heard you. If you give me your number, or come into the incident room, we could—" "Is Nicholas Hanley dead?" She caught herself starting to shout, seeing Rachel's eyes filling with tears. "I need to know," she said, controlling it. "I need you to tell me." She heard someone else saying something, louder now, almost audible. The voice sounded familiar. Maybe he didn't know who she was. Maybe he really was a policeman, looking for her, frightened only that she was being held, forced to make this call. "Is Nicholas Hanley dead?" she asked again. "Yes," White said. "I'm sorry. He died this morning." She took a deep breath. Rachel looked down at her feet. She had heard. "How did he die?" "I can't tell you that kind of thing, unless—" She didn't get the chance to interrupt him. Whoever was in the background said something to him, cutting him off. There was a short pause. Then White said, "He was murdered. He was thrown off the balcony of his flat in Leeds. He died very quickly." Detail. It didn't sound like White was inventing it. But her mind refused to react. Even the detail could be a lie. White himself might not know what lies they had fed him. They could be burying her. It was possible. That was what they called it in London. Erasing her original identity, because they had made an error somewhere, something she wasn't even aware of, or because it suited them for other purposes. You never knew. Never. Assume the worst. They had blown her themselves, then pulled her original ID. Karen Sharp didn't exist anymore. "Who says it is him?" she asked. "Who identified the body?" She wanted more, but she was frightened now, unsure of who was there, of what they could do. "Are you in danger, Miss Hart? If you are in danger—" "Who has identified him?" A pause again. Then she clearly heard the man in the background say, "Tell her the truth." The voice was familiar. Her heart began to race. "Who is there with you?" she asked at once. White ignored her.
Mr. Hanley's sister has identified the body.
Why? What is she doing here? She doesn't even...
Also, Imran Akhtar, Mr. Hanley's business associate.
His sister doesn't even live here. When did she arrive? Did you ask her to come here?
That's not important.
She hardly speaks to him. I don't understand.
She was here already, on business.
Where? What business? Tell me where she is so I can speak to her.
I can't tell you that. The line went blank for a moment, as if he had cut the connection.
Hello?
She could hear movement of some sort, a scraping noise.
Hello? Are you still?
Yes, I'm here.
There is someone there with you, she said. She felt her head pounding. It was all too confusing, too many possibilities. I don't trust you, she hissed. You're lying to me. She felt her breath catching. You're playing some kind of game.
Again she heard the voice behind him.
Tell me who is there with you and I will agree to meet you.
She shouted the words, but he didn't react. She waited. This time he must have learned how to use the mute button, because she heard nothing. He was checking. She could tell. He might have been the SIO in name, but he wasn't in charge. Miss Hart?
Yes?
Is Rachel safe? She looked quickly at her daughter, who was looking at her as if she had a screw loose. Maybe she did.
Tell me who is there,
she said. A man called Mr. Sutherland, White said. One of my sergeants. He said the words carefully, as if he had been told exactly what to say. So he was there. She moved her hand from the steering wheel and wiped it on the leg of the overalls she was wearing. Suddenly she was sweating. Her palms, down her back, under her arms, in her hair. She could feel it breaking out all over her. She cut the line. She put the phone in the left breast pocket of the overalls, looked at Rachel. His sister says it's him, she said. Rachel chewed her lip, tears still in her eyes. Anna could see her thinking it through.
Why did they get her? Rachel asked at last. Nick hardly speaks to her.
Anna shrugged. I don't know. I don't trust it, though. She lives in Portugal. What's she doing over here suddenly? Would she even recognize him?
You think it isn't him?
I don't know. They say Imran Akhtar has been there as well, but I don't trust either of them. We should speak to her, find out why she's here. Why would Stein have asked me where Nick was if he was dead?
Did they tell you where Diana was?
No, but I know where she'll be. They said she was here on business. If she wasn't staying with us, that must mean she was at the stables.
Who was in there with him?
Anna looked at her, wondering whether she should say. It had started to rain outside and the windows were steaming up. She wound hers down a little and looked out through the crack. The air was thick with water now, but she could still see the entrance to 11A Clifton Lane, an ordinary terrace house with a blue door. Presumably the house was split into 2 flats. She could see a doorbell with more than one button. There were dark curtains at all the windows. Parked up outside the place was a black BMW SUV, which Rachel had told her had been parked outside the abattoir.
Mum?
Rachel asked again.
Who was in there with him?
Anna didn't look at her. No one we can trust, she said. Baines went to the gents' toilets, walked into a cubicle, closed it behind him, and sat down on the seat. For a while he stared at the back of the toilet door, forcing his mind to observe the scrawled graffiti, trying to slow the torrent of thoughts coming at him. The graffiti was uninspiring, mainly football jokes, or were they comments? He knew little about football, so it was hard to say.
Manu Bell Ends Do It Again. 12th the 5th, 98. What did that refer to? He was surprised the comment had not been erased in over a year, assuming the date was when it had been put there. He took a long, deep breath. A 39-year-old woman, an 11-year-old kid, a man called Doyle looking for Karen Sharp. Doyle and Sutherland in with Alan White, assisting the search for Anna Hart. What had John Hoyle said? Because they spoke to you about one thing and spoke to us about another doesn't link the two. He reached into his pocket and took out the photo of Anna Hart. She looked happy, he thought. The realization brought something like a sharp pain to his chest, a slight constriction to his breathing. He looked away from her. Instead, he tried to look more closely at the background. His mind wanted to scrutinize her, to take in the physical details and think about them, but he forced his eyes to look elsewhere. She was on a beach somewhere. The photo must have been taken with a camera which allowed adjustment to depth of field, because although she was clearly in focus, little else was. There were the vague outlines of beach huts, possibly made of reeds or thatch, so probably not somewhere in the UK. The sea had no waves that were noticeable, so perhaps the Mediterranean. There were shapes which could have been 5 or 6 other people in the distance. The light was bright, the sun not quite behind her, but not behind the camera either. Consequently, she was ever so slightly overexposed. She was moving forward, one arm outstretched as if about to catch something, wearing a bikini he had never seen before, thin and plain-coloured. A holiday snap. He held his breath and let his eyes settle on the face. Almost a complete profile, with the head angled up slightly. The hair was short, cropped, very, very blonde, almost a bleached white, and looked as though she had just got out of bed. He noticed his palms were sweating. He could see now how he could look at that face, at that hair, and somehow not see the resemblance. The face was different, subtly but perceptibly different. It might not be her. He put the picture back in his pocket, stood up and opened the cubicle door. In the CID room, he asked aloud whether anyone had a magnifying glass. There were a handful of detectives in there. The question brought a snigger and a round of Sherlock Holmes jokes. But a DC called Gates had one. He was almost embarrassed to admit it. Baines sat down at an empty desk and took out the photo again. He looked at the legs carefully. They were long, slender, but with a firm muscle structure. They were attractive. He focused the magnifying glass on the right thigh, immediately saw what he had been looking for, quickly put the glass down and sat back. It was like something had struck him in the chest. He looked around the room at the others, continuing as normal. No one was looking at him. He could feel the sweat down his back now. He picked the glass up again, looked again, set it down once more. The detail was so obvious. He did not see how he could have missed it the very first time he had looked at this photo. A bubble of scarring, about 5 inches above the knee, about 2 inches from the midline, to the left. She had taken a bullet there in June 1997. He had met her for the first time a couple of days before that. He looked again at the face and felt a hard lump form in his throat. This time, he saw that it was her straight away. She had dyed her hair. There was something different about her. But it was definitely Karen Sharp. "Someone is coming," Rachel whispered the words, voice full of panic. "Mum, I said someone is coming." Anna had already seen the door of 11A Clifton Lane beginning to open. "I see it, Rachel," she said, looking over. There's no need to whisper, no need to worry. He can't see you at this distance, and he certainly can't hear. Just keep still if he comes out." She felt her heart picking up beats. She took a breath, keeping her eyes on the doorway, but turning her mind away from it. You had to let the fear be in you, but not take over. That was the trick. You had to use it. Could she teach her daughter this? "If we can see him," Rachel began. She began to shrink down in her seat. "It doesn't mean he can see us," Anna finished. "Trust me. The glass reflects at this distance, and refracts too. It's covered in rain. Also, he probably won't be looking." She watched, head back, eyes sideways. They were far enough away, and the day was rainy and grey, visibility poor. Nevertheless, if Stein was checking, Rachel was right. He would see them. He wouldn't be able to recognize them, not at that distance through the rain-streaked windows. But he might see the smoke coming out of the exhaust, see that someone was there. If he was careful, he would want to be sure who it was. A figure stepped out of the door. It wasn't Stein. Someone shorter, darker. She recognized him at exactly the same time as Rachel spoke. "Is that Imran Akhtar?" Anna nodded. Nick's business partner. They had met him 3 times at Black Car Hall. Nick had invited him for dinner. Neither of them had liked him. On all 3 occasions, there had been something suspicious and watchful about him, poorly cloaked beneath a veneer of obsequiousness. Neither had been able to understand why Nick had brought him into the business. He was wearing a suit and a raincoat, and had some kind of glove, or was it a bandage, on his right hand. Aside from that, he looked the same as the last time they had seen him, smart, well-groomed, with a very neatly shaved beard and moustache, probably dressed in expensive clothes, with choice items of very gold jewellery on his fingers and wrists, a small black briefcase, every inch the successful, legitimate businessman. What was he doing at a grotty terrace in Pudsey? He stepped out from the doorway and looked up at the rain, then turned back and spoke to someone out of sight, still inside the house. "Is that Imran Akhtar?" Rachel asked again. She sounded as though she couldn't bring herself to believe it. "It is," Anna replied, without taking her eyes off him. "It doesn't surprise me." Akhtar produced an umbrella, raised it, then stepped away from the door. A taller person followed him out, Stein, unmistakable at any distance. He was carrying a plastic carrier bag containing something. Anna heard Rachel take a deep breath. "I see him," Anna said. She thought her voice sounded calm. She didn't feel it. The idea of looking at him, of seeing him again, of placing herself in his vicinity, had been merely theoretical. The fear it produced had been easy to control, but seeing him in reality was different. She felt a flood of disgust, a welter of unpleasant memories flashing through her mind, before settling on the raw stink of his sweat, the slightly sweet odour of his saliva and breath. He had sweated so much that beads of it had dropped off his head onto her face. His mouth had been inches from her eyes and face, breathing onto her. She saw a repeat image of him, pulling his fist back to strike her, from above her, on top of her. She closed her eyes on it, every muscle in her body tense now. But even so, aware that already her mind was protecting her. What she was remembering was not the worst of it. He didn't look in her direction, but stepped out and around Akhtar and walked straight towards the BMW. She let out a breath slowly, then glanced at Rachel. Her eyes were fixed on him, her mouth tightly shut. She was holding her breath. "You can breathe, Rachel," Anna said quietly. Stein got into the BMW. Akhtar pulled the door shut. Stein started to turn his vehicle,
which meant he was going to drive out past them, right in front of them. "I'm going to duck down," Anna said. "You stay up and watch him. Don't look directly at him. Tell me when he's turned past us. Watch where that bastard Akhtar goes too." She moved her head and shoulders, so that they were below the line of the door frame, her head leaning sideways and touching Rachel's leg. "Mum!" "Be calm, Rachel. It's okay. He won't see you. He probably didn't even notice what you looked like." "Mum!" Her voice was shaking. "What's Akhtar doing?" "I can't do this, Mum. I'm frightened." "What's Akhtar doing?" "He's driving past us. Oh, my God. Not Akhtar. The other." Anna waited. "Is he gone yet?" She heard Rachel sigh. "He's gone. Akhtar is going the other way." Her voice was almost inaudible. Anna straightened up. "Good girl." She looked for Akhtar's car. "Is that his? The Merc?" "Yes." Anna noted the registration as it turned out of sight at the end of Clifton Lane. "We should go to the police now, Mum. We should tell them what we've seen." "No. I'm going in there to have a look." "Mum, please. We can't." "You don't have to come. In fact, I need you to stay here and watch the outside for me." Rachel moved quickly across the seats and pressed her face against her arm. She was crying again, shaking with fear. Anna put an arm round her and held her tightly. "Just let me do this, Rach," she said. "Just hang on for me, please." "Why? Why, Mum? Why?" "Do you remember when all this started, Rachel?" Rachel said nothing. She was pressing her face into her chest now, sobbing. "Do you remember when we first met Nick?" Anna felt her nod slightly, still sobbing. "It's been good, hasn't it? We've had a nice life with Nick. We've had fun." She could feel her thinking about it, hanging on tightly, thinking about it. "We've probably had the best time you and I have ever had. We've got along well. We've done things together." Rachel began to move away from her. "And Nick has loved us. He has really loved us, Rachel. He took us into his home and made it our home." She paused. Rachel wiped her sleeve across her eyes, looking up at her. "You like him, don't you?" she asked, speaking gently. "You like Nick as much as he likes you." Rachel nodded slowly. "So do I," Anna said. "And I think he's in trouble. Maybe we have got him into trouble. I don't know. Maybe he's already dead." She faltered, feeling a rush of emotion struggling to get out. "I hope not. I hope to God." Her vision blurred, her eyes prickling with tears. She swallowed the lump in her throat, took a breath. "I hope he's alive," she said. "And if he is, then we have to try to find him before that man does. If that man thought he was dead, he wouldn't be looking for him. Do you understand?" Rachel frowned at her. "I understand that, but I don't see why we can't go to the police." "Because we don't know enough. We don't know what's going on. Think back to what I told you back then, when we met Nick. Do you remember I said there was only one rule?" "3. You said there were 3 rules." "Okay, but do you remember the first? The golden rule?" "The 3rd rule is the golden rule." "Okay, the 3rd. Do you remember it?" Rachel nodded.
We know nothing, Rachel. All we know is that something is fucked up. Until we know more, you followed the golden rule. For all we know, everything that is happening is a calculated attempt to get us to forget that rule. And if that happens, and Nick is alive, then it might mean we really have let him down when he needed us. She pulled Rachel to her again. I don't want to do this if we don't have to, Rachel. But we have to. She waited until Rachel had stopped crying and was breathing normally. Okay, she said. Wait here. If you see anything suspicious, anyone approaching the door, anyone going down that alley that leads to the back of the house, anything at all, you lie flat across the seats and sound the horn 3 times. I'll leave the engine on. Can you do that? Rachel was staring at her. You know I can, Mum. But can you do this? Anna frowned. I was there, Mum, Rachel said. I heard what happened to you. She was worrying about her. Are you sure you're okay? Anna bit her lip. She didn't want to think about it. If she thought about it, she would get upset again. I can do it, she said. I need to do it, Rachel. I need to stay angry. If I'm not angry, I'll just collapse. She walked quickly down Clifton Lane, eyes ahead. When she got to the short path leading to number 11A, she turned through the gate immediately, walked up to the door and looked at the bells. There were 2, flat 11A and flat 11B. From the positions, 11A was the ground floor flat. She pressed both buzzers. She had a story in her head ready. She was Akhtar's assistant. The overalls might just help. They weren't standard secretarial clothing, but they did have Arabic writing on the breast pocket. He had forgotten something. She was here to retrieve it, but had forgotten her keys. However, no one answered the bell. She tried the door. It was locked. She walked back up the street, winking at Rachel in the car, then round to the access alley leading to the rear of the house. She counted down to number 11, then turned into a small, high-walled yard. There was one back door to the premises. Alongside it, a kitchen window. The door was locked, the window closed. She examined the lock. It was pickable, but not without proper tools. She had nothing. She looked around her for a suitable stone, found a loose brick on top of the yard wall, then scanned the back windows of the opposite and adjacent houses. Through those that didn't feature net curtains, she could see no one watching. But that didn't mean some nosy neighbour wasn't out there, ready and willing to do their civic duty. There was nothing she could do about that. She stepped up to the kitchen window and gently tapped the brick against it until the pane broke. She removed the pieces carefully between finger and thumb, taking her time and concentrating on the task. Maybe, if anyone was interested, they would notice the overalls and think she was someone from the council, repairing the place. When she had all the pieces out, she reached in, unhooked the catch, and swung the window open. She listened briefly to the silence beyond, then climbed in. The kitchen looked ordinary enough. There was a kettle, some plates on the draining board, a few cups and spoons. No cooker, no fridge. She walked through one of 2 doors out of the place. It led straight into what would have been a living room, if this had been someone's home. It wasn't, though. On a table in the centre of the room was a mountain of loose papers. Against the walls were 3 filing cabinets, a small photocopier fax machine, and a shredder. Akhtar must have been using the place as an office. What was she looking for? The paperwork scattered across the table looked as if it had just been rifled from the buff-filed jackets lying on the floor around the table. There were a few bank statements, but mainly she was looking at details of properties. She took time to check them. One side of the table, looking less disturbed, contained piles of copied details of sales and purchases carried out by Hanley & Co. She saw properties in Scotland, Lancashire, Northumberland, Yorkshire and Wales. The other side of the table was strewn with about 30 pages of standard estate agent sheets on less well-appointed properties, most of them in Yorkshire. She hadn't even been aware that Nick dealt in that kind of place. There was an abandoned coffee mug beside these sheets, still half full of tepid liquid. Either Akhtar or Stein had just been going through the details. She read through them, looking for something she recognized, or which might mean something. Nothing came to mind. She was considering whether she should take copies of them all, when she quite clearly heard 3 loud blasts of a car horn from the street outside. She gathered all the sheets up, folded them into her back pocket, then stepped up to the window to view the street. She could see nothing. She moved back to the kitchen. Nothing happening to the rear. She stood still, listening. She could hear nothing. Suddenly it occurred to her that Stein or Akhtar might have returned and discovered Rachel sitting there waiting. Quickly she slid the bolt on the back door, turned the key in the lock, pulled the door open and stepped outside. As she did so, she heard the horn again. You're working with some people who say they're from the Home Office, Baines